Blood of Angels. The Last Crown by Arthur Blackwood. Copyright 2025 Arthur Blackwood. All rights reserved. Prologue. New York at night was never silent, but sometimes the noise became thin enough to make the city feel like it was holding its breath. On a side street in Brooklyn, Ethan Hale and Claire Harris walked home from a late movie. Their laughter faded when a sound reached them from the darkness. A heavy thud, followed by a strangled cry. They hesitated at the mouth of a narrow alley. The place smelled of rot and wet cardboard, neon light from a bodega sign barely reaching the trash bins along the wall. Ethan whispered, probably nothing. But Claire's hand tightened around his arm. They stepped closer. A man lay sprawled on the pavement, blood soaking through his shirt. His lips moved soundlessly. Claire dropped beside him, her law books thudding on the ground. "Sir, stay with us." Before Ethan could dial 911, another sound entered the alley. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, too calm for the scene. A tall figure appeared at the entrance, his features blurred by shadow. "Hey!" Ethan called, his voice shaking. "This man's hurt." The figure tilted his head, silent, as if weighing them. For one fleeting instant Ethan thought the darkness itself thickened, pressing closer around them. Claire's pulse hammered in her ears. The stranger took a step forward. The dying man's eyes opened, sudden and fierce. His voice was a broken whisper. "Go." Claire froze. The word seemed to carry more weight than a simple plea. She grabbed Ethan's sleeve, dragging him backward. They moved out of the alley, half running, the stranger's gaze burning on their backs. When they finally reached the corner, the city's noises returned. Sirens, laughter, the hum of traffic. Normal again. Too normal. By morning, the news carried nothing. No stabbing, no crime, no witnesses. It was as if the alley had swallowed the whole event. Ethan sketched nervously in his notebook. Claire scrolled police reports in vain. Neither found answers. Downtown, high above the streets, another man stood before the glass wall of a penthouse office. Azazel Voss, president of City Trust Bank, raised a glass of whiskey and looked down at Manhattan glittering beneath him. In boardrooms and newspapers, he was praised as a visionary, a philanthropist, a man who turned risk into gold. But tonight, as he watched the city sprawl like a map at his feet, there was something in his eyes that did not belong to ordinary men. And far below, in a cramped Brooklyn apartment, Ethan and Claire lay awake, haunted by a single truth. What they had seen in that alley was not something the city wanted to remember. Chapter 1. The city holds its breath. The morning after the alley, the apartment felt misaligned, like a picture frame a degree off level that your eye couldn't stop finding. Ethan woke before his alarm and watched the rectangle of pale light crawl up the wall, listening to the radiator groan and the pipes knock as if the building were clearing its throat. Claire slept on her stomach, face turned toward him, hair flung across the pillow in a brown arc. When the alarm finally vibrated, she silenced it with a quick, practice swipe, rolled onto her back, and blinked herself into the day. For 3 seconds, the look in her eyes was unguarded, tender and a little lost. And then she said aside with the rest of the night. "Class at 9, she said, not to him exactly, but to the air. "CRM, then I'm at the clinic." He nodded. "Critique at 10, he said. "If I don't bail." "You won't bail," Claire said, already halfway to the kitchen. "You hate the critiques, and you love them. You need the friction." He followed the coffee smell and watched her measure out grounds with the concentration she normally saved for case law. When she realized he was looking at her too long, she set the scoop down and reached for his wrist across the counter. Her fingers were warm. "We did what we could," she said softly. They had agreed, last night, not to talk about the alley again unless something changed. She said it anyway. "Yeah," he said. The word felt thin as tissue. The train into Manhattan was half full and unusually quiet. People move around their mornings with the efficiency of those who had learned to forgive the city for its rudeness. A man balanced a box of donuts on one knee without losing a single one. A woman in a gray suit highlighted a brief on her phone and frowned in small, neat increments. An MTA announcement apologized for the inconvenience in a tone that suggested it did not, in fact, apologize. Ethan stood, one hand on the pole, and sketched in his head to keep from rehearsing the alley. Two kids by the doors made a portrait in negative space. One slouched into a parka, one perched on high tops like a bird about a boat. A man with a sleeve of roses tattooed over scar tissue read a paperback carefully, lips moving. The lines assembled themselves. Shoulder angles, sneaker laces, kinesthetic facts. Drawing gave you permission to look at people long enough to see where they were held together. He got off at 14th, surfaced into a wind that cut cleanly through his jacket, and walked the last 7 blocks to the studio building. Upstairs, the smell shifted from city to solvents. Half the cohort was already there, setting canvases on easels, negotiating space with the furtive politeness of artists in shared rooms. "Morning, Hale," said Mira, one of the TAs, without looking up from her phone. She had blue paint in her hair and a surprisingly gentle voice for someone who made sculptures out of razor wire. "We're doing 5-minute critiques, 1 pass. Keep it tight." Ethan set his newest piece on the easel and stepped back. It wasn't ready. It was never ready. He'd told himself he'd stay off the skyline for a while, try something that wasn't buildings and bridges, an illusion of permanence. But the city kept dragging his hand into its shape. This one was a Manhattan bridge at dusk. The arches thickened until they almost looked like vertebrae. The sky pried open with a palette knife. In the lower right corner, he'd started sketching a figure and blacked it out, then blacked out the blacking, a palimpsest of refusal. "You sleep at all?" asked Gabriel, his studio mate, arriving in a swirl of cold air and expensive thrift. Gabriel never sat when he could lean. He leaned now, cradling his coffee like an argument he intended to win. "You've got the dead-eye thing happening." "Thanks." "New aesthetic," Ethan said. "Haunting." Gabriel said, "Approving. Truly haunted. By like capitalism." Mira clapped once, a soft sound that somehow cut through conversation. "All right, children," she said. "Let's perform our ritual sacrifice." They gathered in a loose semicircle. People said the things they always said in rooms like this. Composition, gesture, negative space, the courage of your marks. When they came to Ethan's, Mira paused long enough to frighten him, and then nodded. "The bridge is a spine," she said, "and the city's a thing that can't stand without it." "I was going for vertebrae," Ethan said, and someone snorted as if he'd admitted to plagiarism. "But the figure," Mira said, pointing with her chin at the blacked-out shape, "is a refusal to see, which can be powerful or cowardly depending on the day. Today it reads powerful." Ethan almost said, "It reads cowardly to me," and didn't. He let the room believe what it wanted to. It was good practice for living here. After critique, he tried to paint and couldn't. His hand hovered over the canvas and found excuses to be elsewhere. He cleaned a brush that wasn't dirty. He checked the phone he didn't want to check. He thought of a man in the alley and of the way the air had seemed to pull tight around a stranger like a drawstring. He put the brush down and went outside. On the sidewalk, his breath made small temporary clouds. A woman in a knit hat tried to hail a cab and failed 3 times, then laughed and put her hand down, as if conceding to the city's timing. Across the street, a delivery guy in a green jacket stacked crates of oranges and kept one for himself, ate it in 3 quick sections, and wiped his hands on his pants. Ethan, he turned. Nadia, who lived 2 floors above him and had once lent him a drill at midnight because her uncle had given her a speech about self-sufficiency that she'd taken too literally. Nadia was an ER nurse, which meant she wore tied like a badge. She had a kindness that looked built to withstand triage. "You all right?" she asked, taking him in with the unflinching efficiency people use when they can't afford to be sentimental about trouble. "Yeah," he said. "Just long night." She hesitated. "I heard sirens by your block around, too," she said casually, which was a way of saying I'm checking if that had anything to do with you. "Anything weird?" Ethan opened his mouth to say no, and a different word came out. "Maybe," he said. "We saw not sure what we saw." "Okay," Nadia said, filing the information in some internal system. "Don't disappear into it. You know, that's the trick with this place." He nodded. She squeezed his forearm once and kept walking. He watched her go and tried to pin a word to the feeling that chased after that brief contact. Not protection. Exactly. Not warning. Something like being counted. Like the city did that sometimes, took inventory of its people. He went back inside and forced his hand through an hour of work. When the paint finally started doing what was told, he almost cried from relief. Claire's morning belonged to the law school, which was a building with ceilings high enough to make everyone speak, as if they were trying not to wake something. She sat through criminal procedure with her notebook open and her pen ready and listened to a debate about exigent circumstances that should have interested her more than it did. The professor, Bernstein, white-haired and fox-quick, paced the front of the room in a controlled agitation that suggested he hated poor thinking more than he hated crime. "What do we tell ourselves," he asked, when the facts refused to behave. A kid in the front row, tie already loose as if he expected to drown, said, "We tell ourselves a story that fits the law." "The law is not a story, Mr. Salazar," Bernstein said, almost kindly. "The law is a set of stories we've agreed to treat as real even when they aren't." Claire made a note she didn't like. Stories we agree to treat as real, and underlined agree twice. She had come to law school for the same reason kids in fairy tales enter forests. To get to the other side, change but intact. Bernstein made her suspect that change was the price, not the prize. After class, she went to legal aid clinic for her shift. The clinic was always warmer than regulation required, always smelled faintly of coffee and bad news. The waiting room had a rotating cast of faces that made it dangerous to believe in types. You could be wrong in 100 ways here before lunch. At the intake desk, she asked the questions she had to ask and tried to ask them like a person and not a form. A woman with a bruise ripening under foundation needed a restraining order and didn't want her name on anything. A kid with a busted lip and a quiet voice had been picked up on a petty theft charge and wouldn't say from who. An older man in a neat coat held himself with the dignity of the freshly humiliated. He'd been scammed by a fake landlord and had nowhere to sleep tonight. In the afternoon, a man came in with a problem that didn't fit any slot Claire had ever made in her head. He was mid-40s, good shoes, a suit with the tiniest pull at one shoulder where it had been altered by someone competent. He sat down across from her and smiled, the sort of smile that sold things that didn't want to be sold. "How can we help you?" Claire asked, the clinic script in her mouth. "I'm not sure that you can," the man said pleasantly, "but I'm told it's good form to ask for help before you stop asking. My name is Marcus Klopp." She waited. "I work with a non-profit that liaises with local businesses and community organizations," he went on. "We've been seeing an increase in unusual incidents, petty crime patterns that don't echo previous baselines, violence that doesn't show up on reports. It's as if the city has somewhere else to put trouble, and it's putting it there, and then we can't find it." Claire resisted the urge to look around for a hidden camera. "What exactly are you asking for, Mr. Klopp?" "A point of contact," he said. "Someone who pays attention." "I'm a second year," she said. "I pay attention, but not the way you mean." "That might be exactly the way I mean," he said lightly. "You're less likely to have decided what you're seeing before you see it." She smiled in spite of herself. "What organization are you with, Mr. Klopp?" He told her the name of a nonprofit she recognized, small, respectable, the kind of place that did real work without taking glossy photos of itself doing it. He named a foundation that had given them a grant. She recognized that, too. He handed her a card that had the right weight in the hand. Regional Liaison, it said, under his name. The phone number was a 646. "If you notice anything," he said, standing, "call me, or don't. But if you do, I'll answer." When he left, Claire turned the card over twice, as if it might offer a second set of facts if you looked at it from another angle. She put it in her wallet and told herself she was keeping a record, not keeping a talisman. At 5, she sent Ethan a text. "Done at clinic. You alive?" He replied, "Define alive." She smiled. "Dinner at 7? I can stop by the market." "Pasta?" He sent back and added a noodle emoji he would later claim he had used ironically. "Pasta," she wrote, "and we are not talking about the alley." Agreed, Ethan wrote, and neither of them believed it. The market on the corner of their block had a cat named Simon who believed he owned the cucumbers. Simon was asleep on the produce when Claire walked in. She weighted her choices around him, took tomatoes with skins that gave under a thumb just enough, basil in a plastic clamshell that smelled like it remembered summer. The man at the register had a radio tuned to a station that played songs from the 90s as if they were hymns. "Claire," he said, putting the basil in a paper bag, "you look tired." "You always say that," she said. "You always look tired," he said, not unkindly. "Law school," she said by way of explanation, and he nodded. The word functioned across languages here like a diagnosis. It meant you had chosen your suffering. Outside, she balanced the bag on one hip and walked a half-block home. A black sedan idled at the curb in front of their building, engine barely audible. She clocked it without interest, like you clock weather. The driver stared straight ahead with the focus of a person who had trained himself out of daydreaming. In the back seat, someone sat on the passenger side, on the phone. The window tint was a fraction lighter than illegal. Claire saw her own face ghost in the glass and moved on, the key stuck in the lock. She jiggled, cursed, jiggled again, and pushed the door in with her hip. The hallway smelled like cumin and laundry soap, a comfort. On the landing, Mrs. Wu from 2B was taping a paper pumpkin to her door with 2 small grandkids giving advice about symmetry. "You need better tape," Claire said. "You need better landlord," Mrs. Wu said and laughed. Inside the apartment, Ethan had cleared the table of pencils and reference photos. This alone told Claire how much he wanted the evening to be easy. He kissed her temple in the kitchen and tasted the cold on her skin. "I saw Nadia," he said, opening a can of tomatoes with the vicious dignity of someone who had learned manual can openers late. She said not to disappear into it. "Good advice," Claire said. She set the basil on the counter and handed him the knife. "Chop." He chopped. She sautéed garlic until it surrendered, then added tomatoes and salt. They worked around each other with the neatness of a practiced dance, bumping hips once on purpose to make the kitchen bigger. "Clinic was weird," Claire said finally. "A guy came in talking about patterns." "Patterns like what?" "Like things that don't get reported," she said. "Trouble that vanishes." Ethan felt the alley rise like a fish under the surface of the conversation, distort it, and slip away. "Non-profits always think they're seeing the whole city," he said, intending it to sound teasing and landing closer to Brittle than he liked. "Maybe," Claire said, stirring. "Maybe he just wanted to see if I was the kind of person who notices." "The kind who notices what?" Ethan asked. "When the air changes," she said. The words came out before she could stop them. She put the lid on the pot and turned the flame down, as if management could fix the feelings you didn't want. They ate at the table. Ethan told a story about Gabriel's sculpture that involved an illegal number of box cutters. Claire did a voice for Bernstein that made Ethan laugh. So hard, he nearly choked on pepper. For a little while, the apartment loosened and became a place that contained only what they put in it. After, Ethan washed and Claire dried. When the plates were stacked and the sink was bare, Claire leaned against the counter and said, "Walk." Ethan grabbed his coat. Outside, the block was doing its nighttime routine. The guy on the stoop with the paperback, a woman in medical scrubs waiting for a ride share, the laundromat glow, a child shriek of laughter 2 blocks away that made no sense at this hour and somehow still did. They went nowhere in particular and arrived 3 blocks over a small park between buildings, the kind you only found if you lived here and the city adopted you long enough to show you a pocket of itself. They sat on a bench. The metal was cold even through their coats. Across from them, a couple argued softly, the kind of domesticated quarrel that had an agreed-upon ending. An old man walked a dog that refused to acknowledge leaves as anything other than enemies. "Say it," Claire said after a while. "Okay," Ethan said. The alley felt wrong. "Wrong how?" she asked, as if she were calling a witness she wanted to like her. "Like the world was tuned differently," he said. "Like someone put a finger on the scale." She nodded, and relief lit her face for a second. Relief at not being alone, not at the content of the sentence. And the man at the end of the alley moved like he knew where the lines were, Ethan said, and didn't feel obliged to stay inside them. They looked at each other then, and what passed between them was an agreement to believe in anything specific. It was an agreement to believe each other. A wind came up and made the trees argue with themselves. Across the street, a metal gate slammed down on a storefront, the sound as decisive as a judge's gavel. They stood and walked home. On the corner, a black sedan idled again. Maybe the same one, maybe a cousin. As they drew level with it, the back window lowered by an inch, then two. Claire felt the hairs on her forearms rise. Someone inside was looking without wanting to be seen looking. Ethan glanced directly at the window out of stubbornness and saw the reflection of a streetlight melt across a face and slide away like oil. Not a fact, a trick of angle. He told himself that quickly enough to turn a perception into a mistake before it could grow teeth. The window rose. The sedan pulled into traffic without signaling and disappeared, a shadow behaving correctly. "Did you?" Claire began. "No," Ethan said too fast. "Nothing." Back upstairs. He went to the drawing board and, because pretending had diminishing returns, tore the blacked-out figure from the corner of the bridge canvas and taped a fresh sheet in its place. He started drawing before his brain could interfere. A hand first, then a sleeve, then a shoulder and a coat that cost more than their rent. The face he left blank. He shaded everything around a fraction darker than it had been a second before, as if the act of arriving stole light. When he stepped back, his stomach turned. He didn't know whether he was more afraid of recognizing the figure or of recognizing himself. Claire showered and stood afterward in the dark of the bedroom with a towel around her hair, listening to the building speak to itself. A pair of voices drifted up from the street. Two men joking, the elastic slang of people who know they're safe on their own corner. A siren passed, intent on a different address. Somewhere a baby cried, paused, cried again, then surrendered to sleep. Claire turned out the light and lay down. She had her exams stacked in a neat pile on the desk and thought of them with an affection next to guilt. She should have been thinking only of those. Instead, her mind kept circling the alley, the word go, the way the stranger had stepped into the space as if stepping into his own name. When she did sleep, she dreamed she was in a courtroom where the judge had no face and spoke in a voice that belonged to the weather. She argued emotion without being able to hear what she was saying. When she woke, she remembered none of it except the feeling of trying to build a bridge without knowing what river it needed to cross. On Thursday afternoon, Ethan took the long way to the studio because the short way involved the alley, and he'd started counting his avoidance like a superstition he didn't want to admit to. On Fulton, he stopped, uninvited, by a small crowd leaning toward the curb. A bike messenger had been knocked off his ride by a car that hadn't stayed to trade insurance information. The messenger sat upright, helmet cracked, shaking. A hand pressed his ribs in disbelief at the idea that they contained tender things. A woman in a black coat knelt without asking and spoke to him in a voice with steel under the silk. "You're okay," she said, which would be a lie, a prediction, or a spell. "Headache." "No," he said, even though the split helmet suggested otherwise. "Light-headed." "A little." "Keep your eyes on me," she said. "What's your name?" "Luis," he said. "Luis, I'm going to move your hand," she said. "Okay." She checked for consent with a glance that somehow made it easy to give. She pressed two fingers to his side, very lightly. Ethan watched the way her hand settled, precise, delicate, then nodded to herself. "Not broken," she said. "Maybe bruised. You will live to terrify drivers another day." She looked up once, briefly, to survey the ring of people, and for an instant Ethan had the sensation of a searchlight moving across a dark field and landing on him, not threatening, accounting. He found himself straightened as if called by name. "Ambulance is on the way," someone announced, relief in the declaration. "I called." The woman in the black coat stood, brushed the knees of her trousers clean though they weren't dirty, and stepped back to give Luis air. As she did, a gust of wind took the corner of her coat and lifted it. Ethan's brain supplied an impossible shape for the shadow it threw. He blinked hard and saw what was actually there: fabric, movement. The cities need to make metaphors out of weather. She caught his look and, for the space of one breath, regarded him like someone appraising the size of a room. Then she turned and slipped away through the crowd, without touching anyone. When Ethan craned to see where she went, she was already gone. He stood a minute longer, listening to the siren draw closer. He felt like a camera that had just failed to record the one frame it was made for. At the studio, he painted until his shoulder hurt. He drew the woman in the coat from memory and then made the lines wrong on purpose, so she wouldn't look like a person he could find again. He went home early and cooked a sauce he didn't let burn. He laid the table and lit the thrift store candle that made the apartment smell faintly of cinnamon and faintly of something pretending it was cinnamon. Claire came in late, hair damp from the mist that had decided to be rain halfway through her walk, cheeks flushed from the wind. "There's a panel at school tomorrow," she said, shrugging off her coat, "on corporate compliance and community impact. If you want to hear how power flatters itself in complete sentences." He smiled. Tempting. "They booked a banker with a hero complex," she went on. "Supposed to be brilliant. The kind of brilliant that makes lawmakers send thank you notes for the privilege of being lied to in long words." "Name?" Ethan asked. She reached into her tote, pulled out a flyer, and scanned it. "Azazel Voss," she said. "City Trust." The name landed with a weight he couldn't name, like a coin dropped into a jar he hadn't realized he was filling. Outside, a car went by with a bass, so loud it rearranged the air. The candle flickered, then remembered itself. "You okay?" Claire asked. "Fine," he said. "Just great name." "Villain name," she said, amused. "You should come. It'll be a show." "Yeah," he said. He thought of the glass wall of a high office. He thought of a back-seat window rolling down by an inch and up again. "Maybe I will." They ate. They talked about everything except the things they were thinking about. After, they watched part of a movie that insisted a small town in France could save you if only you bought the right pastries. Claire fell asleep with her head on his shoulder. He watched the credits not because he cared about who had lit the scenes, but because he liked the quiet feeling of names scrolling past. It made the world look organized. When he carried her to bed, she woke enough to say, "Tomorrow will be normal." And he said, "Sure," because they were both old enough to know the power of a sentence you didn't believe. Morning came gray and honest. They took the train together, hid from the wind in the well of the station stairs, and split at the turnstiles with a promise to text. Claire went uptown to the panel. Ethan went downtown to the studio, and then, on a whim, he would later call curiosity and earlier call something else. He left early and cut across town to meet her. The law school auditorium was full of people who smelled faintly of ambition. Ethan slipped into a seat near the aisle and tried to look like a person who belonged in rooms where sentences wore suits. On stage, a moderator in a navy dress introduced the panelists with the measured excitement of someone selling a very responsible car. "And finally," she said, "Azazel Voss, President and Chair of City Trust Bank, here to speak about public-private partnerships and the role of financial institutions in building resilient communities." There was polite applause delivered at the correct volume. A man stood and walked the lectern. He was taller than the word banker implied, or perhaps just arranged more efficiently. His suit had the clean architecture of a building that expected to survive the next century. He smiled, and the room reacted in the smooth, small ways rooms react when they practice liking someone. "Good morning," Azazel said, and the microphone treated the words like an investment it expected to mature. "Thank you for inviting me." Ethan felt briefly the peculiar hush he associated with the alley, the one in which the city seemed to listen to itself. It passed as quickly as breath fog on glass. Azazel spoke about frameworks and partnerships, about the social contract and the necessity of trust in systems that needed more of it, not less. He used phrases like ethical liquidity and made them sound less ridiculous than they had a right to. He talked about the bank's initiatives, loans to small businesses, grants to nonprofits, a new wing at a hospital that would be named after someone who would never have to wait in its quiet, anxious lobby. It was a good performance, measured, persuasive, polished where it needed to be, and roughened at the edges with the appearance of candor. He told one story about growing up poor in a coastal town, where the docs taught him what risk felt like. He told another about a mentor who had taught him how to read a balance sheet, like a confession. He was funny once, self-effacing once, solemn 3 times. The solemnity wore well. Beside Ethan, Claire took notes she would later decipher into bones of an argument. Now and then she glanced at Ethan without turning her head. The small, animal check-in you make with someone who shares your weather. During the Q&A, a student asked a question about money that never arrived where it was supposed to. Azazel listened with the focus of a man accustomed to having people perform for him, and then made a gesture with his hand that deferred disagreement with an elegance that didn't feel like dismissal. When he finished answering, the moderator smiled the way people smile when they've been handed the version of the truth they can use. At the end, the applause had the sound of conclusion, trying to sound like consent. People lined up at the stage to shake hands, to be seen, to be remembered later in an email. Claire stayed in her seat, flipping through her notes. Ethan, against his better judgment, stood. He didn't intend to get close. He intended to look and leave. But the line carried him forward the way a current carries a swimmer who isn't paying attention to the shape of the river. He found himself 10 feet away, then 6. Azazel turned his head and, for an instant, looked directly at Ethan. There was nothing in the look you could measure. It was not a threat. It was not even interest. It was recognition of the simplest sort, of a person in a room full of people, delivered with such clarity that Ethan felt catalogued. Then the gaze moved on, like a beam of light crossing a shelf of labeled glass. "Mr. Voss," someone said, "your thoughts on shadow lending in informal economies?" Azazel smiled. "Sunlight is a useful disinfectant," he said, and the line laughed in relief at the disinfected metaphor. Ethan stepped out of line and back to Claire. She watched him come with her chin tilted in that way that meant she was adding 2 and 2 and getting 4-point-something. "Well," she asked. "Villain name fits," he said lightly. "Performance fits, too," she said. "I believe him twice and hated myself for it." They left the auditorium with the rest of the crowd. In the hall, a poster on the wall announced a charity gala 2 weeks out, black tie, proceeds to a community fund chaired by City Trust. Azazel's name appeared beside 3 different titles. Claire lifted her phone and took a photo of the poster. "You gonna crash it?" Ethan asked. "I'm gonna know where the money goes," she said, and put the phone away. Outside, the day had not decided whether to be rain. The city moved around them, indifferent to panels and promises. A bus exhaled. A vendor shouted prices without naming the thing being sold. A cyclist threaded a needle through traffic. He had no right to survive. Claire took Ethan's hand. "We're not crazy," she said, sudden and fierce, as if they'd just been accused. "We saw something, even if we don't know what language it speaks yet." He squeezed her fingers. "We'll learn it," he said, and believed himself for the space of a breath. Above them, on a floor high enough to be its own weather, a window mirrored the street and the 2 small figures moving through it. If anyone inside the building watched, they did not wave. The day went on, stacking its ordinary hours neatly, like bricks that might one day remember they were part of a wall. Chapter 2. The Man Above the City. Azazel Voss knew how to own a room without raising his voice. The conference hall inside the Midtown Hotel was built for excess. Crystal chandeliers dripping with light, carpets so thick they swallowed sound, walls padded in ivory fabric to mute any suggestion of dissent. 300 guests filled the seats, city officials, bankers, lawyers, and nonprofit leaders who had been invited to celebrate the future of community investment. They applauded politely when the mayor gave a speech that wandered through platitudes, and they leaned forward when Azazel finally took the stage. Tall, immaculately dressed in a black suit that caught light without reflecting it, Azazel placed both hands on the podium and let silence gather. His hair was dark, his features cut sharp as if designed for currency, and his eyes, gray metallic, were unreadable, yet impossible to ignore. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, voice smooth, even measured, "trust is the foundation of our city. Without it, bridges collapse, contracts dissolve, and communities fracture. My institution, City Trust Bank, was built on that principle. To invest in New York is to believe in it, and to believe in it is to ensure its future." The words were simple, but he delivered them with the weight of a man who had never once doubted the ground beneath his feet. People nodded, reassured, as if certainty itself were contagious. Azazel spoke of partnerships, resilience, opportunity. He promised investments in schools, loans to struggling businesses, a new scholarship fund for underprivileged youth. Every phrase was calculated to sound like generosity, but landed like conquest. When he smiled, the crowd relaxed. When his tone grew solemn, they held their breath. In the front row, a councilwoman whispered to a colleague, "He could run for office tomorrow and win." From the back of the room, a journalist scribbled notes, half in admiration, half in suspicion. There were rumors, of course. How City Trust had expanded too quickly, how its acquisitions blurred the line between finance and shadow money. But no proof. Not yet. When the speech ended, applause rose in waves. Azazel inclined his head slightly, a monarch acknowledging tribute, and stepped down from the podium. He moved through the crowd with the ease of someone accustomed to deference. Executives shook his hand. Politicians angled for a moment of eye contact. Non-profit directors rehearsed their gratitude. He listened to each with equal precision, as though he were engraving their words into stone. Yet when he left them, they couldn't remember exactly what they had said, only that they had meant it. Later that evening, in the penthouse office that crowned City Trust Tower, Azazel stood before a wall of glass. Manhattan stretched out beneath him in constellations of light, the avenues like rivers of gold. The city looked orderly from this height, manageable, as if chaos itself could be folded into obedience. His office was vast, minimalist, designed not to impress, but to intimidate with restraint. A single abstract painting hung above the desk, its lines sharp, slashing and somehow violent. A decanter of whiskey stood half full on the sideboard, untouched. Behind him, the boardroom table gleamed, still carrying the echoes of the meeting held an hour before. Reports had been delivered, profits celebrated, strategies aligned. None of it had surprised him. None of it ever did. A knock at the door. His assistant, a thin man with glasses and a nervous smile, entered with a folder. "Mr. Voss, the quarterly projections are here. Also, there was a matter in Brooklyn, a disturbance. Our contacts say the police responded but found nothing." Azazel did not turn. "Then there is nothing." The assistant hesitated. Should we investigate further? At that, Azazel glanced over his shoulder. The look was brief, but it hollowed the man's lungs. "No." "Yes, sir." The assistant withdrew, closing the door softly behind him. Alone again, Azazel lifted a glass of whiskey, held it against the skyline, and studied how the liquid bent the light. He did not drink. He rarely needed to. From the street below came the faint siren of an ambulance, distant, inconsequential. Azazel smiled faintly, as though reminded of a private joke. That same night in Brooklyn, Ethan sat at his desk, flipping his sketchbook open to the page where he had drawn the figure in the alley. Black coat, blurred face, lines that refused to stay still. He shaded the background darker until the paper seemed ready to tear. Claire leaned against the window, staring out at the street. A black sedan idled again at the curb, headlights dim, engine low. It had been there too often in the last 3 days. When she blinked, it was gone. "Ethan," she said softly. "Yeah." "Do you ever feel like someone's watching us?" He set his pencil down. "Lately?" "Yeah." She didn't answer. Neither of them moved. Outside, the city carried on with its noise, pretending not to notice. And high above, in his glass tower, Azazel Voss looked down on them all, his eyes reflecting the city lights as though they were already his. Chapter 3. Whispers in the alleyways. Brooklyn breathed differently at night. In daylighted streets were a shuffle of students, mothers pushing strollers, food trucks hissing steam into the cold air. But after dark, corners changed ownership. Doorways had deals, and voices dropped into registers meant only for those who already belonged. Ethan and Claire had learned to move quickly through certain blocks, but lately the tension was everywhere. Sirens echoed too often. Arguments cracked the air like bottles breaking. And some nights, though neither of them admitted it out loud, the atmosphere carried the same pressure they felt in the alley, a hush before thunder. That Tuesday, Claire was late leaving the clinic. A volunteer had gone home sick, and she had stayed to finish intake forms. By the time she closed her notebook and stepped out, the streets were slick from a half-hearted rain, reflecting lights into fractured mosaics. She cut down an alley to save time. Normally, she avoided it. Shortcuts in this city were seldom gifts, but exhaustion made her gamble. Halfway through, she realized she wasn't alone. Two men stood in the shadow of a loading dock, one broad-shouldered, the other wiry. Their voices carried, low and sharp. "Shipment came late," the wiry one said. "Boss doesn't like late." "Then maybe the boss should do it himself," the other muttered. The wiry man laughed, a short, jagged sound. "Careful. People who say that don't stay people for long." Claire froze, her breath caught. She knew enough about street politics to keep walking without looking. But something in their tone rooted her to the spot. The broad man shifted, irritated. "Fine. I'll fix it tomorrow." "No," the wiry one said. His voice changed, harder, deeper, like stone grinding on stone. "You'll fix it now." The next moment was wrong. Claire couldn't have explained why, only that the man's shadow on the wall stretched too far, bending upward as if it didn't belong to him. The broad man stiffened, his protest dying in his throat. For a heartbeat, the air itself seemed to constrict. Claire stumbled backward, her shoe scraping the wet pavement. The sound snapped both men's heads around. The wiry one's eyes gleamed pale in the half-light, catching her like twin reflections. Then he smiled. It wasn't kind. "Lost, sweetheart?" he asked. Claire's legs moved before her mind agreed. She ran, heart pounding, until she burst onto the next street, gasping under the indifferent glow of a street lamp. By the time she dared to glance behind, the alley was empty. She didn't tell Ethan when she got home. He was hunched over his sketchbook, pages scattered around him like fallen leaves. His newest drawing showed a skyline fractured by shadows. In the corner, he had outlined a sedan, windows black, parked beneath their building. "You're obsessed?" Claire said, trying for casual. Ethan didn't look up. Maybe obsession's the only way to see straight in this city. The following evening, Ethan met Gabriel at a bar in Williamsburg. It was one of those half-legal places tucked under the tracks, with exposed brick and music too low for its patrons to seem real. The kind of bar where you didn't ask how anyone paid for their drinks. Gabriel was already two in, waving a cigarette for punctuation. Whole neighborhoods changing, man. Not gentrification. Something else. Feels territorial. Territorial how? Ethan asked, like someone planted a flag and didn't tell us. The gangs are quiet in the wrong way. Too organized. Nobody makes money when it's that quiet unless someone bigger is pulling the strings. Ethan frowned. "You think Azazel?" Gabriel raised his glass. "Who else?" City Trust owns half the block already. The other half answers to people we don't see. Ethan drank without replying. The name made his skin prickle, though he couldn't explain why. As they left the bar near midnight, a commotion flared across the street. Two men were fighting outside a club, their movements too fast, too sharp. One threw the other against a wall, with a force that cracked brick. The crowd gasped, phones rose to record, but in an instant, both men were gone. No running, no scattering. Just gone. The wall bore no crack. The alley lay empty. Gabriel blinked. "Did you see?" "No," Ethan said quickly. "Nothing." But later, alone in his apartment, he drew the shape of a man mid-fall, suspended in air that should not have held him. Meanwhile, Azazel's empire pulsed unseen. In his glass office, he signed a new deal with construction firm, money washed clean through foundations and nonprofits. At a gala that weekend, he shook hands with senators and artists alike, his charm indistinguishable from sincerity. To the public, he was a visionary. To the city's undercurrent, he was something else entirely. And in the alleys, whispers grew about men who fought like shadows, about debts that vanished along with their debtors, about a power rising that was not content to stay hidden. Chapter 4. The Watchers. The first time Claire noticed a man in the gray coat, she told herself it was coincidence. He was leaning against a railing at the subway entrance on Fulton, reading a folded newspaper as if the world had not digitized itself years ago. He didn't look at her, not directly, but when she glanced back after passing, she could swear his head tilted a fraction, like someone acknowledging a detail in a painting others would have missed. 2 days later, She saw him again near the law school. This time he was sitting on a bench, the same newspaper in hand, his face hidden in shadow. She might have dismissed it if not for the way the pigeons avoided his feet, circling wide as if giving him a reverence he hadn't asked for. Claire said nothing to Ethan. They had both become experts at silence lately. Ethan's unease found form one evening in the studio. He had stayed late, the last of the cohort to leave. The room smelled of turpentine and wet paint, canvases leaning like tired shoulders against the walls. He packed his brushes, slung his bag over one shoulder, and stepped out onto the street. Across the intersection, under the yellow wash of a street lamp, a woman stood. Her coat was long, dark, ordinary, but her stillness wasn't. She wasn't waiting for a cab, or scrolling through a phone, or glancing at the time. She was simply present, like a landmark the city had always built around. When Ethan crossed, she watched him, not with curiosity, but with a patience that unsettled him more. He felt seen in a way that didn't allow for disguise. "Lost something?" she asked as he passed. Her voice was low, steady, the kind that could calm or command depending on the word that followed. He shook his head. "No, you will," she said, and then turned away, vanishing into a flow of pedestrians. Ethan walked home with his pulse climbing. When he opened his sketchbook that night, he found his hand sketching her profile without effort, every line crisp as if already memorized. That weekend, Claire convinced Ethan to join her at the farmer's market near Union Square. It was crowded, alive with vendors shouting prices, children darting between stalls, musicians testing chords for coins. The chaos should have comforted them. It almost did. Then Claire saw him again, the man in the gray coat. He was 3 stalls away, buying apples, his newspaper tucked under one arm. When her eyes caught his, he gave the slightest nod, an acknowledgement too intimate for strangers. "Don't look," she whispered to Ethan. "Too late," he muttered. The man turned and walked into the crowd, vanishing as smoothly as a page turned in a book. They stood frozen until the noise of the market filled the silence he left behind. That night, in a bar not meant for tourists, the man in the gray coat sat across from the woman Ethan had seen outside the studio. They did not order drinks. They did not need to. "He's drawing again," the woman said. "And she's questioning," the man replied. His newspaper lay on the counter, untouched, a prop. "They've seen enough to doubt the surface." "Not enough to know," she said. "They will." The man closed the paper and slid it aside. His eyes carried an old light, one not borrowed from the bar's dim lamps. They always do. Meanwhile, in the highest office of City Trust, Azazel signed another contract. His hand moved with effortless authority, each stroke of ink like a seal pressed into history. "Shall we notify the mayor's office?" his assistant asked. Azazel smiled faintly. "They'll know soon enough." Below, the city turned restlessly in its sleep. Shadows deepened where they should not. Street lamps flickered for reasons electricians would never find. And somewhere between the alleys and the towers, Ethan and Claire were already being counted, by those who sought to protect them, and by one who planned to claim them. Chapter 5. The Stranger's Warning. The subway was half empty, the kind of late hour when the city seemed to fold into itself. Ethan sat slouched in the corner of the car, sketchbook balanced on his knees, lines taking shape almost without his consent. Claire leaned against him, earbuds in, her head tipped onto his shoulder. They hadn't spoken much since the market incident. Silence felt safer than questions neither of them wanted to answer. When the train screeched into Canal Street, 3 men boarded. They moved with the confidence of people who didn't have to prove they belonged. One sat across, spreading his legs wide, tapping something restless against his thigh. The second stood near the door, scanning faces without really seeing them. The third, wiry and jittering with a strange energy, noticed Ethan's sketchbook. "What you got there?" he asked. His voice was too casual, like a coin flipped too many times. Ethan closed the book halfway. "Nothing." The wiry man grinned. "Nothing looks like something." He leaned forward, squinting. "Draw me, artist." Claire straightened, pulling out one earbud. "He's tired," she said sharply. The man's grin sharpened. "That's so." His hand brushed his jacket, and Ethan caught the glint of blade's handle tucked in the waistband. The tension cracked like ice underweight. The car had only a handful of passengers. None of them moved. Everyone had learned the city's rule. Don't interfere. Then, at the far end of the car, a man folded his newspaper. He was tall, gray coat draped neatly, his presence so unremarkable it was almost conspicuous. He rose and walked the length of the car with calm steps, not hurried, not hesitant. His gaze met the wiry man's with a weight that made the smile falter. "Sit down," the man in the gray coat said softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried like gravity. The wiry one sneered. "Mind your—" He stopped mid-sentence. The knife, half pulled, trembled in his hand as if reluctant. His companion shifted, restless, uncertain. The gray-coated stranger stepped closer. "Not tonight," he said. "Find another corner to poison." For a moment the air in the subway car grew dense, as if the tunnel itself leaned closer. Ethan felt his lungs tighten. Claire clutched his arm, eyes wide. The wiry man's bravado cracked. He shoved the blade back into his belt and muttered something unintelligible. At the next stop, all three men pushed off the car, their swagger broken, leaving the door hissing shut behind them. The car breathed again. Conversations resumed in nervous fragments. The stranger turned to Ethan and Claire. His expression softened, though his eyes carried a depth that unsettled Ethan more than the threat had. "You shouldn't ride this line so late," he said. "We live here," Claire replied, defensive. "Then you'll need to learn which shadows are yours," the man answered. He glanced at Ethan's sketchbook. "And which ones aren't?" Ethan swallowed. "Who are you?" The stranger's mouth curved in something almost like a smile, though it carried no humor. "Someone who remembers." The train lurched, lights flickering once, and when Ethan looked back, the man was already stepping out onto the platform, newspaper under his arm. He didn't look back. Claire let out a shaky breath. "Okay," she whispered. "That was weird." "Yeah," Ethan said. He stared at the blank page in his sketchbook. His pencil moved almost its own will, sketching the gray coat, the steady gaze, the way the knife hand had faltered. He shaded the figure darker than he meant to, as if the page itself insisted. Later that night, Gabriel, though neither Ethan nor Claire knew his name, walked the streets above. He passed unnoticed. Just another coat in the crowd, just another man who left no reflection in the puddles. He had seen what he needed. The couple was marked, already drawn into the orbit of something larger, and the shadows around them were not waiting idly. He paused at a corner, lifting his gaze to the skyline where City Trust Tower loomed like a blade above the city. His jaw tightened, not in fear, but in recognition. The war had already begun. Chapter 6. King of the Night. The alley that led to the club didn't appear on any map. By day it was a service road lined with dumpsters and graffiti, the kind of place cab drivers refused to turn into after dark. But when the sun sank behind the skyline and the meatpacking district pulsed awake, the alley transformed. A single red bulb above a steel door began to glow faintly, like a warning or an invitation, and the city's hidden royalty arrived in cars with tinted windows and drivers who never spoke. The line outside wasn't long, but it was precise. Faces chosen, curated. Women with cheekbones sharpened by contour and hunger. Men whose suits whispered Seville Row under the bass throb of the city. Perfume and cologne hung in the air, mixing into a haze more intoxicating than the liquor that waited inside. A pair of Eastern European bodyguards checked IDs and scanned wrists as if they could feel guilt through skin. Cash changed hands quickly, folded like contraband, and disappeared into pockets that would never be searched. When the door opened, sound spilled out, a vibration rather than music at first, a pulse that settled in the chest and demanded surrender. The interior swallowed light. Red strobe slid across sweat-slick faces and turned everything human into something mythic. The club was built like a cathedral for sins. Ceilings impossibly high, steel beams exposed like ribs, walls coated in mirrors that reflected fragments of movement until no one knew which body belonged to which partner. At the center, a dance floor heaved with bodies, strangers colliding with strangers, every touch bartered as if it meant absolution. The bar stretched nearly the length of the room, polished obsidian under strips of crimson LED. Bartenders in black vests moved with machine precision, pouring liquor into crystal glasses, not the cheap tumblers found in the city's other night haunts. Behind them, shelves glowed with bottles imported from places patrons would never visit. Vodka smooth as mercury, brandy aged longer than most marriages, wines once reserved for monarchs. Above it all, raised on a platform that overlooked the chaos, sat Asmodeus. He was not dressed like the crowd, where the men below him wore armor disguised as bespoke tailoring. He chose a silk shirt unbuttoned just enough to suggest that rules bent around him. The fabric shimmered with each flicker of red light, clinging to his frame as though reluctant to let go. His trousers were perfectly cut, narrow at the ankle, his shoes polished obsidian that reflected nothing. His face was carved into sharp angles, the kind that might have been sculpted by ambition itself. High cheekbones, a strong jaw, lips curved in a smile that never warmed. But it was his eyes that claimed the room. They were not simply dark or light. They were shifting, restless, like embers under ash. When they caught the strobes, they flashed with a pale fire that seemed less like reflection and more like revelation. He didn't move much. He didn't have to. A flick of his hand brought servers scurrying. A tilt of his chin redirected the bodyguards. People orbited him without realizing. Laughter pitched louder in his direction, whispers bending like branches toward the sun. A newcomer walked in, a hedge fund prodigy barely 30, face smooth with arrogance, suit too crisp for the sweat he would soon wear. His eyes darted wide, trying to drink in everything at once. He headed to the bar, ordered a drink he mispronounced, and when it arrived, he turned too quickly, spilling a ribbon of liquor across his sleeve. The man cursed softly, embarrassed. A woman nearby, dressed gold and cut to scandal, laughed lightly, but her gaze flicked up the platform. Even in a room that demanded attention, every eye eventually found its way to Asmodeus. The hedge fund prodigy followed their stare, and when his eyes met Asmodeus's, he froze. Not because Asmodeus had glared, not because he had frowned, but because Asmodeus had smiled at him. Just that, a small curve of the lips that carried promise and threat at once. The young man raised his glass awkwardly, like a subject saluting a king. Asmodeus inclined his head, granting an invisible blessing. The woman in gold touched the young man's arm. Suddenly, he was no longer embarrassed. He was chosen. At the foot of the platform, two men approached. Street hustlers dressed up for the occasion, their cheap blazers tight at the seams. One's jaw worked nervously. The other carried defiance in his shoulders. "You're late," Asmodeus said. His voice was velvet dragged over steel, soft enough to make people lean closer, sharp enough to cut when it landed. "Traffic," the defiant one said. Asmodeus's smile widened a fraction. "Traffic," he repeated, as though testing the weight of the word. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "Do you think traffic excuses disrespect?" The nervous one shook his head so hard sweat flicked from his temples. "No, sir, never." The defiant one tried to stand taller. "We brought the package. That's what matters." Asmodeus's eyes glinted. For a moment, the air around the platform seemed denser, as if the crowd itself leaned away. The defiant man faltered. His breath caught, his bravado draining like spilled liquor. "You brought it late," Asmodeus said softly, "which means you brought me doubt." He rose smoothly and the room stilled. Even the music seemed to dip. He placed a hand lightly on the man's shoulder, fingers cool, steady. "There will not be doubt again." The hustler trembled. His eyes watered though no pain had been inflicted. "Why, yes, sir," he stammered. "Good," Asmodeus whispered, leaning closer. His breath brushed the man's ear. "Because next time, you won't be able to ask forgiveness." He released him, and the man nearly collapsed, dragging his partner with him. They vanished into the crowd, pale and shaking. Asmodeus returned to his seat, lifting a glass that had appeared without anyone seeing who placed it. He sipped, and satisfaction spread across his face like smoke. At the bar, the hedge fund prodigy whispered to the woman in gold. He had already forgotten the shame of his spilled drink. He was telling her about his portfolio, about leverage, about things he thought made him powerful. She smiled indulgently, but her eyes were fixed on the platform. She wasn't here for him. No one was. They were all here for the man above the city. Across town, Ethan and Claire sat in their small kitchen, eating noodles from paper cartons. The hum of the fridge filled the silence between them. "Do you ever feel," Claire said, pushing a piece of broccoli with her chopsticks, "like the city is tightening?" Ethan looked up, startled. "Tightening how?" "Like everything's moving toward something," she said. She didn't tell him about the alley, about the wiry man's shadow stretching too long, or about the gray-coated stranger on the train. Some things felt heavier when spoken. Ethan almost confessed about the drawing he had started. A sketch of a club he had never seen, walls dripping with red light, a figure above it all like a king without a crown. Instead, he shrugged. Maybe it's just us. But deep down, he knew the city was holding its breath. And somewhere in the red-lit heart of the night, a fallen prince was already writing their names in his ledger. Chapter 7. The corridor glass. The bank smelled like polished marble and expensive silence. Ethan hated it on sight. The ceilings arched higher than any need required. The walls gleamed with imported stone, and every sound, footsteps, murmured conversations, the shuffle of papers, was muffled as if the building itself disapproved of human noise. Claire didn't seem as intimidated. She carried the folder of documents with the kind of calm that had gotten her through oral exams, and her jaw was set with quiet determination. "We're not asking for a miracle," she whispered as they stepped into the atrium. "We're asking for a mortgage." Ethan smirked. "Same thing here." A receptionist in a tailored gray suit greeted them with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Appointments?" "Yes," Claire said crisply, sliding the folder across the counter. "Harris and Hale. 10:30 with Mr. Weiss, loan officer." The receptionist nodded, tapping on her screen. "Please have a seat. He'll be with you shortly." They settled into the leather chairs of the waiting area, dwarfed by a glass wall that looked out onto midtown traffic. Ethan pretended to read one of the glossy brochures, Building Futures Together, while Claire reviewed their notes again. "I still think we should have waited a year," Ethan muttered. "We can't afford another year of rent increases," Claire said, "and I'm tired of living in a shoebox." He leaned back, staring at the chandelier overhead. "Yeah, I just don't like owing people." Before Claire could reply, the air in the atrium shifted. It was subtle at first, an almost imperceptible tightening, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the air holds too much electricity. Conversations dipped, not to silence, but to something expectant. Even the receptionist straightened unconsciously. From the far corridor, a figure approached. Azazel Voss. He didn't hurry. He didn't need to. Two men flanked him, bodyguards in dark suits, moving with the efficient menace of shadows given muscle. Azazel's suit was charcoal, cut so cleanly it could have been architecture. His tie was black silk, understated, a ribbon of darkness. He walked as though the bank were his bloodstream, and every person inside a cell performing its function. When he passed, heads turned. Executives who had been mid-conversation paused mid-sentence. Clients straightened their posture, unsure why. Even the security guards at the far end of the hall subtly adjusted their stance. Ethan felt Claire stiffen beside him. For reasons he couldn't name, his sketchbook hand twitched, phantom lines forming in his mind. Shoulders squared. Stride unhurried, eyes like steel behind glass. Azazel's gaze swept the room, without seeming to. Then it stopped. On them, just for a second. It wasn't a glare nor curiosity. It was something heavier. Recognition. Ethan's chest tightened, though he had never met the man before. Claire swallowed, shifting under the weight of that brief attention. Azazel's eyes lingered as if cataloging, as if measuring a signature invisible to anyone else. Then, with the faintest curve of a smile, he moved on, bodyguards matching his pace, the air loosening in his wake. The atrium breathed again. Conversations resumed. Papers shuffled. A phone rang. Claire exhaled slowly. "What was that?" she whispered. "No idea," Ethan muttered, though his mind replayed the moment with obsessive clarity. Upstairs, in the glass-walled office that overlooked the atrium, Azazel poured himself a glass of water. He didn't drink it. He stood by the window, looking down at the waiting area where the two young people now sat nervously flipping through their documents. His smile was faint, unreadable. He had felt it, not in them exactly, but around them. A residue, a trace. Something not of this world that clung to their edges like light refracted through crystal. He had known that energy once, long ago, in a place the city could never imagine. Gabriel. The name brushed the edge of his thoughts, though he didn't speak it aloud. If Gabriel had touched them, even briefly, then the rumors were true. They had come. The Watchers, the faithful, the opposition. Azazel's hand tightened around the glass. For a moment, the water trembled as if disturbed by an unseen vibration. He set it down carefully. The game had shifted. The young couple didn't know it yet. They couldn't, but they had already been marked, not by choice, not by action, simply by proximity. And Azazel, unlike the rest of the mortals milling in his bank, knew what that meant. He watched them a moment longer, then turned back to the cityscape sprawling beneath his window. Manhattan glittered like an altar waiting for its god, and Azazel intended to be the only one left standing at its top. Chapter 8. Blood in the concrete. The lot beneath the expressway stank of oil and rain-soaked concrete. Rust streaked the pillars that held the highway above, their steel ribs scarred by years of neglect. Neon glow from a distant billboard pulsed faintly against the slick pavement, its reflection broken into jagged shards by puddles. Two vans faced each other across the cracked asphalt. Their headlights cut tunnels through the mist, illuminating the figures gathered between them. One van held crates, unmarked, heavy, the kind every cop in the city pretended not to notice when the paperwork vanished from the docks. The other carried duffels stuffed with cash, bundled so thick the zippers strained against them. Belial stood at the center of the exchange. He dwarfed the others, not only in height, but in presence. His shoulders stretched the seams of a navy suit too cheap for his frame, bought not for style, but a signal that he didn't care what it cost. His face was thick-jawed, broad nose, the features of a man carved out of stone. His slick-back hair shone under the headlights, and when he smiled, his teeth gleamed white and too sharp, like a predator that had learned to mimic charm. The men around him shifted uneasily. They were armed, some with pistols tucked in waistbands, others gripping batons, but none dared stand too close. "Count it," Belial said, voice low but cutting through the hiss of rain. One gangster crouched by the duffel and unzipped it, the scent of ink, paper, and sweat rising with the stacks of bills. His fingers trembled as he shuffled through, licking his thumb nervously, glancing up every few seconds as if Belial might devour him for counting too slowly. Another man, younger, with sharp cheekbones and a cheap leather jacket, shifted restlessly. His sneakers squeaked against wet pavement. "This wasn't the price we agreed," he muttered. The air thickened. Belial turned his head slowly, the smile still carved into his mouth. "What did you say?" The young man swallowed. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously, but he forced bravado. "The cut is he," Mr. Voss said. Belial's eyes narrowed. The smile became something feral. "You dare speak his name here?" The boy tried to backtrack, stammering, "I just meant the arrangement." Belial moved, too fast for his size, too sudden for the human eye to follow. One moment he stood yards away. The next his thick hand clamped the boy's jaw, tilting his head upward. The headlights caught the boy's wide, terrified eyes. "You think the city bends your bargains?" Belial whispered. The words were almost gentle, but the sound cracked across the lot like the snap of dry bone. "It bends to ours." There was a sharp, sickening sound, like a twig underfoot. The boy's body dropped bonelessly to the pavement. The others froze, rooted in fear, staring at the lifeless shape sprawled across rain-streaked asphalt. Belial released him without a second glance, brushing his palm against his suit as though wiping off dust. He turned toward the others, his broad silhouette cutting against the glow of the headlights. "Finish the exchange," he said, voice calm again, almost bored. "And remember, this city is not yours. It is ours." The men obeyed instantly. No one argued. No one ever did. Far above the streets, at the crown of City Trust Tower, the world was different. The boardroom stretched like an altar across the top floor, all glass and obsidian. Walls of floor-to-ceiling windows offer Manhattan laid bare beneath, glittering with 1,000 restless lights. From here, the city looked orderly, tamed, its chaos reduced to geometry and glow. The table was long, carved from black stone polished so smoothly it reflected faces like a mirror. Leather chairs surrounded it, high-backed, heavy, the kind designed to remind men of their weight in the world. At the head sat Azazel. He was a figure meant for such a room, tall, lean, immaculate. His suit was charcoal gray, tailored with surgical precision, his tie silk the color of midnight. A silver tie pin caught the faintest gleam of the city lights, the only ornament he allowed. His face was ageless in sharpness. Cheekbones cut high, jaw clean, lips curved in a smile that never betrayed amusement. His hair, dark and perfectly groomed, framed eyes like tempered steel. Around the table sat his lieutenants. Belial, still smelling faintly of gasoline and rain, jaw set in brute satisfaction. Asmodeus, a vision of silk decadence, his shirt open at the collar, a glass of red wine cradled in long fingers. Lilith, draped in crimson that shimmered with each subtle move, her smile carrying both seduction and threat. The room was dim. The skyline behind them cast more light than the lamps within, so their faces were lit like figures in a painting, half in shadow, half in fire. Azazel placed his hands flat on the table. His fingers were long, elegant, the gesture deceptively calm. He spoke without raising his voice. I felt it. The words dropped into the silence like stones into still water. Ripples moved around the table. Asmodeus tilted his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. Felt what? Something that doesn't belong to us, Azazel replied. His gaze swept the faces of his lieutenants. Old energy. Familiar. Lilith leaned forward, red silk whispering against leather. Whose? Azazel let the pause stretch until the room tensed. Then he said it. Gabriel. The name rang with weight, heavy enough that even the glass table seemed to shiver. Belial's jaw tightened, his knuckles whitening against the chair's arm. You're certain? Azazel's lips curved faintly, without warmth. When have I ever spoken without certainty? No one answered. He rose slowly, the city lights painting his outline like a crown of fire. The faithful have come. They walk the city in flesh. And worse, his eyes narrowed. They have touched humans. 2 of them, a boy and a girl. Asmodeus arched an eyebrow, swirling his glass lazily. Mortals, Azazel said again, his tone sharper, but no longer invisible. They carry his residue, his light. I felt it when I saw them. Lilith's smile curved into something predatory. Then let us erase them. Not yet. Azazel's voice cut like glass. We will watch. We will learn why Gabriel touched them. If they are bait, we will not bite. If they are pawns, we will turn them. Belial growled low in his throat. And if they become more? Azazel's gaze hardened, his eyes catching the reflection of lightning that flickered beyond the tower, though the sky above Manhattan was clear. Then we break them before they understand what they are. The room held its breath. Outside, thunder rolled faintly across the city, though no storm had been forecast. Azazel sank back into his chair, every motion deliberate. His lieutenants lowered their eyes, some in obedience, some in hunger, all in acknowledgement. The war had not yet begun, but the city already trembled beneath its weight. Chapter 9. Shadows on the ordinary. The morning began like any other, but even ordinary mornings in New York carried a hum, as if the city itself whispered beneath the noise. Ethan woke to the sound of a delivery truck downshifting on their block, brakes squealing like metal in pain. Gray light filtered through blinds that didn't quite close, drawing uneven stripes across the room. Claire was already up, dressed in a blazer that made her look older than 24, her hair tied back with precision that mirrored her mood. She was at the small kitchen table, laptop open, paper spread in a fan around her coffee mug. Morning, Ethan muttered, rubbing sleep from his eyes. You forgot to set the alarm again, she said without looking up. Art doesn't run on alarms, he answered, voice dry. She smirked faintly, then scribbled a note in the margin of her brief. He stood behind her, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder, and scanned the rows of text that looked more like incantations than legal arguments. "You're going to win the case before you even graduate," he said. "Not if I keep zoning out," she replied, tapping the page. "I've reread this paragraph 5 times, and it still doesn't make sense." "Maybe it's not supposed to," Ethan said, brushing a kiss against her cheek. "Maybe the law is just performance art." Claire laughed softly, but her shoulders didn't relax. She closed the laptop with a decisive click. "Come with me today. After class. We'll walk uptown. Clear our heads." Ethan hesitated. "Gallery's got critique." "Skip it," she said, turning to face him. "You need air as much as I do." Her eyes held his with an intensity that made refusal impossible. He nodded. The subway was crowded that morning. Shoulder to shoulder, the press of bodies amplified by the heat-trapped underground. The air smelled of sweat, newspaper ink, and too much perfume. Ethan sketched in his head, while Claire leaned against the pole, earbuds in, mouthing lines from her notes. Across from them, a man in a navy coat stared openly. His face was lined, his jaw unshaven, eyes a pale gray that seemed almost luminous under the fluorescent light. When Ethan met his gaze, the man didn't look away. Instead, he smiled, a thin, knowing curve of lips, and tipped an invisible hat. The train jolted into the next station. When the doors opened, the man slipped out into the crowd. Claire hadn't noticed. "You okay?" she asked when she saw Ethan's expression. "Fine," he lied. But the image stayed with him. Eyes too sharp, smile too deliberate. At the university, Claire buried herself in lectures while Ethan wandered the studio halls. The smell of turpentine and coffee clung to the air. He paused at a bulletin board plastered with flyers, gallery openings, political protests, tutoring ads with tabs ripped off. Someone had scrawled in black marker across the center, "The city eats what it breeds." He traced the words with his eyes, unsettled by the violence in the handwriting. In the studio, he sat before a blank canvas, brush idle in his hand. The window framed a slice of skyline, rooftops, fire escapes, a billboard advertising perfume with an angel's face painted in glowing silver. He tried to focus on color, on form, but every stroke bent toward shadow. When he stepped back, the figure on his canvas wasn't a perfume angel but something darker. Wings hinted at in jagged strokes, eyes voids of charcoal. He stared, chest tightening. He hadn't meant to paint that. That afternoon, he met Claire outside the law school. The wind had picked up, scattering yellow leaves across the stone steps. Students hurried by in coats and scarves, faces flushed with deadlines and ambition. Claire slipped her hand into his, the gesture grounding, and together they walked uptown. Fifth Avenue stretched wide and arrogant, lined with shops glittering like cages of light. They stopped at a cafe with windows fogged from the steam of espresso machines. Inside, the crowd was a collage of businessmen in pinstripes, tourists clutching paper bags, students hunched over laptops. They found a table near the window. Ethan sketched the barista's restless movements while Claire sipped her coffee, eyes distant. "Do you ever think," she said suddenly, "that we're being noticed?" Ethan set his pencil down. "Noticed by who? I don't know. Not professors. Not neighbors. Something else. Like when you walk into a room and everyone's already decided what role you're playing." He studied her face, the small crease between her brows, the way her eyes searched the air as though words hung there. "I thought it was just me," he admitted. Before she could answer, the cafe's door swung open. A gust of cold air swept in with a tall man in a charcoal overcoat. He moved with unhurried certainty, scanning the room as if measuring it. His gaze brushed over Ethan and Claire for the briefest instant, and Ethan felt his stomach drop, the same way it had in the bank. But the man wasn't Azazel. His features were younger, sharper, handsome in a way that felt manufactured. He ordered at the counter, voice smooth, and the barista reacted with a flustered smile, though his tone carried no warmth. When he left, the cafe seemed lighter, as if a pressure had lifted. Claire leaned close. "You felt that too?" Ethan nodded. Neither spoke the word forming in both their minds. That night, back in their apartment, Claire graded notes while Ethan sat on the fire escape, sketchbook on his lap. The city sprawled beneath, restless and unrepentant. He tried to draw the skyline, but every line bent toward figures in motion. Shadows slipping between shadows, eyes glowing faintly, wings hidden in smoke. He shut the book with a snap. Inside, Claire looked up. "What is it?" "Nothing," he said, but his voice betrayed him. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the room. Then the radiator clanged to life, pipes knocking like an old heartbeat, pulling them back into the ordinary. But the ordinary no longer held. Far above, in his tower, Azazel stood before the glass wall, watching the city. His reflection merged with the lights outside, a king and his kingdom made one. He thought again of the boy and girl. The trace of Gabriel clung to them still, faint but undeniable. They were becoming something more than pawns. Azazel's lips curved into a smile sharp as broken glass. Soon, he told himself. Very soon. Chapter 10. The Alley of Echoes. The city never truly slept, but it had hours when it pretended. Midnight was one of them. Times Square still blazed in neon, the avenues still pulsed with taxis, but step just one block away, into the thin veins between streets, and New York changed. The alley smelled of rot and rain, its walls dripping with condensation from pipes that hissed softly in the dark. Trash bags slump against chain-link fences, and graffiti curled like hieroglyphs where no one cared to paint over them. A single street lamp flickered overhead, buzzing like a dying insect. Claire regretted taking the shortcut the moment they turned in. "This is stupid," she whispered, gripping Ethan's arm. "We'll be fine," Ethan said, though his own voice lacked conviction. "It's quicker." They were halfway through when a shadow detached from the wall ahead. A man stepped forward, tall, narrow-faced, dressed in a dark coat that hung too long, its hem stained with city filth. His eyes gleamed faintly under the weak light, pale and cold, and his smile carried something cruel. Well, he drawled, blocking their path. "Late night stroll? Not safe out here." Ethan froze. Claire's grip tightened. "We don't want trouble," Ethan said carefully. The man chuckled. "Everyone says that. Trouble doesn't ask what you want." He stepped closer, the street lamp flickering as though it feared his presence. "You've been noticed," he continued. His voice carried an edge, soft but dangerous. Two nobodies suddenly sitting in rooms where they don't belong, running into faces they shouldn't see. "Tell me." He tilted his head, eyes locking on Ethan's. "What did he say to you?" Ethan frowned. "Who?" The one in gray. The man hissed. His composure cracked, anger flaring like heat from asphalt. "The one who carries light. Don't lie. I can smell him on you." Claire's stomach dropped. She took a step back, pulling Ethan with her. "We don't know what you're talking about." The man's grin widened, showing teeth too sharp in the half-dark. He raised a hand, and for a moment Ethan swore the shadows bent toward his palm, like smoke answering the flame. "Then I'll make you remember." The sound came first, a whisper, a rush, like fabric torn by wind. Then a presence filled the alley. From behind them, another figure stepped into view. She was tall, her frame lean but unyielding, clothed in a simple coat of deep green that seemed to drink the dim light. Her steps were measured, carrying an assurance that made the narrow alley seem too small for her. The flickering lamp steadied, as though reluctant to misbehave under her gaze. Her hair was dark, falling to her shoulders in smooth waves, but under the weak glow bronze strands shimmered like metal threads woven into silk. Her face was austere, shaped by high cheekbones and lips that pressed into composure rather than smile, a beauty that carried strength more than softness. Her skin was pale with a faint golden undertone, as though it remembered sunlight no one else could see. But it was her eyes that held them. Gray, yes, but not dull, alive, metallic, shifting with sparks of gold that pulsed like embers under ash. They didn't just look at you. They looked through you, into marrow, into thought, weighing, measuring. Ethan's breath caught. Claire's nails dug into his hand. The man in the dark coat stiffened, his confidence faltering. "You," he spat. Ariel's gaze didn't waver. Her voice, when she spoke, was calm, but it rang through the alley like a note struck on glass. "Step away from them." The man sneered, though unease crept into his features. Always meddling, always protecting the cattle. Ariel moved forward, slow, deliberate. The air around her shifted, clearing, as if the alley itself exhaled after holding its breath too long. "They are not yours to touch," she said. Ethan stood frozen, heart pounding, Claire clutching his hand so tightly it hurt. The man snarled, shadows quivering at his feet. "You can't shield them forever. Azazel knows. He feels it." Ariel's eyes hardened, sparks flashing in their depths. "Then let him come himself." The man faltered. For a second, the confidence drained from his expression, replaced by something Ethan recognized all too well: fear. Then, with a hiss like steam escaping, the figure retreated. His form seemed to blur, his steps fading faster than natural, until he vanished into the darkness at the far end of the alley. Silence settled. The lamp above steadied, its flicker gone. Ariel turned to them. Her gaze softened slightly, but her eyes still held that unnatural depth, like someone who had walked centuries and carried each one in memory. "You need to be careful," she said quietly. "They've marked you." Claire found her voice first, shaky. Who are you?" Ariel regarded them for a long moment, then lay Skos la testa. "Someone who stands between what hunts you and what you have yet to see." Ethan tried to speak, but his throat closed. His hand itched toward his sketchbook, desperate to capture her face, her presence, the strange light in her eyes. But when he blinked, she was already walking away, her green coat melting into the night. For minutes they stood in silence, the echo of her words clinging to the walls. Finally, Claire whispered, "Ethan, what if we're not imagining this?" He stared down the empty alley where Ariel had vanished. His pulse still thundered in his ears. "We're not," he said, and though he didn't know why, his chest ached with the certainty that the world had just tilted, and nothing would ever be ordinary again. Chapter 11. The Breaking Point. The apartment felt smaller when they came back from the alley, as if the walls had crept inward while they were gone. The radiator popped and hissed, doing its best impression of a heartbeat, and the city outside the windows breathed in slow, neon strokes. Ethan kicked the door shut with the heel of his sneaker and stood there, keys still in his hand, listening to clatter bounce down the hallway and flatten into quiet. Claire went straight to the sink and rammed the cold tap until the pipes rattled. She cupped her hands and drank, then splashed water on her face, watching it beat along the ridge of her cheekbone and fall to the porcelain. "It wasn't a mugging," she said finally, voice thin. "That thing in the alley, it wasn't a mugging." Ethan set his sketchbook on the crate they used as a coffee table. The place looked exactly as they'd left it. Second-hand couch, mismatched lamps, the framed map of Brooklyn skewed by a degree that he never fixed because the imperfection felt honest. But everything had changed. The same room, wrong gravity. He paced the window and pulled the blind half down. A taxi sighed at the curb, then went. Someone laughed far away. The sound found the stairwell and died in the carpet. "Sit," he said, and when she didn't, he went to her and pressed gently at her shoulder until she did. He knelt, took the damp edge of her sleeve in his hands. "We'll figure it out. We'll make it make sense." "It's not supposed to make sense," she said, and the lawyer in her sounded insulted by the premise. They tried to speak about small things: who had left a bag of laundry by the door, whether the plant needed repotting, whether the grocery had changed the brand of pasta again, but the words queued and refused to step forward. After a while, Claire curled onto the couch with her knees under her chin and stared at the bookshelf that sagged under casebooks and art monographs. Ethan stood in the doorway, searching for a place to put his hands. That was when the air changed. It was not dramatic. No crack of thunder, no flash. The room simply thickened by a degree. The light from the street, sodium yellow, city bleached, seemed to steady. The radiator, mid-sputter, remembered how to be quiet. The place smelled briefly of something not in the room. A coolness like rain over slate, a thread of green that belonged to high meadows, not to Brooklyn brick. Ethan turned. Claire sat up so fast the cushion exhaled. Two people stood between the bookshelves and the window, as if the room had grown them. No door had opened. No window latch had clicked. They were just there. The man wore a gray coat over a dark suit, the kind of gray that wasn't a color so much as an intention. He might have been anyone in a crowd, except that crowds would have made way without knowing why. His hair was the patient brown of someone who didn't spend time on mirrors. His face was spare, the lines clean, the cheekbones almost ascetic, but his eyes, Ethan flinched under them, not from menace, from their depth. You could look into a well and know there was water. You could look into this man's eyes and know there were centuries. The woman wore a coat the color of deep evergreens after rain, lapels turned up not against weather but against the city itself. Her hair fell smooth to her shoulders, bronze threads woke in it every time the lamp moved. Her face wore beauty the way cliffs wear sunlight, incidentally. High cheekbones, a mouth usually held in decision, a brow that looked built to cast shadow on doubt. The skin at her throat had a warmth to it, a pale gold undertone that made the cheap lamp light seem temporarily worthy. And her eyes, gray with a slow pulse of gold under the iris, like banked coals remembering their flame. Claire found language first. How? She swallowed. Who are you? How did you get in here? Don't be afraid, the man said. His voice was lower than Ethan expected. Not theatrical, but tuned to the room. The radiator obeyed its pitch and stayed silent. I'm not here to harm you. That wasn't the question, Claire said, and the calm in her tone surprised even her. He inclined his head, as if acknowledging a point well made. Gabriel, he said simply. The woman's gaze moved from Claire to Ethan and back, weighing, measuring, then easing by a fraction. Ariel, she said. Ethan tried to stand still. His body chose trembling. You were on the train, he said to Gabriel. And in the alley, he said to Ariel. He wanted to add thank you. The words tangled with fear in his throat. We have been near you longer than you know, Gabriel said. He didn't step forward. He was careful about space, about human distance. It felt like kindness, not calculation. Why? Claire asked. Her voice had steadied. The floor beneath her hadn't. Why us? What do you want? Ariel looked toward the window. In the glass, their reflections layered on the city. Two mortals, two strangers who were not strangers, the small room and an enormous one beyond. You were in the wrong alley, she said. Or the right one. Not helpful, Claire said, and then winced as the ambition of normal conversation tripped on the edge of everything that was not normal. Gabriel's mouth did not quite soften into a smile, but something like affection moved behind his eyes. What happened to you in that alley is not an anomaly, he said. It is an admission. There are people in this city who are not what they appear. Some wear their cruelty the way men wear suits. Some move money until it forgets what it was. Some live in the corners of night and call it home. They are organized, patient, and they do not love witnesses. Criminals, Ethan said, and heard the tin of the word in his mouth. Criminals are men who break laws, Ariel said. These break the world, a small degree at a time, until it thinks it chose to be broken. Silence gathered for a heartbeat. Outside, a car horn dragged 2 seconds too long, and then gave up. You're asking us to believe, Claire began, then stopped. The law had not prepared her for this sentence. What are you asking us to believe? Gabriel looked at the map of Brooklyn on a wall, as if reading a prayer. You can call us angels, he said, and the room did not tilt in denial. He offered the word the way doctors offer a diagnosis gently, wary of doing harm with truth. They are what you might call fallen. Ethan laughed once, too high, a note that didn't belong to him, like Sunday school. No, Ariel said, like war. He didn't argue. He looked at her hands instead, narrow, strong, a faint scar across the knuckle of the right index, as if once she had caught a blade and chosen not to bleed. He wanted to draw them. He wanted to draw everything. He wanted never to draw again. Claire's fingers worried the hem of her sleeve to threads. And us? You said witnesses. You said targets. You were brushed by one of them in the alley, Gabriel said. And by me later on the train. You carry the residue of both. To those who can feel such things, you are no longer invisible. They will come to see what you are. What are we? Ethan asked. The plea surprised him. He hadn't meant to put that much hope in the question. Human. Gabriel said, and the word was not an insult. "And that is why you matter." Ariel's gaze sharpened. "You have 3 choices," she said, and the room attended. 1. Pretend none of this is true, and hope the dark tires of you. It won't. 2. Run. The city has big hands. It will set you down in the same place. 3. Accept protection. Learn where to stand and how to see. Stay alive long enough to be of use. "To you," Claire said, suspicious. "Of use to you?" "To the city," Ariel said. "It is not theirs yet." "Why us?" Ethan asked again. "There are 8 million people." Gabriel let out a breath that might once have been a laugh. "There are not 8 million places where what happened tonight could happen," he said. "You were there. You looked. You did not look away. That is rarer than you think." Claire's eyes shone, not with tears, but with a light that had nothing to do with the lamp. "If we say yes, if we accept your protection, what happens?" "You will be watched," Ariel said. "By us. By them. You will be taught to see. You will be asked when it is time to act. And if we say no," Ethan asked. Gabriel's gaze did not move from him. "Then we will still stand between you. And what hunts you," he said, "until our standing breaks." A beat. Claire's hand found Ethan's on the couch cushion and gripped it hard enough to hurt. He didn't pull away. "How do we go to work tomorrow?" she asked, small and fierce at once. "How do we sit in lectures and talk about precedent? How do we paint bridges like vertebrae and pretend it's just art? You do it the way you did it yesterday," Gabriel said. "1 hour at a time, 1 breath, and when the hour breaks, you call this number." A small card lay on the table where there had not been a card before. Claire reached for it. There was no name, only a single line of digits, and beneath them, a symbol that looked like a feather reduced to its geometry. "Don't use it lightly," Ariel said, "but don't be proud." "Proud?" Ethan asked. "Pride is the city's favorite religion," she said. "It has many pretty churches." Something eased in the corner of Gabriel's mouth. He turned toward the window, toward the reflection of Manhattan thrown into their room. "There will be a day soon when you are asked a question that doesn't look like a question," he said. "Answer it as who you are, not as who they frighten you into being." Claire swallowed. "Who are you exactly?" "Beyond names." "Messengers," Gabriel said. "Warriors," Ariel said at the same time. The 2 words hung side by side, not in conflict. Claire nodded once, a pact with herself. Ethan, without meaning to, reached for his sketchbook. "May I?" He gestured helplessly, pencil hovering. Ariel stood very still as he drew, an exercise in mercy. The page drank lines, the slope of a cheek, the cut of jaw, the set of eyes that knew the shape of storms. When he looked up, she was watching him. "You see what most people refuse to," she said. "That is gift and blade both." "And you," Claire said to Gabriel, voice gaining strength from the floor she had built under herself with questions. If he comes, can you stop him?" For the first time since they had arrived, something like fatigue moved across Gabriel's features. Not human tiredness, but the patience wear of centuries at work. "We can stand," he said. "We can hold. Stopping is not always given." "Who is he?" Ethan asked, though he knew. "Azazel," Ariel said softly, and the syllables made the lamp flicker. The radiator exhaled on cue, as if performing for name. "Sleep," Gabriel said, and had the nerve to almost smile. "Or try. We will keep the hours with you." He did not move toward the door. Neither did Ariel. The space between one blink and the next widened, and they were gone. The room unclenched. The radiator found its old song. Outside, a siren colored the air and ran out of paint. Ethan and Claire sat without speaking. After a long time, she leaned her head against his shoulder. "We said yes," she whispered, though they had not. "We said yes." He nodded into her hair. "I know." Across the river, above a grid of streets that pulsed like a living diagram, the penthouse at the Crown of City Trust reached into the night. The lobby-level wealth of the building was vulgar. Up here, it was curated. Floors of black stone, honed to a gloss that showed a man his face even when he didn't want to see it. Walls that were not walls at all but tempered glass, so that the weather belonged to the room. A piano closed against itself, a curve of lacquered black that had not known a careless hand. On one wall, a painting so minimal it looked like a cut in the air. White on white, a scar that refused to heal. Azazel stood with his back to the table and his hands behind him, the posture of men who understood both command and the weight of their own spine. His jacket was off, draped with geometric care over the back of a chair. The shirt fit him like obedience. At his cuffs, simple links, not show, but statement. He did not drink. The glass on the credenza held only water, as if he had a covenant with clarity itself. The city lay beneath. Even the river looked manageable from this height. Helicopters wrote faint, temporary scripture across the dark. The elevator whispered. The doors parted. Belial entered first, a slab of man in a suit that seemed eager to fail him. His tie hung a fraction off-center, as if it thought better the attempt midway through. Behind him, Asmodeus slipped out of the elevator like smoke, shirt open at the throat, the suggestion of a smile already in place because someone was always looking. Last came Lilith, in a column of garnet fabric that moved as if the air made room for it. Her perfume arrived before she did and lingered after. Report, Azazel said without turning. Belial looked to Asmodeus. Asmodeus looked to Lilith. Lilith enjoyed the pause and then ended it. They've shown their hands, she said, her voice a low instrument. Ariel in the alleys. Gabriel on the train. Our people felt the interference. A whisper through the system. It wasn't subtle. Azazel turned. His eyes were a winter color that cities were not built to understand. Where? Brooklyn, Lilith said, near their little nest. And again tonight. Belial's jaw flexed. We had the boy and girl in sight, he said, the consonants heavy. The alley. One of ours pressed them. Then she appeared. She, Asmodeus echoed lightly, tasting the syllable as if it had legs and would run for him. Ariel, always with the courage and the wilderness. I had a club full of worship, and she chose a gutter. He looked wounded by the lack of theater. Azazel crossed the table. The stone surface reflected him as a black river reflects the moon, faithless and exact. He placed his fingertips on it and leaned, slightly. And Gabriel? Present, Lilith said, in the small ways he likes, making mortals feel tall. The glass at the credenza fractured without a hand on it. It did not shatter. It simply decided it was tired of being whole. A fine web raced across its surface and held. Azazel did not glance at it. They are not supposed to be here, he said, and the quiet in his voice made the windows want to rattle. This city is mine by blood and by bargain. They know the terms. Terms change. Asmodeus purred. Not when I write them, Azazel said. Belial shifted, unable to find a place for his hands that didn't look like fists. Orders? He asked, eager to spend himself. Azazel moved around the table. The lights of Midtown cut his suit into planes. The girl and the boy are marked, he said. I saw it with my own eyes. Belial frowned. Mark how? Light, Azazel said, and the word tasted like iron when he said it. A residue. You can't see it. You can smell it if you pay attention. It clings. Asmodeus' smile turned thoughtful. So the faithful have touched them. How pastoral. He swirled nothing in a glass he had not poured. We could invite them out, make them choose their shepherd. Gently, Lilith said, eyes lowered, lashes like drawn knives. Or with spectacle. Spectacle has its own logic. Azazel's gaze went to window, beyond the window, to the street where power pretended to be random. A thunderhead flexed above the skyline, though the forecast had promised clean skies. No invitations, he said. No spectacle that is not useful. Watch them. Learn who moves around them, and where they sleep and what they fear. Tear at their edges until they do the tearing for you. And when the watchers come, Belial asked, when she comes. When he does. Azazel looked down at his open hand. A dark crescent had appeared in the meat of his palm, where a shard of glass had found him. He pressed his thumb to it until a bead of blood rose. He regarded the red with an almost devotional attention, then wiped it across the table's edge. A line, a boundary, a promise. Then we remind them why they fell, he said. Silence opened around the sentence. The city pressed its face to the glass to hear. "As you wish," Asmodeus murmured, and his smile at last found genuine curve. "Shall I send smoke through their doors? Music through their windows? I've always thought the faithful neglect the humanities." "Send nothing," Azazel said, "until you send everything." Lilith straightened a fraction. "And the others," she asked softly, "are lesser fires. They wait for flame." "Tell them the hunt begins," Azazel said. Belial grinned, the expression too large for his face. "Good," he said. It was getting polite. Azazel moved to the window again. Below, cars drew their bright veins across the island. In a building down the block, a janitor mopped the lobby as if polishing a shrine no one visited. In the east, lightning stitched two buildings together for the length of a breath. The air changed its mind and kept it. "Bring me the boy and the girl," he said, not raising his voice. "Bring me the ones who stand with them. And if Gabriel steps between, break him where they can see." As for Ariel, Lilith asked, too quickly to be casual. Azazel's mouth, those controlled lips, took on the shape of a smile that had nothing to do with humor. "She and I have an old conversation to finish." No one asked what it was about. The piano's lacquered body caught the next flash of lightning and offered it back as a long white scar. "Go," Azazel said. They went. The elevator accepted them and erased their floor from their memory, as it always did. Azazel stood alone in the room that the city had built to house his certainty. The cracked glass on the credenza reflected him like prophecy. Whole and not. He allowed himself a breath that would have read as anger if anyone had been permitted to read him. It passed. The storm outside shouldered into itself and broke. Rain went to work on the city the way mercy goes to work on wounds. Insufficient and necessary. Across the river, in a small apartment with a plant that did not yet know it would live, two young people lay awake and listened to thunder like distant drums. Between them, on a cheap table with a coffee ring it would always carry, a white card rested where a feather had never been. Digits that were only numbers if you did not need them, a symbol that was only a line if you did not look. In the glass above their bed, the city offered them 100 versions of itself and asked them to choose. Chapter 12. The storm arrives. The rain hadn't stopped in 2 days. It lashed against the glass of the penthouse tower like a siege, drumming on steel and stone as if the lake itself had risen to claim the city. The streets below were a blur of headlights, red and white smeared across slick asphalt. Chicago was a city that understood storms. It wore them like an old coat. Benzethan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his suite, watching lightning carve the night. The flash illuminated him in stark silhouette, tall, broad-shouldered, with a jawline hard enough to belong to a statue. His suit was cut from deep black wool, immaculate. The tie knotted with military precision. A single steel ring gleamed on his right hand, etched with symbols that seemed to shift when caught by the lightning. Behind him, the room was a shrine to wealth and menace. Black marble floor veined in white, an enormous oak desk, leather chairs arranged not for comfort but for intimidation. Along the far wall, framed photographs showed him with mayors, governors, businessmen, all bought, all unaware of what shared a lens with them. A courier, soaked from the storm, knelt at the threshold, his shoes leaving puddles on the marble. He didn't dare step further until bidden. "It's confirmed," the man said, bowing his head. His voice cracked with the weight of the message. The faithful had descended, Ariel, Gabriel, and perhaps others, in New York. Benzethan's reflection smiled faintly at him from the glass. Not warmth, hunger. The storm behind his eyes pulsed, faint arcs of blue that echoed the sky. "At last," he murmured. "The rumors grow wings." He turned, coat shifting like a blade of night. His lieutenants, 3 men in matching suits, their eyes cold as stone, straightened as if pulled by invisible strings. "Prepare the jet," Benzethan said. "Tonight we fly east." "Destination, sir?" one asked. "Manhattan," Benzethan replied, voice carrying like thunder across marble. "Azazel will be waiting, and together we will remind the watchers why they should never have set foot among us again." The lightning outside obeyed, streaking jagged fire across the skyline as if to salute his command. On the west side, behind a door without a sign, the night pulsed like a vein. The club had no name, only whispers. Inside, shadows and light melted into one another, a dream where morality had no purchase. Music shook the walls, bass so deep it seemed to throb inside the chest. Strobe lights cut across a sea of bodies moving as if possessed. Dancers pressed against one another, sweat slick, mouths open in laughter or hunger. Red neon painted the air like wounds. The bar stretched long, a polished obsidian counter underlit with crimson glow. Bottles glittered on glass shelves, labels from every corner of the earth. Liquor that cost more than rent poured carelessly into tumblers. The barman worked with mechanical precision. Sleeves rolled, forearms inked, hair slick with sweat. He never looked up. He poured, shook, slid glasses forward, the rhythm of his hands a dance of its own. VIP booths lined the walls, their curtains half-drawn. Figures lounged in velvet shadows. Politicians with untied ties, moguls with girls half their age draped over them. Musicians whispering deals no one would remember in the morning. Smoke curled from cigars as thick as fingers. And above them all, behind glass, the office overlooked the floor, a throne disguised as modern architecture. Asmodeus watched from there, his shirt half open, a glass of red wine balanced in his long fingers. His smile was faint, satisfied, until the shift came, a ripple, a thread of silence woven into the music, a presence. Raphael entered without fanfare. No one noticed at first. He looked like any man, coat dark, collar open, hair sandy and cropped short, jaw firm but not ostentatious. Yet those who brushed past him slowed, without meaning to, as though the air thickened near him. He moved the bar and claimed a stool. The barman looked up, eyes narrowing at something he couldn't name. Raphael offered polite nod. Whiskey. Neat. The glass came. Raphael wrapped his hand around it, but didn't drink. Instead, his gaze drifted to crowd, dancers drenched in light and sweat, their laughter edged with desperation. To his right, a man in a tailored blue suit nursed a martini, tie loosened, eyes bloodshot. Raphael leaned slightly toward him. "Does this make you happy?" he asked quietly. The man blinked. "What?" "This." Raphael gestured with his chin at the writhing floor, the half-naked bodies, the neon haze. "Does it satisfy you?" The man gave a nervous laugh. "It's better than being alone." "Is it?" Raphael asked. His eyes didn't accuse, they invited. The man swallowed hard and turned away, unsettled. Above, Asmodeus stiffened. His smile slipped. He could feel the shift like a splinter under the skin. "Send him out," he ordered. 2 guards cut through the crowd. Huge men in tailored suits, their shoulders like walls. They approached Raphael from either side. One tapped his shoulder. "Sir, this is private. Time to leave." Raphael didn't move. Not tonight. The man's frown deepened. "You don't understand." "I do," Raphael said softly, his voice calm as water. "And that's why I'm here." The guard reached to grab him. Raphael placed 2 fingers on the man's wrist, almost gently. The man staggered back, as though his bones had turned to glass. He crashed into a table, sending bottles shattering, liquid spilling like fire across the floor. The second guard swung a fist. Raphael tilted his head, and the blow passed through air. His palm pressed lightly to the man's chest. Just a touch, and the guard flew backward, slammed into the wall hard enough to crack plaster. The music faltered. The crowd froze. Raphael stood calmly, the whiskey untouched before him. His voice cut clean through the silence. "I came with a message. You are not unopposed. Not anymore." The doors to the office slammed open. Asmodeus descended the stairs, fury rolling with him like smoke. He was beautiful in the way wildfires are beautiful. Terrible, hungry. His eyes burned in the strobe light, his smile sharpened to knives. "You dare," he hissed, his voice twisting the air itself. "In my house." Raphael turned slowly to face him. "Your house is borrowed. Your reign is shorter than you think." Asmodeus raised his hand. Instantly, the lights exploded, raining sparks. Shadows surged. twisting through the club like serpents, coiling around terrified dancers. The air thickened, suffocating. Glasses shattered along the bar, spraying shards like teeth. The crowd screamed. Some tried to flee, but the doors slammed shut by unseen force. Raphael lifted his hand in answer. The shadows split like smoke before wind. Every bulb flared alive, brighter than before, flooding the room in white light that burned against crimson haze. The forces collided, darkness against radiance, silence against clarity. Bottles burst, mirrors cracked. The floor trembled under the strain of powers too old for Manhattan's bones. Asmodeus lunged, striking with a hand wreathed in shadow. Raphael met it bare, fingers closing like iron. The club itself groaned. For a heartbeat, they stood locked, two storms colliding. Then Raphael pushed. Asmodeus flew backward, crashing into a booth. Velvet tore with splintered. He rose slowly, hair falling across his furious eyes. His lip bled, a thin red line across perfection. "You think you can stop us?" he spat. "Not I alone," Raphael answered, his voice carrying in the stunned hush. "But I am not alone, and neither are they." He turned, walking toward the doors. The crowd parted as if repelled, eyes wide with terror and awe. The doors opened for him, unbarred, though none had touched them. Raphael disappeared into the night. Behind him, the music restarted, but softer, shaken, as if the speakers remembered the voice that had silenced them. Asmodeus rose, breathing hard, fury boiling behind his perfect mask. He had been humbled, not destroyed, and in his humiliation, the war had truly begun. Chapter 13. The Fire in the Dark. Washington Square Park at night was quieter than the day. The arch a pale ghost against the sky. Students gone, tourists vanished, leaving only the shuffle of the homeless and the murmur of distant sirens. The fountain gurgled with a tired trickle, and the lamps along the paths buzzed with tired electricity, their glow a yellow haze on wet concrete. Ethan and Claire walked close together. She clutched her satchel tighter than usual, eyes flicking from shadow to shadow. Ethan tried to calm her with a joke, but his voice faltered in the silence. They cut into a side street to shorten the way home. The narrow lane smelled of damp stone and fried food from a distant vendor. Fire escapes hung overhead like skeletal ribs. That was when the sound came, footsteps deliberate surrounding them, for men stepped from the shadows. Big shoulders in leather jackets, tattoos crawling up their necks, one with a scar slashed across his cheek. The glint of metal caught the light. A chain wrapped around a fist, a knife, the gleam of pistols not yet drawn. Claire froze. Ethan stepped slightly in front of her, his heart hammering. Then the last figure emerged, taller, broader, shoulders like a fortress beneath a dark coat. His hair was cropped close, his face a wall of angles, his jaw shadowed with rough stubble. His eyes burned faintly in the dark, a pale orange light like embers. "Belial, here they are," he said, his voice low, almost casual. He cracked his knuckles, and the sound echoed like stone breaking. "The little ones who smell of Gabriel." Ethan's breath caught. Claire's nails dug into his arm. "We don't want trouble," Ethan said, the words tasting weak in his mouth. Belial laughed, the sound heavy and cruel. "Trouble is all you got now." He gestured with two fingers, and the men began to close in. The scarred one grinned at Claire, knife flashing. "Boss says we don't hurt them too much. Just enough to talk." Belial stepped closer, the ground seeming to sink under his weight. "Tell me," he growled, leaning toward them, his ember eyes narrowing. "What did he say to you? What did Gabriel whisper in your ears?" Ethan shook his head. "We don't." Belial's hand shot out, massive fingers curling around Ethan's collar. He lifted him from the ground as if he weighed nothing. Claire screamed, lunging forward, but one of the thugs blocked her path, sneering. "Careful," Belial warned. "Break easy, these ones." The knife man pressed closer to Claire, steel flashing near her cheek. "Maybe we take a little blood, eh? Smear it on the wall. See if the angel comes running." Claire trembled, fury and terror locked together. And then the alley lit up. It wasn't fire at first. It was clarity. The lamps that buzzed weakly along the street flared to white. Shadows peeled back like curtains, and the air itself seemed to hum with energy. A voice cut through the night. Enough! Belial froze, his head snapping toward the far end of the alley. A man stepped forward, his silhouette tall, cloaked in a coat the color of ash. His presence filled the narrow lane, every step striking the pavement with calm certainty. His hair was black, cropped short, and in the lamplight, faint threads of silver gleamed like lightning caught in night. His face was austere, carved with symmetry that carried both judgment and mercy. But it was his eyes that stole the air from the alley, golden, burning faintly, not with heat but with revelation, as if they saw through skin, through lies, through every mask worn in this city. Uriel! The thugs faltered, their bravado draining in the face of something their minds could not name. The scarred one stumbled back, knife lowering. Belial's grip tightened on Ethan, but his jaw clenched. You! He snarled, ember eyes flashing. The flame bearer. Uriel stopped a few feet away, his coat stirring though there was no wind. His gaze swept across the thugs, then fixed on Belial. Let them go. Belial bared his teeth, voice low and venomous. You think you can walk into my hut and give orders? Uriel's eyes glowed brighter. The lamps above them shattered one by one, shards raining harmlessly to the ground, and yet the alley only grew brighter, as if light itself poured from his presence. I don't think, Uriel said, his voice a calm strike of thunder. I know. Belial roared and hurled Ethan aside, the boy hitting the ground hard but alive. With a gesture, the thugs rushed forward, chains swinging, fists raised. Uriel moved. He didn't strike wildly. He placed every gesture with precision, each motion carrying inevitability. A thug swung the chain. Uriel's hand caught midair, and with a twist that snapped like thread, another lunge of knife. Uriel stepped aside, barely touching the man's shoulder, and the thug flew sideways, slamming into the wall with a cry. The scarred one charged, bellowing, but when Uriel's eyes met his, the man froze, dropping his knife. He fell to his knees, trembling, as though the weight of his own sins had crushed him. Belial bellowed, rage boiling. He charged, fist swinging like a hammer. Uriel caught the blow with one hand. The ground beneath them cracked from the force, pavement splitting. For a moment, the two locked. Flame against ember, power against brute strength. Sparks leapt from their clash, burning the night. Uriel leaned in, his golden eyes burning brighter. You will not touch them again. Belial growled, but something in his expression flickered, an echo of fear. He tore himself free, stumbling back. Enough! He snarled to his men. We fall back. The thugs scrambled, dragging each other up, vanishing into the shadows with wide, terrified eyes. Belial glared once more at Uriel, then at Ethan and Claire. This isn't over, he spat, his ember gaze searing. Then he turned, retreating into the dark. The alley fell silent. Uriel turned to Ethan and Claire. His face softened a fraction, though his eyes still burned with relentless truth. You are hunted, he said simply, but you are not alone. Ethan's chest heaved. Claire gripped his hand so tightly her nails drew blood. Who are you? Ethan whispered. Uriel's gaze weighed him, heavy with centuries. A witness, he said, and a sword. Then he stepped back, and the light dimmed, returning the alley to its ordinary shadow. When Ethan blinked, he was gone, in the crown of City Trust Tower. Belial slammed his fist against the obsidian table, the stone cracking under the blow. Uriel, he snarled. He came. He broke my hunt. Azazel sat calm at the head of the table, his hands folded, expression unreadable. Lilith reclined in her crimson silk, smile faint as if amused by Belial's fury. Asmodeus sipped from his glass, hiding the bruise along his jaw with careful shadows. They grow bold, Lilith said softly. One by one they reveal themselves. Then let us crush them one by one. Belial roared. I could have. You could have done nothing. Azazel cut in, his voice like a blade of ice. Silence fell. Uriel has always been fire and steel. You are not his equal. Belial seethed, but did not argue. Azazel's gaze swept the table, cold and certain. This is good. Let them come. Let them gather their strength. For when they are all here, when they stand together, I will show them the weight of their futility." He leaned forward, his steel-gray eyes glinting with something darker than rage. "And then," he whispered, "I will break them, not in shadow, but in the full light of the city they think they can save." Outside, lightning flashed across a sky too clear for storms. Chapter 14. The Voice in the Storm. The apartment felt different after Uriel's appearance. Ethan hadn't spoken in hours. His sketchbook lay open across his lap, filled with frantic strokes that tried and failed to capture the light he'd seen. Claire sat cross-legged on the couch, laptop open but untouched, her eyes moving constantly to the window, as though the glass might break at any second. The city outside seemed louder, more insistent. Sirens screamed without pause, the rumble of traffic below carrying a restless urgency. Even the hum of the refrigerator felt intrusive, out of place. When the presence arrived, it did not announce itself with force. It began with silence. The refrigerator stopped humming. The radiator quieted. Even the noise of the city muted, as if someone had placed a hand over the world's mouth. Then a voice spoke, not from the doorway, not from the window, not even from a body. It came from within, resonant and vast, as though the walls themselves remembered how to speak. "Do not fear." Ethan and Claire rose at once, hearts hammering. The air thickened, heavy yet calm, filled with a radiance invisible yet undeniable. And then he was there. Metatron. He stood in the center of the room, tall, robed in garments that shifted between white and silver, their fabric moving as though stirred by a wind no one else could feel. His hair was dark but threaded with light, each strand catching the glow of something unseen. His eyes held no single color, gray, blue, gold. All at once, shifting with the weight of 1,000 dawns. Unlike Ariel or Uriel, Metatron did not radiate the fire of battle. His presence was gentler, but infinitely heavier. He was a memory of mountains, the silence after prayer, the voice that had once carried commands too vast for human tongues. Claire's breath caught. She dropped her laptop to the carpet. "Who are you?" "The voice," he said simply, and though the syllables were quiet, they reverberated in their bones. The scribe of heaven, the one who remembers what others forget. Ethan's throat went dry. Metatron. The angel inclined his head. For a moment neither mortal could speak. Then Claire found words. "Why us? Why are we dragged into this?" Metatron's gaze softened. "Because light brushed you when it should not have. Because you look when you could have turned away. Because there are no accidents in a war such as this." Ethan clenched his fists, frustration boiling. "We're not soldiers. We're just us." "You are vessels," Metatron said. "Not of power, not yet, but of choice. And choice is a fulcrum on which worlds turn." Claire shook her head, trembling. I don't understand. Are we supposed to fight? Are we supposed to just run?" "You're supposed to endure," Metatron replied. His voice was calm, but beneath it rolled a current as vast as oceans. "And when the moment comes, you'll know which answer is yours." The weight of his words lingered. Ethan swallowed hard, forcing himself to meet that shifting gaze. "And them? Azazel, Belial, the others. Can they really?" "They can break cities," Metatron interrupted softly. "They can break souls, but they cannot unmake truth. And truth is not theirs." For a moment, silence reigned again. Then, with a flicker of silver light, Metatron was gone. The apartment returned to noise, sirens, radiator, the hum of the world. But Ethan and Claire stood motionless, their hearts altered. Across the city, in a suite high above Park Avenue, Benzethan surveyed Manhattan from a wall of glass. Unlike Azazel's cold boardroom, his quarters were a war chamber. Maps of the city stretched across the walls, marked with pins and notes in precise script. Photographs of subway lines, ports, banks, and alleyways lay scattered across the massive steel desk. Around him, his lieutenants waited in silence, their hands clasped behind their backs, their suits immaculate, their eyes devoid of hesitation. Benzethan lit no candles, drank no wine. His only adornment was the storm itself. Lightning flickered faintly against the glass. though the sky above Manhattan was clear. The storm followed him, tethered to his presence like a war banner. He turned from the window, his expression carved from stone. We will not waste ourselves as Belial does, brawling in alleys, chasing mortals like wolves after scraps. We will cut arteries. We will choke the city until it starves. He pointed to the maps, his steel ring tapping against glass. The ports, the tunnels, the banks, every vein through which this city breathes. We control it or we sever it. One of his men nodded. And the children? Benzithan's eyes narrowed. They are pawns. Azazel wants them visible, bleeding fear. So let them run. Let them cry. The more they resist, the louder the city will hear. Another man cleared his throat, nervous. And the watchers? The storm in Benzithan's eyes flashed. Uriel revealed himself. Raphael too. Ariel and Gabriel will not stay hidden long. Good. He leaned over the table, his shadow stretching across the maps. Let them gather. I want them all here, because when they stand together, we will break them together. The lieutenants bowed their heads, silent. Benzithan turned back to window. Manhattan glittered beneath him, arrogant, restless, alive. He lifted his hand, and a bolt of lightning split the sky above the East River, though no cloud had passed overhead. Azazel plays at banker, he murmured. I play at war. His reflection in the glass smiled faintly, though the city did not. Chapter 15. Shadows in the Underground. The boardroom of City Trust Tower was silent except for the faint hum of the city lights far below. Azazel stood before the glass wall, hands clasped behind his back, his steel-gray eyes reflecting the Manhattan skyline like a chessboard. Benzithan's arrival had turned the atmosphere sharper, more dangerous. The storm general stood to his right, broad shoulders squared, his ring glinting with a pale blue spark every time lightning clawed at the horizon. Around the table, Belial paced like a caged animal, while Lilith lounged in her crimson silk, a faint smile playing across her lips. Azazel finally spoke. His voice was low, but it filled the chamber. Too many whispers, too many eyes. They need to see us without seeing us. They need to fear collapse, not just of buildings, but of the world they think holds them safe. He turned toward Benzithan. The subway, line 2, evening rush. Make it collapse, but clean. Precision, not chaos. They must think it accident, until the light comes to save them. Benzithan inclined his head, eyes cold. It will be done. Lilith laughed softly. How poetic. Angels of light revealed by fire and dust. The city will whisper their names before they even choose them. Azazel smiled faintly. Exactly. Let the veil tear. Let them come. The train roared into the station beneath 14th Street, the metal wheels shrieking as sparks spat against the rails. The air was thick with the smell of oil, iron, and too many bodies pressed too close. Advertisements fluttered above the seats, some torn, some plastered over with graffiti. Ethan held the pole, Claire beside him, her arm wrapped around her satchel. The car was packed, businessmen sweating under loosened ties, students with headphones jammed deep, mothers rocking tired children, a busker clutching his battered guitar case. The lights flickered once. Twice. Not again, muttered a man in a hard hat. Con Edison never fixes this damn line. Ethan tried to distract Claire, who looked pale, her eyes darting toward the door. We'll be home soon, he whispered. The train lurched. Hard. People stumbled. Curses filled the air. A child began to cry. Then came the sound. A groan, deep and metallic, like the city itself was straining. The rails screamed. Sparks exploded from the ceiling. Someone shouted, "Hold on!" The train derailed. Steel shrieked, glass shattered. The car tilted violently. Bodies crashing into one another. Screams rising in a single roar. Claire clutched Ethan, her nails biting into his skin as the train slammed into the tunnel wall, grinding to a halt with a deafening crash. Darkness swallowed everything. Dust choked the air, plaster raining from the ceiling. Emergency lights flickered red, painting the wreckage in hellish glow. People cried out, injured, trapped, terrified. Ethan coughed, pulling Claire close. Are you hurt? She shook her head, eyes wide with terror. Around them, passengers moaned, some bleeding, some clawing at the jammed doors. Sparks spat from broken cables. The stench of burning plastic filling the tunnel. "We have to get out," someone shouted, pounding against the door. Others screamed for help, voices cracking with panic. And then the ceiling above groaned. Chunks of concrete began to fall. A woman shrieked as a slab crashed near her feet. Dust thickened, screams rising. Ethan and Claire clung to each other, certain this was the end. Through the haze, a glow appeared. At first it seemed like fire, but the heat did not burn. It cleansed. Shapes moved through the smoke, tall, steady, impossibly calm amid the ruin. Gabriel emerged first, his coat dusted white, eyes burning with purpose. His hand reached out, steadying a bleeding man, as if the weight of the world could rest in that single gesture. Ariel followed, her dark hair streaked with bronze, her green coat shimmering faintly despite the dust. She moved with unshakable grace, lifting rubble as though it were paper, pulling a trapped woman free. The passengers gasped, their terror cutting into silence. Who are they?" whispered someone. "Firemen?" another said, but his voice faltered. No fireman glowed like that. No human eyes shone with such relentless light. Gabriel lifted his hand. The broken doors buckled, metal twisting outward like clay. A rush of cool air swept into the car. "Go," he said firmly. His voice was steady, commanding yet calm. "All of you, now." A line of passengers stumbled forward, some limping, some carrying others. They obeyed without question, their fear dissolving in the presence of that voice. Ethan and Claire stood frozen. Claire whispered, "It's them." Ariel turned, her gray-gold eyes locking onto hers. For a heartbeat, Claire forgot to breathe. "You are safe," Ariel said. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the dust like a blade. "Stay close." She reached out, pulling them to their feet. Ethan clutched Claire's hand, his chest tight, his eyes wide with disbelief. The ceiling groaned again. A massive beam collapsed, descending toward the crowd. Gasps filled the air. Gabriel raised his arm. The beam struck something unseen, halted inches from the ground. Light rippled through the dust, golden and sharp, and the beam rolled aside harmlessly, cracking against the tunnel wall. Gasps turned into cries, of awe, not terror. Someone whispered the word angel. Another crossed himself. The veil had torn. Witnesses had seen. High above Manhattan, the City Trust Tower glittered as though nothing had changed. But in the boardroom, eyes watched the news feeds, smoke curling from the subway entrance, emergency crews rushing, passengers babbling in shock about beings of light. Belial snarled. They revealed themselves in front of mortals. Lilith's smile widened. "Exactly as you wished, Azazel." Ethan stood with his arms folded, watching the screens. The storm fell where it needed. They came out of hiding. The city whispers already. Azazel leaned back in his chair, calm, hands steepled beneath his chin. His eyes burned faintly, satisfaction hidden but undeniable. "Good," he said softly. "Now the game is no longer whispers. Now it is war." The thunder outside was not natural. Chapter 16. Echoes of Light. The city reacts. Morning broke over Manhattan with a sky washed pale gray, but the city was already boiling. News vans clogged the streets around 14th Street Station, cameras flashing, microphones thrust at anyone emerging from the subway. Police lines strained to hold back crowds of onlookers, craning for a glimpse of the wreckage below. Helicopters circled overhead, their blades chopping the air with restless urgency. Angels in the tunnels read the cover of the New York Post. Miracle or madness? Ask the Times. On screens and shop windows, anchors spoke with forced calm while the scroll at the bottom shouted, "Mysterious figures rescue passengers from subway disaster." Witnesses gave fragmented accounts. "They pulled the beams aside like paper," cried a young woman, her eyes wild. There was a glow. "I swear to God they were glowing," insisted an older man clutching rosary beads. "They saved us," whispered a mother holding her child, her voice trembling with gratitude. But others doubted. "Actors," scoffed a politician on a morning show. People in costumes. In a crisis, witnesses imagine things. Conspiracy forums lit up, government experiments, hallucinations from gas leaks, viral marketing for some blockbuster film. Yet the shaky cell phone videos told another story. Grainy clips of tall figures moving through dust and fire, beams bending, doors twisting open by invisible force. No CGI could explain the way light itself seemed to bend around them. The city held its breath, caught between awe and terror. Ethan and Claire had barely slept. Their apartment felt smaller than ever, blinds drawn, the television flickering with endless loops of the crash. Claire paced, wringing her hands. They know our faces. Ethan, someone recognized us. Look. She tossed the daily news onto the table. The front page showed a blurred still. Passengers fleeing the wreck. Ethan's profile caught in the frame, his arm wrapped around Claire. 2 survivors, unidentified, the caption read. But the image was clear enough for anyone who knew them. Ethan's chest tightened. We didn't ask for this. No. Claire snapped, fear cracking into anger. But it doesn't matter what we asked for. Now everyone's looking. Them, the media, the cops, everyone. He opened his sketchbook, hands trembling. Inside, pages were filled with frantic drawings. Gabriel lifting the beam, Ariel's gray-gold eyes blazing the dust, Uriel's silhouette blazing like fire. His pencil couldn't stop. It was as if the images poured through him. Claire stopped pacing, staring at the sketches. You're obsessed. I saw them, Ethan whispered, eyes hollow. How can I not try to keep them? If I don't draw them, I'll forget the details, and I can't forget. Claire pressed her hands to her temples. We're losing our lives, Ethan, piece by piece. A knock at the door silenced them. They froze. Another knock, stronger, then a voice calm, steady. It is I. Claire's eyes widened. Ethan dropped his pencil. The door unlocked without touch. Swinging inward, Raphael stood there, coat dark, his presence filling the room. That night, they followed him, not to a safe house, not some hidden den, but to the heart of the city. St. Patrick's Cathedral loomed vast and empty, its spire stabbing at the night sky. The great bronze doors opened without a hand, and within the sanctuary only a handful of candles burned, their light pooling across marble floors. Gabriel waited in the nave, Ariel beside him, her coat still marked faintly by subway dust. Uriel lingered near a column, eyes golden, arms crossed like a sentinel, and at the altar, shimmering faintly with silver radiance, stood Metatron. Ethan and Claire felt their knees weaken, the sheer gravity of the space, the stained glass glowing faint in moonlight, the statues looming like watchers, merged with the presence of those beings until the air itself felt too heavy to breathe. Why here? Claire whispered. Because even men forget, Raphael said quietly, but stones remember, and this place was built on the hope of something higher. Metatron raised his gaze, his voice carrying not only through the cathedral, but through their bones. You have seen, he said, you have survived, and now you understand that this is not a skirmish. It is war. Ethan's voice cracked. Why us? Why are we? Because, Metatron interrupted gently. Light touched you, and where light lingers, shadows follow. The words fell like thunder massed in silk. Gabriel stepped forward, his eyes steady. Azazel will not stop. His circle grows. Benzethan has joined him. They move as generals now, not raiders. Uriel's jaw tightened. The mortals know of us now. We cannot hide behind whispers. Every step must be made in the open. Ariel's gaze softened as she looked at Ethan and Claire. You are not soldiers, but you are already part of this. And when the moment comes, your choice will matter more than ours. The candles flickered, though no wind stirred. Ethan shivered. Claire reached for his hand, her grip desperate. For the first time, they realized the truth. This wasn't just a secret war in shadows. The whole city was about to become a battlefield. Far above, in the glittering glass of City Trust Tower, Azazel watched the news on a wall of screens. Reports rolled in, witness interviews, grainy videos, hashtags trending worldwide. The words angels, miracles, and saviors flooded feeds across the globe. Belial slammed his fist into the table. They've made fools of us. Mortals cheer them as if they were gods. Asmodeus smirked, swirling his wine. And what is a god but something worshipped? Lilith leaned forward, her smile slow, cruel. Let them have their worship. It makes the fall sweeter when idols shatter. Benzethan remained silent, his eyes fixed on the city map, glowing red across the table. Finally he spoke. They have stepped into the light. Now every camera, every mortal eye will chase them. They are vulnerable. Azazel stood, hands clasped behind his back, his reflection twin in the window. Exactly. They think revelation is power. It is exposure. They think hope is strength. It is bait. He turned, his eyes glinting steel. Let them gather. Let the city love them. When we strike, we will break more than their bodies. We will break their faith. Lightning flashed across a cloudless sky. Chapter 17. War in the Square. Times Square never slept. Even at midnight, the place pulsed with life, a canyon of neon where tourists and locals collided in a blur of sound and color. Massive screens flickered overhead. Ads for perfume phones, Broadway shows, bathing the streets in shifting hues of electric blue and crimson. Yellow cabs honked. Street vendors shouted, and costume hustlers posed for photos, their laughter rising above the noise. In that chaos, no one noticed a storm gathering above. Clouds formed unnaturally, rolling black between the towers, though no forecast had predicted rain. A static charge spread across the air, raising goosebumps on every arm. Pigeons scattered in sudden panic. At the heart of the crowd, Ethan and Claire were walking, trying to disappear among the sea of tourists. Claire held Ethan's arm, her gaze flicking nervously at every shadow. Ethan carried a sketchbook in his bag, though his fingers itched to draw even now. Something in the air changed. A pressure, heavy and wrong. Claire stopped. Ethan! He felt it too. A chill, as though invisible eyes had locked on them. And then the crowd split. Men in dark coats moved with unnatural precision, cutting through the sea of people without a word. Their faces were blank, their eyes faintly glowing with ember light. The air vibrated with menace. At the edge of the square, a black SUV screeched to a halt. The back door opened, and Benzethan stepped out. His presence bent the night itself, his tall figure framed by storm clouds that seemed to coil around him. His steel ring gleamed with sparks of blue lightning. The storm general had arrived. "Take them," Benzethan ordered, his voice like thunder rolling low. The men in coats surged forward, pushing aside tourists. Screams erupted as people stumbled, phones flying from hands, taxis braking hard as the crowd spilled into the street. Ethan pulled Claire back, heart hammering, but there was nowhere to run. The first attacker reached for them when light split the square. Raphael dropped from the sky, wings unfurled, luminous and vast. Gasps rose in the crowd, hundreds of faces tilting upward, their screams caught between terror and awe. His coat flared as he landed, his hand raised. With a sweep of his arm, a shockwave of force sent the attacker sprawling. "Stay behind me," he commanded, his voice calm yet absolute. Another figure strode forward from the crowd. Ariel, coat swirling green, her eyes glowing like molten gold. A blade of light ignited in her grip, its edge singing faintly as if alive. She cut the thugs with swift, measured strikes, never lethal, but each blow sending men flying, their weapons shattering like glass. The passers-by screamed louder. Some fled into alleys, others froze, clutching their phones high, recording through trembling hands. And then the air itself trembled. Belial crashed down from a billboard above, his bulk smashing into the pavement, concrete cracking under his boots. His ember eyes blazed as he rose, grinning wide. "Finally," he growled, "a fight worth bleeding for." From the shadows slipped Lilith, her form fluid, her crimson dress whispering like liquid flame. Her eyes gleamed violet, and with a gesture the crowd faltered, people clutching their heads as fear gnawed their minds. And last came Asmodeus, sauntering from a limousine, his smile sharp, his silk shirt unbuttoned. With a snap of his fingers, the neon screens above flickered. Images twisting into visions of fire, lust, and ruin, hypnotizing those who dare to look. The square had become an arena. Belial lunged at Raphael, fists swinging with enough force to rattle the billboards. Raphael blocked with radiant wings, sparks scattering as light met brute power. Their clash shook the asphalt, shock waves cracking windows. Ariel charged Lilith, their blades clashing, one of light, one of shadow spun from midnight. Sparks of gold and violet rained across the pavement as they moved too fast for human eyes. Uriel descended next, fire in his palms. He lifted his arms, and golden flames poured into the night, swirling into a shield that deflected Asmodeus's illusions. Screens exploded in showers of glass, raining down over the panicked crowd. Tourists screamed, diving for cover. A child cried as his father dragged him behind a taxi. A woman fell to her knees, filming through tears, whispering prayers into her phone. Benzethan raised his hand. The storm answered. Lightning struck the square, blowing apart a line of cabs in a fiery eruption. He advanced through smoke and flame, eyes locked on Ethan and Claire. "Bring them to me," he roared. His lieutenants surged forward again, this time with inhuman speed, eyes glowing like coals. Ethan grabbed Claire, pulling her against the wall, heart hammering. "We have to move." "No," Gabriel's voice said from nowhere. He appeared beside them, calm amid the chaos, his presence a wall of certainty. His hand rested briefly on Ethan's shoulder. "You do not run. You stand." And then he stepped forward, raising his hand. Words in a language no mortal had heard since the dawn of time spilled from his lips. The attackers halted mid-stride, their bodies seizing, as if chains of light wrapped their limbs. "Go back to your master," Gabriel commanded, his voice shaking the very air. The men collapsed, twitching, smoke rising faintly from their skin. Belial roared as Raphael's wings slammed into him, sending him crashing through the windshield of a taxi. Asmodeus conjured illusions of fire demons that surged through the crowd, scattering civilians, only to be burned away by Uriel's golden flame. Lilith's whispers crawled into the minds of bystanders, turning their fear into madness. Some began to fight each other, fists flying. Ariel countered, her voice ringing clear. "Be still." The word cut through the haze, and dozens of mortals fell to their knees, clutching their ears, freed from the poison of Lilith's spell. Above them all, Benzethan lifted both hands. The storm obeyed. Lightning coiled into his palms, arcs of blue fire lashing outward. He hurled it down, and the very street split open, asphalt bursting into shards. Uriel rose into the sky, fire wings igniting, his palms meeting the storm with golden flame. Light and lightning clashed above the square, painting the skyscrapers in blinding brilliance. The city itself seemed to scream. Sirens wailed as police tried to breach the square, their cars skidding to a halt at the edges. Officers shouted, their guns useless, their radios bursting into static. Some dropped their weapons, crossing themselves, staring upward at the battle, raging like a nightmare made flesh. Raphael landed beside Ethan and Claire, shielding them with his wings as chunks of debris rained down. "This is only the beginning," he said, his voice grim. "Stay close. Stay hidden." A roar split the night. Belial surged his feet, bruised but unbroken, his grin bloodied but wide. "We'll finish this another night." Benzethan lowered his hands, the storm easing, his eyes still sparking with fury. He turned toward Azazel's tower glittering in the distance. "Not yet," he muttered. But soon. Lilith melted into the shadows. Asmodeus brushed glass from his shirt, smirking as though the destruction were a game. Together, they withdrew, slipping into the night like predators content to wait for a better kill. The angels of light stood in the ruin of Times Square, wings still spread, the crowd staring in shocked silence. Phones filmed every second, broadcasting to the world. Gabriel lowered his hand. His voice was heavy. "There is no hiding now." Above them, the billboards flickered back to life, static and broken images. One screen showed the word that every tongue whispered that night: angels. Chapter 18. The city trembles. Morning light revealed a different New York. Times Square was cordoned off, a battlefield turned tourist trap. Glass glittered across the asphalt. Billboard hung shattered. Taxis lay burned-out husks against sidewalks. Police barricades ringed the square. Helicopters churned overhead, and National Guard trucks rumbled into Midtown, their soldiers scanning the skies as though expecting lightning to strike again. Reporters swarmed. "Beings of light," shouted one on CNN. "Supernatural terrorists," argued a Fox anchor. In Washington, the president promised a task force to investigate these unprecedented events. His face paled behind calm words. Every screen, every feed replayed the shaky footage. Raphael's wings blazing in neon, Ariel's blade of light slashing through shadow, Uriel's fire colliding with Benzet's storm. Millions watched, over and over, jaws clenched, eyes wide. Some called it proof of God. Others feared invasion. Churches filled overnight. Conspiracy forums crashed under the flood of theories. The city trembled on the edge of revelation. Ethan and Claire sat in their apartment, blinds shut, the television muted. Their phones buzzed endlessly. Texts from classmates, reporters, even strangers who found their names from blurred photos of the subway crash. Claire pressed her palms to her eyes. "We can't go outside." Ethan stared at a sketchbook, half a page filled with Raphael's wings unfurling in firelight. His hand wouldn't stop. "They'll find us anyway. Them or everyone else." A pounding knock at the door froze them both. "Press," called a voice. "We just want a word. Is it true you saw them up close?" Another voice shouted, "People deserve answers." Claire backed away from the door, trembling. "We're trapped." Then a familiar presence brushed against the room. Gabriel stepped from the shadows of the kitchen, his form solidifying as though he had always been there. "You cannot run from this," he said, voice calm but heavy. "The world has seen. They will chase you now, with questions and with fear." Ethan's jaw tightened. "Then what do we do?" Gabriel's eyes met his. "You endure, and when the time comes, you stand." The pounding outside continued, fists against the door. Gabriel turned his head slightly, and silence fell. Whoever had stood there vanished without a trace. Claire shivered. "We're not ready for this." "No one is," Gabriel replied softly. "But readiness does not stop war." Night fell over Manhattan. From the top of City Trust Tower, the city sprawled like prey beneath Azazel's gaze. The boardroom glowed faint in candlelight, a deliberate contrast to the neon below. Belial slammed his fist onto the obsidian table, cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. "We should have crushed them. They humiliated us in front of mortals." "They exposed themselves," Benzetton countered, his voice low, calculated. "The whole world saw. Now they are prey hunted not only by us, but by every mortal government grasping to control them. Exposure is weakness." Lilith leaned forward, her eyes glinting violet. "Mortals love idols, and nothing is sweeter than watching idols fall. We don't need to kill the children. Not yet. Corruption works slower, sweeter. Whisper into their dreams, their fears, their loves. Break them from the inside." Belial growled. "Too slow." Azazel lifted his hand. Silence fell instantly. His steel-gray gaze swept the room, cold and unyielding. "The girl and the boy are touched by light. That makes them dangerous. Alive, they are bait. Alive, they will draw the watchers closer. And when they gather," his lips curved faintly, "we will close the trap." Benzetton nodded. "Then we strike soon. A coordinated move. Capture, not kill." Azazel turned back to window. Lightning flickered across a cloudless sky, his reflection sharp against the glass. "Yes," he whispered. "Bring me the children." Chapter 19. Dice and Blood. The apartment they had fled to was nothing more than a borrowed space. 2 rooms above a shuttered hardware store in Lower Manhattan. The walls smelled faintly of dust and rusted pipes. The radiator clanged like broken machinery, and a single window looked out over a graffiti-stained alley. Yet it was shelter. Claire folded a thin blanket across the couch, her hands trembling as she tucked the corners. She tried to make it look like home, though the silence betrayed her effort. Ethan sat by the window, sketchbook balanced on his knees, pencil scratching feverishly across the paper. "Another one?" she asked, her voice tight. He didn't answer. He was sketching Ariel's face again. Sharp cheekbones, the weight of her eyes. He shaded with such intensity. The paper nearly tore. Claire dropped onto the couch, rubbing her temples. We can't live like this. Hiding in rat holes, waiting for the next thing. Ethan stopped, staring at the half-finished drawing. I don't know how else to live anymore. The silence thickened. From the street below, sirens wailed, a dog barked. Someone shouted. Life went on, but theirs was fractured beyond recognition. Claire whispered, I want to be normal again. Ethan set the pencil down, turned to her. Normal doesn't exist anymore. Her eyes glistened. She curled into him, and he wrapped his arm around her. For a moment, they were just two frightened kids trying to hold back the weight of the world. The jet touched down at McCarran just before midnight. From the strip, neon lights bled into the sky, painting the desert horizon in pinks and electric blues. Casinos glimmered like false temples, each promising salvation through dice and cards. Azazel stepped out of the car in a tailored charcoal suit. Silver tie knotted perfectly. His shoes gleamed under the harsh light of the porte-cochere. Lilith followed in a dress of blood-red silk that clung to her like flame. Her smile languid as she breathed in the sin-soaked air. Benzethan trailed behind, silent. Storm still coiled in his gaze. Inside the casino's private lounge, the air was thick with cigar smoke and money. Crystal chandeliers glittered overhead, casting fractured light on a table where three men waited, the owners. One was broad, his fingers heavy with rings. Another thin, nervous, clutching a glass too tightly. The third, the oldest, had cold eyes and the posture of a king on borrowed time. Azazel entered without haste. His presence chilled the room, despite the desert heat outside. Gentlemen, he said smoothly, his voice like velvet laced with steel. Tonight, we discuss ownership. The ring-fingered man sneered. You think you can just walk in and buy us out? This place is ours. Vegas doesn't bend to Wall Street suits. Lilith laughed softly, the sound like silk tearing. Everything bends, eventually. The thin man coughed nervously. The offer is generous, but the board. Azazel raised a hand. Silence fell. He laid a folder on the table. Documents, bank transfers, signatures. You are already mine, he said simply. This is just formality. The old man leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Vegas is rules. You don't know what you're stepping into. Azazel's steel-gray gaze fixed on him. I wrote the rules. The lights flickered. The chandeliers swayed though no wind stirred. The glasses on the table rattled, liquid trembling. The broad man slammed his fist. This is our city. Azazel's smile was thin. He extended his hand, and the man's cigar burst into flame, searing his fingers. He howled, leaping back, clutching the smoking stump of the cigar. The thin man scrambled to his feet, chair clattering. What are you? Lilith rose gracefully, circling the table. Her fingers traced a man's jaw as she whispered in his ear. His pupils dilated, his breath quickened. He collapsed back into the chair, whispering yes, yes, as though drugged by her voice. The old man stood, trembling but defiant. You'll burn for this. Azazel's eyes hardened. He raised two fingers. The man choked. His veins blackened beneath his skin, as if filled with ink. He collapsed across the table, glass shattering beneath his body. The room went silent, save for the hiss of smoke. Benzethan stepped forward, his voice cold. Sign. The surviving owner signed. Hands shook, pen scratching across paper. Sweat dripped down their temples as they avoided Azazel's eyes. Azazel closed the folder, rising. You see? No resistance, only inevitability. Lilith smiled, licking the taste of fear from her lips. Vegas belongs to us. News reached the East Coast by dawn. Violence at Strip Casino, mob-style hit or corporate takeover. The headlines blared, reports clashing. Witnesses spoke of fire erupting without matches, of screams behind locked doors. Ethan stared at the TV in the small apartment. Claire sat beside him, pale. This is him. Ethan whispered, Azazel. Gabriel's voice came from the doorway, calm as stone. Yes, his war is not only with us. It is with everything mortals build. He corrupts their wealth, their games, their hope. And when he controls it all, he believes even heaven itself will tremble. Claire shivered. How do we fight that? Gabriel's eyes were steady. By refusing to bow. The sirens outside wailed again. But this time, Ethan and Claire understood. The war wasn't just on hidden streets. It was in boardrooms, casinos, governments, and it was only beginning. Chapter 20. Whispers in the dark. The apartment was quiet except for the hum of the radiator. Claire had curled into the couch beneath the thin blanket, her chest rising and falling in shallow rhythm. Ethan lay near the window, his sketchbook closed at last, the pencil fallen to the floor. Outside, the city moved as it always did. Sirens, laughter from drunks, the metallic groan of the subway below. But inside, silence claimed them both, and sleep finally came. It was then that she entered. Ethan found himself in sunlight. The alley was gone. The peeling walls, the stink of garbage, the weight of fear, all replaced by warmth. He blinked and saw Claire beside him, smiling in a sundress, hair catching the wind. They stood on a wide lawn before a small white house. A dog barked joyfully, running circles in the grass. He felt a laugh tear from his throat, something he hadn't done in weeks. "You see," a voice whispered. Ethan turned. A woman stood at the edge of the lawn, dark hair flowing like silk, eyes glowing faintly violet. She wore a dress that shifted in color, white, red, black, as though could not decide its form. "You could have this," she said, her voice smooth as velvet. "No more hiding, no more war, just her and peace." Ethan swallowed, his chest tight. "Who are you?" Her smile curved slow and knowing. "A friend, one who offers truth without chains." Claire laughed again on the grass, calling his name. Ethan's heart ached at the sound. The woman stepped closer. Her scent was warm, intoxicating, jasmine and smoke. "All you must do is stop calling to them. Stop reaching for the light. Do not think of them, and they cannot find you. Choose this world. Ethan, choose her. Choose peace." Ethan looked again at Claire, radiant in the sun. His throat burned. He wanted this more than anything. But deep inside, something twisted. "It's not real." He clenched his fists. "You're lying." The woman's smile sharpened, though her eyes still gleamed like honey. "Am I? Or are they lying to you? Gabriel speaks of endurance, Metatron of destiny. But what have they given you but fear?" The sky darkened. The lawn shivered. Claire's laughter faltered. Ethan gasped awake, heart pounding, sweat soaking his shirt. The room was dark, real again. He pressed his palms to his face, whispering, "It was just a dream, just a dream." But the scent of jasmine lingered. Claire dreamed of fire. The subway again, smoke choking the air. Screams echoed down the tunnels. She turned. Ethan was trapped, crushed beneath steel beams, his eyes wide with pain. She screamed, clawing at the wreckage, but her hands passed through it like mist. "Help him," she cried. No answer. The angels were gone. No Ariel, no Raphael. Only shadows. Then a hand touched her shoulder. She turned and saw a woman, her eyes glowing violet in the dark, her lips curved in sympathy. "They won't come," she whispered. "They never come when it matters most." Claire's chest heaved. "They promised." Gabriel said many things. The woman cut in softly. "But words don't save. They use you, little one. They drag you into their war. And in the end," she gestured to Ethan, gasping, his hand reaching weakly toward her, "this is what you will hold." Claire fell to her knees, sobbing. "Please, tell me what to do." The woman's smile was tender, almost maternal. "Call us instead. Think of us, not them. Whisper to the dark, and we will come. We will protect you. We will never leave you." Claire shook, torn apart by fear. She wanted to believe. She wanted to live. Ethan's eyes dimmed. The smoke rose higher. "No!" she screamed. The world collapsed into black. Claire jolted awake, clutching her chest. Sweat dripped down her temple, her breath ragged. She pressed her face into her hands, shuddering. Across the room, Ethan sat by the window, pale, trembling. He looked at her but said nothing. She didn't speak either. Each thought the same thing. Each feared the same truth. But neither told the other what they had dreamed. Far above Manhattan, in the City Trust Tower, Lilith stood before the glass wall, her silhouette framed in moonlight. Her eyes glowed faint violet, her lips curling into a smile. "They are softer than silk," she murmured. "Both touched, both ready to break. The boy desires peace. The girl fears abandonment. They will stumble when we push." Belial grunted, restless. "Dreams don't win wars." "Wars are won long before the battlefield," Lilith replied smoothly. "When hearts surrender." Ben-Zethan folded his arms. "If they turn, the watchers will crumble." Azazel sat in silence, his gaze cold on the skyline. Then he spoke, each word like iron. "Let them waver. Let them doubt. A single betrayal wounds deeper than 1,000 blades. When they call for help and none comes, then we will close the trap." Lightning split the clear night sky above the city. Chapter 21. Masks and Ledgers. The abandoned factor on the west side was a skeleton of iron and dust. Broken skylights poured narrow shafts of pale light onto the concrete floor, where rusted machinery lay like carcasses of another age. The smell of oil lingered, old and sour, mixing with the faint odor of damp wood. Here, under the steel ribs of the roof, men and women stood in silence, waiting. Ben-Zethan walked slowly down the line. He wore a black coat that swept against his boots, his hands clasped behind his back like a commander on parade. His eyes, storm gray, flickering faintly with unnatural light, studied each face. There were ex-soldiers with scars across their jaws, mercenaries who had fought wars in deserts far from here. There were young men fresh off the streets, tattoos crawling up their necks, hunger and greed sharp in their eyes. A few technicians shifted uneasily, hands stained with grease, paid to lend their skills to something darker than wires and circuits. On a long steel table, maps of Midtown were spread, coffee cups pinning the corners. Diagrams of the Union Central Branch showed every corridor, stairwell, and fire escape. Photographs of guards were marked with red ink, notes written in Ben-Zethan's precise hand. Distracted, slow, smoker. When he spoke, his voice carried, low and thunderous. "This is not about gold or bills. We are not raiders. We are surgeons. At 7:40 you will walk into Union Central Branch as if you belong there. You will move with purpose, not haste. Panic will betray you." He pointed at the maps, his steel ring tapping like thunder against the table. "Forget the vault. That is distraction. Our prize is below the accounting room. Inside is a ledger, a register of offshore accounts, secret transfers, the veins through which the city bleeds its wealth. Whoever holds that ledger holds the city's spine." Murmurs rippled through the recruits. A boy with a scar above his brow raised a hesitant hand. "Any alarms?" Ben-Zethan's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Already crippled. A pulse will silence them for 2 minutes 50. Enough to take what we need and vanish before they blink." He gestured. Assistants opened black cases. Inside lay weapons, handguns fitted with suppressors, but also stranger tools. Compact EMP lamps humming faintly, disruptors designed to confuse thermal sensors, and miniature explosives made to disable, not destroy. Each man was issued a mask, black fabric that seemed to drink the light. Ben-Zethan paced, his coat sweeping. "You are not thieves. You are soldiers in a greater war. Tonight, your enemy is not the guards, not the police. It is the illusion of their control. We will tear from their hands." The recruits lowered their eyes. None dared speak again. Union Central Branch rose like a temple of stone on the corner of 47th. Its facade was heavy with columns carved in imitation of Greek order, as if money itself were sacred. Brass doors gleamed under the early light, polished by generations of hands desperate to touch wealth. At 7:41, the first tremor came. A man outside, disguised as a commuter with earbuds in, tapped a switch inside his jacket. Across the block, cameras froze. Radios crackled into silence. Inside the bank, the security desk flickered with error codes. Clerks frowned. The head guard tapped the console and swore under his breath. "System test again," he muttered. He didn't notice the gray-suited man slipping past the detectors with a briefcase. At 7:45, the second tremor hit. The glass doors sealed with a hiss, as though the building itself exhaled. Yet the system registered only maintenance. Employees exchanged uneasy looks. At 7:48, the strike began. The man in the gray suit approached the teller with calm authority. "Audit," he said smoothly. "Director's orders. I'll need the vault room opened." Confused, the teller complied. The moment the door clicked, the EMP lamps ignited. Cameras spat static. The hum of electronics died. Shadows moved fast. Two men peeled away and descended the stairwell to the accounting floor. The hallway smelled of stale paper and cold metal. Their disruptors hissed softly, overriding sensors as if the building were falling asleep. The door to the accounting room clicked. It swung open with a whisper. Inside, the ledger waited. It was not a single book, but shelves of files, both digital and paper, rows of hard drives, printouts, signatures, names and numbers that linked senators to shell companies, judges to hidden accounts, crime bosses to faceless corporations. It was a bloodstream of power, written in numbers instead of blood. "Grab it," one of them hissed. The boy with the scar stuffed drives into his jacket, hands shaking as he clutched paper files. He felt the weight of invisible eyes on him, though no one stood there. Upstairs, tension cracked. A clerk reached for the silent alarm beneath his counter. He never touched it. A masked fist struck the base of his skull, dropping him with a thud. No blood, no gunfire, just silence. At 7:55, the team was gone, out through side doors, into waiting vans, or swallowed by subway tunnels. By the time the system blinked back to life, Union Central Branch looked untouched. But the ledger was missing. High above, on the rooftop of a building across the street, 3 figures watched. Gabriel stood at the ledge, his coat unmoved by the breeze. His gaze followed every shadow slipping out of the bank. Ariel leaned on the iron railing, her eyes golden gray, narrowed like blades. Raphael's arms were crossed, his jaw clenched tight. "It's him," Gabriel murmured. "Benzethan moves like a general, not a thief." "They don't want money," Ariel said softly. "They want power. With that ledger, they can choke the city from the inside." Raphael's eyes burned faintly. "We could stop them. Now." Gabriel turned to him, calm but firm. "Not yet. A trap is worth more than a victory cut too soon." They remained until the last van turned the corner. For a moment, their forms shimmered against the skyline. 3 sentinels watching mortals fall deeper into darkness. Then, with a ripple of light, they were gone. By noon, Union Central Branch was swarming with investigators. Police combed every floor, their radios buzzing with contradictions. The vault was untouched, yet the accounting room lay stripped clean. Reporters shouted questions at trembling clerks. Cyber attack? Mob job? Inside betrayal? But the truth was already sealed inside a small steel drive, laid on a black table in the City Trust Tower. Candles flickered against obsidian walls. Azazel sat at the head, his suit immaculate, his steel-gray gaze fixed on the drive as if it were alive. Lilith leaned closer, violet eyes glowing. "So many names," she whispered. "So many secrets. With this, we could topple governments or own them." Belial spat on the floor. "Numbers. Files. Give me blood on streets, not paper in drawers." Benzethan ignored him. His face was carved from stone, his voice low. "The city bleeds through numbers. This drive is its heart." Azazel reached out, placing one finger on the drive. A faint spark hissed. "Do not destroy it. It is not a weapon. It is a leash." Mortals worship money, power. They're idols of finance. And when idols fall, their faith falls with them. Lilith smiled, lips curving like a blade. And faith, once broken, is never rebuilt. Azazel leaned back, his reflection sharp in the glass wall behind him. Lightning split the sky, though the night was clear. "Keep the children alive," he said softly. "Let the watchers watch. Every ledger, every whisper, every fear brings us closer. They think themselves guardians, but they are only shadows waiting to be swallowed." The room fell silent, save for the hiss of the storm beyond. Chapter 22. Cracks in the Veil. Morning headlines did not merely report. They howled. Union Central heist. Data vanishes. City shutters. Who really owns New York? Angels, demons, and now a bank war? On cable news, lower thirds crawled like alarm bells. A clipped-voiced anchor on GNN said, "This appears less like a robbery and more like a precision strike on information." A rival host countered, "Or a psyop designed to destabilize markets." In the corner of every screen, yesterday's shaky footage looped. Officers slamming through revolving doors, a clerk with trembling hands, a glimpse of the accounting floor, emptied to bone. Talk shows fed on fear. A former Treasury official announced, "This is an act of war, financial war," while a congressman retorted, "It's domestic terror until proven otherwise." A cyber expert shook his head. "You can't rip an accounting backbone in under 3 minutes without inside access or technology we don't admit exists." By noon, the FBI podium gleamed under white light. The spokesperson's voice stayed even, the eyes did not. "We are treating the Union Central incident as a coordinated, multi-party operation. We will not comment on the nature of the stolen records. We are expanding our inquiry to include additional institutions." Questions flew. Foreign involvement? Cartels? Religious extremists? No further comment. The market flinched. Bank stocks dipped, then convulsed. Traders watched graphs like heart monitors and heard only arrhythmia. In glass towers, executives argued in whispers. Compliance teams combed email archives like priests hunting blasphemy. At the Treasury Annex, a conference room smelled of old carpet and coffee. A map of Manhattan glowed on a wall screen, arteries marked in red. "We're not chasing cash," said a woman from FinCN, tapping the screen. "We're chasing structure. Who moves what, where, when." Yesterday's hit severed nerves. An FBI supervisor folded his arms. "We need subpoenas for 5 banks by end of day." A counsel from Justice winced. "If you pull broadly, Wall Street lawyers bury us. Thread the needle." "Threading the needle is why we keep bleeding." The supervisor snapped. No one said City Trust. Everyone thought it. A junior analyst, hair still damp from a rain that hadn't fallen, slid a folder across the table. "There's a pattern in the camera. Outages, surgical. Somebody rehearsed this. And look at the maintenance flag that masked the door lock. The code matches a firmware exploit we've only seen in classified environments." Silence. The word classified rearranged every spine in the room. "Then we're not alone in this," the Treasury woman said. "Which means whoever did it wants us to know someone could do it, and not who." In City Trust Tower's crown, the boardroom stone table reflected a skyline that pretended to be calm. Candles burned low in black glass, their flames small, stubborn. Belial paced a line into the polished floor. "They're inches from naming us." "Let them try." Asmodeus purred, legs crossed, sure undone one scandal too far. He swirled his drink not to sip, but to stain the air with something sweet. "Mortals love a villain. We will be whatever their screens desire, until we're something worse." Lilith leaned into the candlelight, violet eyes catching the flame. Panic fattens easily. Investigation fattens slower. But fattens. Feed it with rumor. Leak what hurts rivals, not us. Benzethan did not sit. He stood like a pillar by the window, storm-like coil behind his eyes. "The ledger is a leash. We pull when it matters. Until then, we let them strangle against their own fear." Azazel lifted a hand, and the room obeyed. His voice held winter. "Exposure is not failure. It is theater. Governments love the stage. While they perform, we build. Keep the children alive. Keep the watchers watching. Every camera turned upward is a camera not pointed at our hands." Lightning flashed across a cloudless sky. The windows hummed. On the street, New York did what it always does. It spoke. In a deli line, a sanitation worker said, "I don't care who stole what. My cousin was in that subway crash. Those light people pulled her out. That's all I need to know." At a wine bar, a hedge fund analyst murmured, "If that ledger's real, we're looking at exposure contagion. Banks don't fear thieves. They fear mirrors." A preacher on the corner raised a hand to the noon sun. "Signs and wonders." Choose your side. A graffiti artist finished a silver mural under the bridge. A wing made of stock tickers breaking into feathers, each feather a $sign melting. Phones watched everything. Truths and lies pooled into one river. Their refuge above the shuttered hardware store had the geometry of a shoebox and the acoustics of a shell. Ethan and Claire moved through it as if afraid to wake it. Two people living around a silence too heavy to lift. Ethan stood by the window with a pencil. He kept sharpening to a useless point. His sketchbook was a palimpsest of wings. Ariel's angle ferocity, Raphael's broad guard, Uriel's fire, drawn and redrawn until lines blurred. Claire sat at the tiny table with a mug cooling in her hands. The steam thinned into absence. She watched it go as if it were a compass. "You didn't sleep," she said. "You did." His voice wasn't sharp, only thin. She swallowed. "I dreamed." He closed the sketchbook softly, as if noise would shatter them. "Me too." She waited for him to go on. He didn't. He waited for her to go on. She didn't. The radiator clicked. Somewhere below, someone slammed a car door. The room held its breath. "I can't keep doing this," Claire said at last, the words pressed out of her. "Eating fear for breakfast. Pretending the world didn't split open under our feet." Ethan stared at his thumb, blackened with graphite. "If we talk about the split, it widens." "That's not how cracks work," she said brittle. "They widen because we pretend they don't exist." He looked up. For a moment his eyes were the boy she met in a crowded lecture hall. Hopeful, stubborn, alive. "I'm trying." "So am I," she whispered, and the confession hurt more than any accusation. He opened his mouth. "I saw a woman in my sleep." He closed it. She opened hers. "She told me they'd leave us to die." She closed it. Instead, he said too brightly, "I'll make tea." He ran water. The kettle hissed, and neither of them looked at the other while the first small storm of the day boiled. The tea tasted like metal. They drank it anyway. They tried to conjure normal. Remember the summer ferry crossing when the river smelled like pennies and sunlight. Remember gallery opening where they laugh at sculptures like driftwood bones. Remember the cheap pizza eaten on a curb under rain that tasted like freedom. The memories were warm stones taken from a cold pocket. They didn't heat the room. Claire tried her textbooks again. Case law lines blurred to ash. A precedent about fiduciary duty swam into focus. Duty of loyalty, duty of care. She thought bitterly. Who owed what to whom now? Ethan attempted eggs. The pan hissed. He cracked shells with painterly gentleness. They came out rubber anyway. Claire smeared jam on burned toast and called it breakfast. The act of naming it felt like rebellion. When the kettle screamed again by mistake, Claire flinched hard enough to spill tea. Ethan reached for a towel, and his hand shook. Two people mopping a table, as if it were a wound. On the opposite rooftop, Ariel watched through the uncovered window. The city wind lifted her dark hair. Her green coat carried city dust like a second skin. Her eyes, steel with embers, softened. "They're breaking," Raphael said quietly beside her. He kept his wings hidden, but the air around him held that slight pressure the human body interprets as safe. It ached to be useful. Gabriel stood one pace back, half shadow, wholly present. He studied, not as a spy studies, but as a physician studies a pulse he hopes won't flutter. "Not yet," he said, "but the hinge is set." "We could tell them," Raphael insisted, heat entering the words. "Name the poisoner. Strip power from the dream." "Truth given too early becomes another form of control," Gabriel said, sorrow a thread through his calm. "If their choice isn't truly theirs, it won't hold when the night comes hungry." Ariel's gaze stayed on Claire's face, on Ethan's clenched jaw. "They are not soldiers. Children decide wars more often than angels," Gabriel answered. "We forget this because it hurts to remember." A gust rattled a loose sign on the street. In the apartment, Ethan laughed once, too sharp, and Claire didn't. The sound traveled. Ariel closed her eyes briefly, as if a blade had passed near and nicked. "Lilith works in the grain of the heart," Gabriel said. "She doesn't push, she leans. We must teach them to stand." "How?" Raphael asked. "By not holding them up," Gabriel said, and the answer sounded like cruelty and was not. Afternoon dragged its gray light across skyscraper glass. The Bureau filed emergency orders. Banks' file counters. A rumor thread trended. Angels crash stocks. A senator demanded hearings. A celebrity posted a tearful video about the light beings who saved her cousin. 1,000 comments called a stage. 1,000 others said amen. On a midtown sidewalk, a street violinist played Bach, so pure 2 policemen stopped and forgot their fear long enough to be human. A homeless man held a cardboard sign. If angels are real, so are demons. Choose kindness. No one gave cash. Several took photos. In a law office 40 stories up, a partner told an associate, "Draft a memo that says everything and nothing." The associate produced 6 pages of exactly that. Somewhere else, a civil servant did the opposite and got yelled at for truth. Evening turned the river to tin. City Trust Tower's boardroom became a lantern above a hive. As the Fed circle, Lilith said, tracing a fingernail along the table's edge, "We nudge." Anonymous tips that point away. Names of enemies fed to wolves. She smiled, a crescent. Panic divides. Division feeds us. Belial snorted. "I prefer bone to rumor. You prefer the sound of your own fists," Asmodeus said lazily, "which I admire. But listen to the music. They are singing for us. Chorus of fear, verse of awe. Delicious." Benson's voice was iron. "We wait. The ledger buys patience." He glanced once at Azazel, a soldier seeking the general's last word. Azazel rose. The room adjusted. He walked to the window and looked down on a city, busy pretending it didn't belong to gravity. "Let them build committees," he said. "Let them hold hearings and call it salvation. Let the children doubt. When the watchers step closer to comfort them, they step into the circle I have drawn." He turned. For an instant, a depth moved behind his eyes that was not merely hunger but memory of altars lost. The candles flickered, obedient to a wind from nowhere. "Do not mistake noise for power," he said. "Power is the hand that decides when the noise stops." Night laid itself across rooftops and fire escapes. The apartment's single lamp wore a cheap shade that made the room look sepia, like a memory faking safety. Ethan stood at the window, watching a cat ghost down the alley wall. Claire lay on the couch with a book she wasn't reading, staring at a page that refused to become words. "I keep thinking," she said, barely audible, "that if I say it out loud, it becomes more real." "What?" He kept his eyes on the glass because the glass did not ask for honesty. "That I'm scared," she said. "Not of them. Of us." "I know," he said. He meant it. He didn't turn. "Did you call them?" she asked after a beat. "In your head, like they told us we could." His breath caught. He had reached for Gabriel and thought the night before, and felt only the echo of his own wanting. "No." He lied gently. "Did you?" "No." She lied gently back. They were kind to each other in ways that opened wounds. He crossed the room, sat on the floor with his back against the couch, and found her hand anyway, their fingers laced. The gesture was an old key in a new lock. It turned, but the door complained. Above, Ariel exhaled. Raphael bowed his head. Gabriel closed his eyes, hearing a hinge creak that might one day bear the weight of a gate. In the tower, Lilith smiled without teeth. Benzethan charted routes. Belial sharpened knuckles against memory. Asmodeus practiced his favorite sin, patience, because it hurt him and therefore pleased him more. Azazel watched the river and counted heartbeats that were not his. When the candles guttered, they did not dare go out. Between one breath and the next, the crack in the veil widened. Not a tearing. Not yet. A hairline fracture. Clean and almost beautiful if you admired damage for its elegance. The city slept like someone pretending to. The angels did not. The demons would not. And the children in the little room clung to each other in the old human way, which has never been enough and sometimes is. Chapter 23. The Trap Tightens. The warehouse smelled of gasoline and sweat. Beneath flickering bulbs, crates of rifles were pried open with crowbars, the metal gleaming under sickly light. Benzethan stood at the center, a giant carved of storms, his voice rumbling over the restless chatter of men. "You wanted power," he said, pacing between crates. Now you hold it. He lifted one of the rifles and placed it in the hands of a tattooed man with hollow cheeks. This city belongs to no one. Tonight, you take a corner. Tomorrow, you take a block. Soon the city itself will kneel. Around him, the gang murmured in excitement. Some grinned, fingering weapons they'd never dreamed of owning. Others looked pale, as though they'd stumbled too far into something they couldn't name. Benson's gaze was iron. Your orders are simple. Spread fear. Hit banks. Hit streets. Hit anything that bleeds money or safety. Chaos is your banner. Confusion is your weapon. You are not thieves. You are heralds. From the shadows, Lilith leaned against a rusting pillar, her red dress catching faint light, like a living flame. She smiled, violet eyes glimmering. And while mortals bleed, I will work elsewhere, in silence, in their dreams. Ben Ethan inclined his head, but did not answer. His storm was action, not whispers. Lilith's storms belonged to the heart. By morning, New York felt different. Sirens screamed longer. Police reports flooded with incidents. A pawn shop in Harlem gutted by fire. A shootout in Brooklyn. A convoy of cash vans attacked on the FDR Drive. The media spun faster than the city could breathe. Crime wave strikes after Union's central heist. Who pulls the strings behind New York's violence? Talk radio blared in yellow cabs. They're connected, I tell you. First a bank, now this. Somebody's pulling the strings. Crime's always been here. Don't make angels out of thugs. You say angels? The host laughed. Lady, if angels were here, they have left the city decades ago. On television, a senator demanded sweeping surveillance powers. If we cannot control our streets, we lose our nation. Applause followed, more from fear than conviction. From his tower, Azazel watched. His hands folded neatly behind his back, his tie impeccable, his expression calm as winter glass. Perfect, he murmured. Fear turns to law, law turns to leash, leash turns empire. Lilith's smile curved like a blade. And no one sees a hand that holds a leash. For the first time in days, Ethan and Claire stepped out of the suffocating apartment. The air was sharp with winter, the streets crowded with noise that felt more like a warning than life. Claire pulled her coat tight, scanning every face as though danger could hide in a passerby's smile. Ethan tried to keep his sketchbook tucked in his bag, his hand twitching for a pencil he didn't use. Feels different, he muttered. It is different, Claire said, her voice tight. You feel it too. They walked past shuttered storefronts sprayed with graffiti. On one brick wall, someone had painted enormous white wings, spray lines bold, dripping like they bled. Ethan stopped. His chest swelled faintly. See? People believe. Maybe that's hope. Claire stared longer. To her, the wings didn't look like salvation. They looked like a warning, a target. She shook her head. Or maybe it's a sign someone knows we're here. They moved on, tension clinging between them like a chain. Every step felt watched, every turn of the street, like a throat tightening. At a corner, a street preacher raised his arms, shouting about signs and judgment. Claire flinched at his words. Ethan quickened his pace. Neither of them noticed a faint ripple of shadow trailing just behind Claire, a whisper of violet smoke only an angel would recognize. From a rooftop overlooking the street, Raphael crouched, his eyes narrowed as he followed the couple's path below. His presence radiated quiet power, but his hands flexed at his sides, aching to draw a blade. He saw the shadow curling at Claire's heels. He knew the scent of Lilith's influence when it touched the air. His jaw clenched. They are hunted even in their own minds, he whispered. A step behind him, Gabriel landed silently, his coat stirring in the wind. His gaze, calm as ever, followed Ethan and Claire. Lilith has marked her, Raphael said. She follows like smoke. Should I cut it away? No, Gabriel replied. To sever it now would only bind it tighter. Dreams are threads, pulled too hard, and the whole cloth unravels. Raphael's voice was sharp. They are not soldiers. They do not understand what hunts them. Gabriel's eyes softened, though sorrow lingered. No one understands what hunts them, until it strikes. That is the tragedy of war. It teaches before it kills. Raphael turned away, fist trembling, wings threatening to flare. But he obeyed. From another rooftop, Ariel appeared, her gaze fixed on the streets where Benzethin's men stirred chaos. Her voice was low, bitter. Azazel is spreading the fire. He doesn't just want them afraid. He wants the whole city burning. Gabriel's gaze remained steady on Ethan and Claire. Then we must endure the smoke, until the fire reveals its core. By nightfall, protests had broken out. Crowds gathered in Union Square, some shouting for justice, others waving signs. Where were the angels at Times Square? Light save U.S., trust the light. No gods, no masters, only truth. Police formed lines. Sirens pulsed. Tension thickened. Fights broke out between those who believed and those who mocked belief. From their small apartment, Ethan and Claire heard the noise drifting like waves. They said nothing, listening to the city tear at itself. And in the tower above, Azazel smiled faintly as the noise echoed up to his glass-walled throne. "The trapped titans," he whispered. Lilith's laughter lingered like perfume in the room. Chapter 24. The Candidate. The steps of City Hall gleamed under a late winter sun. Reporters packed the plaza, cameras mounted like weapons, microphones clustered like hungry mouths. Police cordons kept the crowds at bay, but still they surged forward, chanting, shouting, waving homemade signs that read "Save Our City" and "Order Now." Then the doors opened. Azazel stepped out, flanked by bodyguards in tailored black. His silver-gray suit caught the light, his tie crisp, his shoes gleaming. He carried himself not as a man, but as inevitability. Lilith followed a step behind, her smile controlled, her eyes alive with violet fire hidden behind dark glasses. Benzethin loomed to the left, a silent wall of storm. The crowd roared. Flashbulbs exploded. Azazel raised a hand. Silence rippled outward like command obeyed. His voice carried across the plaza, smooth as glass and sharp as steel. "New York is my city," he began. "It bleeds, it suffers, it drowns in fear. You cry out for safety, for justice, for order, and you are answered only with excuses." Murmurs. A woman in the front clutched her child and nodded through tears. Azazel's gaze swept the crowd. "But I will not give excuses. I will give answers. I will give strength." He paused, letting the words settle like stones. "Today, I announce my candidacy for mayor of New York." The plaza erupted. Shouts, applause, chants of his name. Reporters fought for position, thrusting microphones forward. "I will restore law to these streets. I will hunt corruption from the marrow of this city. And I will not waver, because I do not fear those who profit from your chaos. I am not owned. I am not bought. I stand only for you." Cheers thundered. Some wept openly. Phones shook in raised hands, broadcasting every syllable to millions. Behind him, Lilith's smile widened, barely visible to anyone but those who already knew. Hours later, the boardroom of City Trust glowed with candlelight and screen light. The skyline stretched below, its towers like supplicants before their king. Asmodeus lounged in a leather chair, swirling a drink. Brilliant theater. They will beg you to chain them. Belial cracked his knuckles, restless. Mortals cheering a devil. They deserve what comes. Lilith leaned close to Azazel, whispering with a purr. "They already love you. By the time ballots are cast, they will worship you." Benzethin said nothing, his storming eyes fixed on the map of the city. Politics is another battlefield, but it draws fire slower than a rifle. Azazel remained at the window, his reflection twin to the skyline. Mortals crave chains disguised as crowns. I will give them both. And when I sit on the throne, they build for me. Not even the Watchers will strike, without striking the people they swore to protect. His hand brushed the glass, as if it could already feel the city pulsing beneath his palm. The old television in the apartment buzzed faintly, its image grainy but clear enough. Ethan and Claire sat side by side on the couch, staring at Azazel on the screen. Claire hugged her knees, her eyes wide. Ethan leaned forward, his fists clenched. "You see what he's doing?" Ethan said, his voice ragged. "He's using the chaos he created to play savior." Claire's lips parted, but no words came at first. Then softly, "At least he sounds like he cares." Ethan whipped his head toward her. "Cares? He burned this city just to step on the ashes." Don't tell me you believe him." Her eyes glistened. I don't know what to believe anymore. The silence between them thickened. On the screen, Azazel smiled at the crowd, a man of the people wearing a mask of salvation, on a rooftop across from City Hall. Gabriel stood as the crowd dispersed, his coat stirring faintly in the wind. Raphael landed behind him, fury in his eyes. "He makes himself a king," Raphael spat. "And mortals cheer. Mortals cheer what they think will save them," Ariel said, stepping from the shadows. "Fear makes them blind." Gabriel's face was carved from stone, sorrow in the cracks. If he wins this city, he does not just rule mortals. He rules the stage. He makes a strike through him, and every innocent in his shadow. He will turn their love into our leash. Raphael's fists trembled. "Then we strike first." "No," Gabriel said firmly. "Not yet. His mask must fall by their eyes, not ours. Only then will the truth cut deep enough." They looked down at the plaza where Azazel shook hands, kissed babies, and left mortals weeping with gratitude. Above, the angels were silent, powerless to intervene. That night, Claire dreamed again. She stood in a vast square lit by torches. The crowd cheered, faces blurred but voices loud. At the center stood Azazel, dressed not in gray but in white, his hand raised like a shepherd blessing his flock. Behind him, shadows in the shape of wings loomed like guardians. Claire searched the crowd for Ethan, but he was nowhere. Instead, she saw the angels, Gabriel, Ariel, Raphael, standing apart, their faces cold, their backs turned. "You see," whispered a familiar voice. Lilith appeared beside her, hair flowing like liquid night, eyes violet fire. "They will abandon you. They will use you until your bones break. But him," she gestured to Azazel, radiant under the lights. "He protects. He fights for you. He speaks for the forgotten. He will never leave you." Claire shook her head weakly. "He's dangerous." Lilith's smile was soft, almost maternal. "Dangerous to those who prey on you. Dangerous to those who would sacrifice you. Do you not want safety? Do you not want to stop running?" The crowd chanted Azazel's name. Claire felt it echo in her chest. For a heartbeat, it felt like belonging. Then she woke, gasping, sweat slick on her skin. Ethan slept fitfully beside her, muttering in a dream of his own. She did not wake him. She only stared at the ceiling, Lilith's words burning in her ears. In the tower, Azazel stood at the window once more, the city lights like stars bowing beneath him. "Mortals will choose their own chains," he said quietly, almost to himself. "And when they do, even heaven will hesitate to break them." Behind him, Lilith's laughter rippled soft as silk. Chapter 25. Shadows of Truth. Daniel Ward was 45 and looked older. His face carried the fatigue of too many late nights hunched over keyboards and cold coffee. His hair was prematurely gray, always a little wild, and his eyes were the kind that never really slept, bloodshot, rimmed in shadows. Once he had been a star, a rising name at the New York Times, bylines on the front page, whispers of a Pulitzer for his exposés on corporate corruption. But fame had soured with time. His marriage collapsed under the weight of deadlines and obsessions, leaving him divorced, his 2 children now living with their mother in Boston. He visited them once a month, awkward weekends filled with ice cream and silences. Now he worked for a struggling independent outlet, the Gotham Ledger, a digital rag punching above its weight. His office was a cramped desk in the corner of a noisy shared newsroom in Brooklyn. Papers stacked like barricades, old headlines pinned to the wall as if reminding him he had once mattered. But Daniel Ward still had one thing that hadn't aged, a nose for rot. And when Union Central fell and Azazel announced his candidacy within days, the stench of rot filled his lungs. He sat at his desk, a cigarette smoldering in a coffee cup, tapping through financial records, news clippings, campaign filings. It's too clean, he thought. Nobody rises this fast without a shadow behind them. On his screen, the image of Azazel at City Hall glared back. Perfect suit, perfect smile, perfect lie. Daniel leaned closer, muttering to himself, "Nobody's that clean." He jotted notes in his battered leather notebook, the same one he'd carried since his Times days. In the margins, he scribbled 2 words underlined twice. City Trust Bank. Claire had been restless all day. Ethan noticed the way she moved, nervous, pacing, her eyes distant, as if hearing a voice he couldn't. That night, as the city buzzed outside, she rose from the couch and pulled on a coat. "Where are you going?" Ethan asked. She didn't meet his eyes. "Just out. For air. You've barely eaten." "You don't even, Claire." He grabbed her wrist gently. "Talk to me." Her eyes flicked up, and for a heartbeat he saw something not hers, a faint violet gleam that vanished as quickly as it came. Her voice was flat. "Don't wait up." She pulled free and left. Ethan followed. The streets were cold, lined with neon and the hum of late-night traffic. Claire walked fast, too fast, her steps purposeful, her shoulders stiff. Ethan trailed her at a distance, heart-hammering. She turned onto a busier avenue, where taxis honked and doormen stood like statues in front of glass towers. And there, beneath a crimson awning, stood a club, the Dominion. Its black doors were guarded by men in suits with earpieces. The line outside was short, elite. Claire stopped, smoothed her hair, and slipped inside. Ethan froze. Through the glass, he caught a glimpse of her. Coat discarded, replaced by a short black dress that shimmered under the lights. Makeup heavy on her eyes, lips painted blood red. She looked like someone else, like a mask of Claire stretched over a stranger. Inside, music pulsed. Men in tailored suits and women in scarlet dresses leaned over velvet booths. Shadows moved in corners where no light reached. At the far end of the room, Lilith sat like a queen, her gaze lifting to meet Claire's with satisfaction. Ethan's fist clenched. His stomach turned. He pushed forward, but the bouncer stopped him cold. "Members only," the man said flatly. "She's not. She doesn't belong here," Ethan shouted. But Claire turned at that moment. Her eyes met his through the glass doors. For a second, something flickered. Recognition, sorrow, fear. Then it was gone. Her lips curled into a smile he didn't know. She shook her head once, slow, as if to say, "Don't follow." Ethan staggered back. The doors closed. She disappeared into the dark. He ran through the streets, breath harsh in the winter air, until he found himself back at the apartment. The walls closed and tighter than ever. Her absence was everywhere. Her coat still draped on the chair, her mug on the table, the faint scent of perfume in the air. Ethan dropped to his knees, his hands clawing at his hair. "No, no, no, no." Gabriel's voice echoed in memory. "We can hear your thoughts if you call us." For days he had resisted. For days he had doubted. But now there was nothing left. He shut his eyes, forcing his mind into focus, pushing past panic, past fear, until only a single thought remained. Help me. Help her. The air thickened. The radiator stopped clanging. The hum of the street outside dulled. The light in the room shifted, glowing faintly as if the walls themselves exhaled. When Ethan opened his eyes, Gabriel was there, tall, calm, his coat flowing as if caught by a breeze no one else could feel. Behind him, Ariel's figure flickered, her eyes burning with resolve. Ethan staggered to his feet, tears in his eyes. "They've taken her. Claire, she's with them. She's not herself. Please, help me bring her back." Gabriel's gaze was steady, solemn. "Then the war has entered its next stage. And you, Ethan, must decide if you are willing to fight for her soul." Far above, in the tower of City Trust, Azazel watched the city lights, like a man watching flames consume a house he had set himself. Claire stood beside Lilith now, silent, her face unreadable. Azazel's smile was faint, satisfied. "The boy will come to us. They always do." Lilith's laughter curled like smoke. Chapter 26. Crossroads. The newsroom of the Gotham Ledger was half chaos, half graveyard. Phones rang off desks no one answered. Old pizza boxes curled on countertops. The hum of too many computers sounded like bees caught in a jar. Daniel Ward sat hunched over his own mess. 3 screens open, tabs stacked like falling dominoes, his notebook open at his elbow. A cigarette smoldered in an ashtray, untouched. His tie hung loose, his sleeves rolled. His hair looked like he had fought it and lost. He flipped through bank records, campaign filings, and corporate mergers. Every trail, Every dotted line pointed to the same place, City Trust. The bank Azazel had acquired years earlier with suspiciously clean money. Daniel scribbled furiously. Timeline. Union Central hit ledger vanishes. Azazel announces candidacy. He circled the word ledger 3 times. He leaned back, rubbing his tired eyes. The smell of ink and dust clung to him. For a moment he let himself think of his kids, Sam and Lily, 9 and 12. They lived in Boston with their mother. He saw them every other weekend, but he'd miss Lily's school play, Sam's soccer tournament. One day I'll make it up to them, he always said. But one day never came. He closed his eyes, muttering, if I get this story, maybe they'll know I didn't quit. Maybe they'll know I tried. His phone buzzed. A text from a source he hadn't heard from in years. Meet me. I've seen things. Dominion Club. Midnight. Daniel stared at the screen, exhaled smoke, and muttered to himself, guess the devil wants to dance. Back in the dim apartment. Ethan paced like a caged animal. Ariel stood near the window, her silhouette sharp against the neon city glow. Gabriel sat calmly, his hands folded, his eyes patient but grave. She's gone, Ethan said, his voice hoarse. She looked right at me and she wasn't there anymore. She smiled like a stranger. What the hell did they do to her? Ariel's voice was steady, edged with steel. Lilith's hand. Dreams and whispers. She twists fear into faith, sorrow into surrender. Claire has been marked for weeks. Now she steps willingly into their fire. Ethan slammed his fist against the wall. Then let's drag her out. Gabriel rose, his coat flowing as if an unseen wind. It is not so simple. Chains forged in the mind cannot be broken by force. If you storm Dominion now, you may find her body, but not her soul. Ethan turned on him, anger sharp. So what? I'm supposed to just watch her disappear. Gabriel's gaze did not waver. You are supposed to fight, yes, but not recklessly. You will not go alone. We will be near. But when the moment comes, it must be you who calls her back. She must choose to hear your voice over Lilith's. Ariel stepped closer, her eyes burning. You said you would fight for her soul. Tonight you begin. The Dominion was a cathedral of shadows. Velvet curtains draped from the ceiling. Chandeliers dripping with crystal hung above smoke-thick air. Music pulsed low, bass like a heartbeat buried under the floor. Men in suits leaned in private booths, cigars glowing like embers. Women draped in sequins and silk laughed with eyes too cold. And in the deepest booth of them all sat Lilith, her red dress shimmering like blood and water, Claire beside her. Claire's transformation was complete. Heavy makeup masked her softness. Her dress black and sharp, her lips painted crimson. She moved like someone who had forgotten herself, like a puppet dancing on invisible strings. Yet every so often her eyes flickered. Confusion beneath the gloss, a memory trying to surface. Lilith stroked her hair, whispering like a mother. See how easily they accept you now? No fear, no running. You are stronger here than you ever were with him. Claire nodded faintly, but her hands trembled in her lap. At the same time, Daniel Ward arrived. He wasn't dressed for the club, just his wrinkled shirt, scuffed shoes, and the trench coat he hadn't replaced in 10 years. The bouncer sneered but let him in when Daniel muttered a name his source had given him. Inside, Daniel's eyes darted, taking in velvet, glass, and shadows. He scribbled notes in his head. Power players. Money laundering front. Strange faces. Recognized some from campaign donors. Then he froze. At the far end of the room, he saw her. Claire. Young. Dressed wrong for her age. Seated beside a woman whose beauty chilled him even from across the floor. Daniel frowned. What the hell is a girl like her doing here? He pulled out his phone, pretending to check messages, but secretly snapped a photo. The flash was off. The picture still felt dangerous. Outside, Ethan lingered in the alley, heart pounding. Ariel stood at his side, Gabriel behind him. The bass from the club thudded, like a war drum, through the walls. You cannot storm him blind, Gabriel warned. I don't care, Ethan hissed. She's in there. Ariel laid a hand on his shoulder, her grip iron. Then go. But remember, her freedom is not in your hands. It is in hers. You must remind her who she is. Ethan swallowed hard, nodded, and stepped toward the door. Inside, Lilith's laughter rang like silk torn in half. Claire raised her glass, eyes glazed, lips curving in a smile that wasn't hers. At the entrance, Ethan pushed the door open, light cutting across the smoke. His eyes locked on Claire instantly. At the bar, Daniel Ward turned at the same moment, their gazes meeting briefly. Two strangers drawn into the same storm. And in the shadows above, Gabriel and Ariel watched, the night ready to ignite. Chapter 27. The Dominion Game. The Dominion pulsed like a living beast. Its velvet curtains breathed with the bass. Chandeliers swayed faintly, though no wind stirred. Glasses clinked, laughter echoed sharp, and in every booth shadows pooled thicker than the wine poured into crystal. Ethan pushed through the door, shoulders squared though his pulse raced. He scanned the room until his eyes found her, Claire. She sat beside Lilith, a black dress clinging to her form, heavy makeup masking her familiar softness. She looked like someone else, like she'd been rewritten. His heart clenched. At the bar, Daniel Ward nursed a cheap whiskey he didn't drink. His phone lay hidden in his palm, camera app open, snapping silent photos of the room. Men he recognized from campaign finance committees, bankers tied to City Trust, and was that a senator leaning in Lilith's ear? His reporter's instinct screamed louder than the music. This is a story. This is bigger than all of them. But then he saw Ethan, saw the way the young man's eyes locked on the girl in the booth. And Daniel knew instantly. He's here for her. Lilith noticed Ethan the moment he entered. Her lips curled into a smile as sweet as venom. She leaned close to Claire, whispering in her ear, "Look, the boy has come for you." Claire's eyes lifted, meeting Ethan's across the haze. For a moment, something flickered, recognition, longing, fear. Then Lilith's hand brushed her cheek, and the flicker dimmed. "Go to him if you wish," Lilith purred, her voice dripping honey. "But ask yourself, where was he when you cried in your sleep? Where was he when fear hollowed you out? Did he protect you, or did he let you break?" Claire's throat tightened. She stood, wavering, eyes darting between Ethan and Lilith. Lilith rose too, her scarlet dress shimmering in the club's half-light. She addressed Ethan aloud, her voice carrying like a performer's on stage. "She belongs where she is wanted. Do you want her, Ethan? Do you truly? Then prove it. Call her. Let her choose before everyone." Heads turned. Patrons hushed. The Dominion became a theater. Ethan stepped forward, his voice breaking but loud enough. "Claire, it's me. I know you're in there. This isn't you, this makeup, this mask, this place. You don't need her lies. You don't need any of this. You need you, and I need you." Claire's breath hitched. Her painted lips trembled. She took a half-step toward him, then stopped. Lilith's hand rested lightly on her shoulder. "She has seen my truth," Lilith said smoothly. "You offer her fear, boy. I offer her power. You offer her promises. I offer her proof." She snapped her fingers. The chandelier above shuddered violently. The glasses on every table rattled, one exploding into shards. Gasps filled the room. Daniel's phone clicked silently as he captured the moment, heart hammering. What the hell did I just see? He ducked lower, pretended to tie his shoe as he snapped another photo. His lens caught the booth behind Lilith. A carved emblem glowing faintly on the wood, a sigil like wings twisted into flame. Daniel's reporter's got twisted. That's no decoration. He knew without knowing how. This was bigger than corruption, bigger than money. Something supernatural bled through the seams here. He slipped the phone back into his pocket, sweat beading his neck. That was when he felt a shadow loom. A man sat down beside him uninvited. Sharp suit, broad shoulders, smile like a blade. "Belial, you see too much." "Journalist," Belial murmured, voice like gravel wrapped in velvet. "Put away your toys. Go home. Forget." Daniel forced a smirk, though his stomach flipped. "I don't forget. It's my job not to." Belial leaned closer. "Then remember this. You have 2 children. Sam, Lily. They are innocent for now. Stay away from what is not yours, or innocence burns first." Daniel's blood turned to ice. His fingers twitched toward his phone. Belial's hand caught his wrist like iron. "One photo," Belial whispered, "and I break the bones in this hand before you scream." Then he stood, smiling as if nothing had passed, and melted back into the crowd. Daniel's breath came fast. He stared into his glass, hands trembling. "They know about my kids." Back at the booth, the silence grew unbearable. Claire stood between Ethan and Lilith, eyes darting like a trapped bird. Ethan took another step forward, voice raw. "Claire, listen to me. You're not hers. You're mine. Not as possession." His voice cracked. "As my partner in my heart. We survived because we had each other. Don't let her steal that." Lilith's laugh rippled low. "Heart? What good is a heart when the world tears it apart? She has power with me. She has freedom. Choose, Claire. Him or me." The crowd leaned in, hungry. Claire's lips parted. She looked at Ethan, saw the desperation in his eyes, the tremble in his voice. She looked at Lilith, saw the calm power, the promise of safety wrapped in silk. Her voice came out a whisper. "I don't know." She turned, slowly, back toward Lilith. Ethan's face fell. His knees buckled. Above, unseen by mortals, Ariel's fists clenched, her wings pressing against the veil of invisibility. "She is slipping. We cannot." Gabriel raised a hand. His eyes never left Claire. "Not yet. The choice is hers." He must call her again. But in his gaze lingered sorrow. The sorrow of an angel who knew that choices sometimes broke the soul that made them. Claire lowered herself back into the booth beside Lilith. The crowd erupted in applause, mistaking the scene for theater, a show put on for their amusement. Lilith smiled, victorious, her hand sliding around Claire's shoulder. "You see? Even mortals know she belongs here." Ethan's vision blurred with tears, but he refused to collapse. He took one last look at her, then turned and pushed his way out of the club, the door slamming behind him. Daniel Ward sat frozen at the bar, his phone heavy in his pocket, Belial's threat ringing in his ears. He knew he had proof. He also knew proof had a price. In the tower above, Azazel received word of the evening's game and laughed softly, like thunder rolling over distant hills. "The cracks widen," he murmured, "and soon everything breaks." Chapter 28. The Coronation of Shadows. The city awoke uneasy. On subway platforms, commuters clutched folded newspapers, screaming headlines in thick black print. The city decides today New York's future in the balance. At polling stations from Harlem to Staten Island, lines of voters stretched down sidewalks. Some carried coffee and spoke with excitement. Others stood with arms folded, muttering that it wouldn't matter, that the system was broken. Yet all waited because this day promised change, or at least the illusion of it. Daniel Ward wandered through neighborhoods, notebook in hand, capturing scraps of dialogue. In Harlem, a grandmother told him, "We need someone strong, somebody who isn't afraid to clean the rot." In Brooklyn, a construction worker shrugged. "They're all crooks. Might as well try the new one." Everywhere, Azazel's posters gleamed from walls and bus stops. His perfect face, his polished smile, his slogan order for all. The city breathed his image. Evening came, and with it, the numbers. In bars, diners, and apartment blocks, eyes fixed on televisions. Screens glowed in bodegas, restaurants, even in Times Square itself. Anchors spoke quickly, voices trembling with excitement. Early returns from Queens, Azazel in the lead. Brooklyn, surprising margin, Azazel ahead again. Staten Island, landslide Azazel. The numbers climbed, unstoppable. 55%, 60, 68. Too perfect, too clean. Some muttered about rigging, but their voices drowned in cheers. When the final call came, Azazel declared victor by a sweeping majority. The city erupted. Horns blared. Strangers hugged. Fireworks cracked against the night sky. In a bar downtown, Daniel scribbled 3 words into his notebook. Too clean. Rigged. But no one cared. By midnight, Times Square had transformed. Streets were barricaded. Traffic diverted. Giant screens blazed Azazel's image across the canyon of neon towers. A stage had been built in the center, draped with banners that bore his slogan. Floodlights swept the sky. Hundreds of thousands filled the square, packed shoulder to shoulder, flags waving, confetti drifting down like synthetic snow. Children perched on parents' shoulders. Tourists gaped, phones raised high. The roar of voices rose and fell like waves against steel. Daniel pushed through the crush, notebook clutched against his chest. The crowd surged, jostling him, spilling beer down his coat, knocking his pen to the ground. He bent to retrieve it, catching glimpses. A child asleep on his father's shoulders, a young woman crying with joy, a group of students chanting Azazel's name like scripture. He stopped, lifted his head, and looked around. They adore him, he thought, while rising. They don't see the monster in their midst. They see a savior. The roar peaked as Azazel appeared. He strode onto the stage in a perfectly tailored black suit, tie of deep crimson. His hair gleamed beneath the floodlights, his smile radiant and calm. Behind him, Lilith in a velvet dress, Belial rigid as stone, Benzethan looming like a storm cloud. The crowd thundered. Screens magnified his face until it loomed over the city itself. Azazel raised one hand. The roar subsided like an ocean, obeying the moon. My city, he began, voice smooth as silk and steel. Tonight, you have chosen. You have chosen strength. You have chosen hope. You have chosen a future where fear will not dictate your lives. The crowd screamed. Flags waved, confetti spiraled. You have suffered too long, through chaos, through crime, through corruption. But no more. I will tear out the disease from this city's veins. I will restore order to its streets. And I will do it not as a ruler, but as a servant. The square shook with cheers. A woman near Daniel sobbed uncontrollably. A man fell to his knees, raising his hands like prayer. Daniel's stomach twisted. He saw not a servant, but a predator, wearing robes of light. He scribbled, demagogue, cult, beware. But his words felt small against the roar of the crowd. Azazel's eyes swept over them, cold fire hidden beneath the warmth. Together, he said, voice rising, we will build a city the world envies, a city where none are forgotten, a city where light shines again. The crowd chanted his name, Azazel, 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 on the screens. His smile looked like divinity. Backstage, Lilith's lips curved faintly. They love you. Azazel adjusted his cufflinks. They love the chains I gift them. Mortals always love their prisons, so long as the bars are gilded. Belial's scowl deepened. I would rather break their bones and win their votes. You break bones, they rebuild, Azazel said. I win their souls, they never rise again. Benzethan said nothing, but his storm-dark eyes approved. In the small apartment above the shuttered hardware store, Ethan sat on the floor, back against the wall. The television glowed, Azazel's face filling the screen, his voice filling the room. Ethan's fists clenched, his eyes burned. They're cheering him. After everything, after the blood, after the chaos, they cheer him. Claire's absence echoed like a hollow. She should have been here, shoulder against his. Instead, she was out there, standing beside the enemy, lost to him. His voice cracked. I can't do this. I can't watch her vanish. I can't fight him alone. He pressed his palms together, bowed his head, and whispered into the silence. Gabriel, Ariel, Raphael, whoever hears me, please, help me, help her. Take me, use me, break me if you must. Just don't let her go. The room stilled. The television flickered. Azazel's smile froze mid-frame. The hum of the city outside dulled. The air grew heavy, charged with unseen electricity. When Ethan lifted his head, Gabriel stood before him, eyes solemn, wings faintly visible in the glow. Ariel flanked him, fierce and radiant, her gaze unwavering. Raphael's presence filled the corners of the room, like light breaking through cracks. You have chosen, Gabriel said softly, not to run, not to hide, to fight. Ethan's tears fell freely. Then teach me, show me how to fight for her soul. Gabriel's voice was steady as stone. Then the war begins in earnest. Tonight, you are no longer a bystander. You are a soldier of heaven. In Times Square, the crowd roared Azazel's name, deafening and blind. Fireworks burst above the towers, red and gold streaking the sky. In the shadows of the city, angels and demons alike braced for the storm to come. And in a dim room far from the celebration, Ethan bowed his head, his plea answered, his fate sealed. The coronation of shadows was complete. Chapter 29. The Night of Broken Wings. The Dominion Club throbbed with sound and excess. Chandeliers spilled light like molten gold. Sequins glittered, and expensive champagne sprayed over the crowd as though victory itself had been bottled and uncorked. Tonight, Azazel's triumph was not in the streets with the masses. It was here, in the shadows, among his faithful. On a throne-like chair at the back of the hall, Azazel reclined, his black suit flawless, his crimson tie burning against the silk. Lilith sat at his side, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. Belial loomed like a statue, Asmodeus leaned against the bar with a mocking grin, and Benzitan brooded silently in the corner, a storm coiled in human form. The music shifted to a darker, pulsing beat. Lilith leaned close to Claire, her voice like honey dripping with venom. "Show him," she whispered. "Show Azazel that you belong to us now. Show him you are no longer his." Claire rose. She moved to the stage, her black dress clinging to her body, her heavy makeup hiding the softness Ethan once knew. The lights turned crimson, and the pole gleamed in the center of the stage. With each step she took, the crowd grew louder. She danced. Her movements were sharp, hypnotic, filled with provocation. The girl she once was seemed gone. Every sway, every arch of her body screamed surrender to temptation. The crowd cheered, throwing bills into the air like falling leaves. Azazel leaned forward, his eyes burning. "Even purity can be remade," he said softly. When the music ended, Claire slid down the pole, breathless, and met his gaze. He rose, offering his hand. She took it, trembling, and followed him into the private chamber beyond. The chamber glowed red, the walls draped in silk, the air heavy with incense. A bed dominated the room, vast and decadent. Azazel set aside his jacket with deliberate care, his eyes locked on Claire. "You resist because you fear yourself," he told her, his voice low. "But fear is only proof that you are ready to change. Tonight you are mine, not because I take you, but because you give yourself." Claire's breath faltered. She stepped closer, lips parted, eyes glazed as though caught in a dream. Azazel touched her cheek, lowering her onto the bed. Triumph gleamed in his eyes. But before he could claim her, the world split open. Glass shattered inward. Light stormed through the windows, blinding, burning. Gabriel entered first, his blade gleaming, his voice thunder. Ariel followed, her flaming sword raised high. Her wings fanned wide in fury. Raphael descended last, his aura a healing glow that scorched the darkness. "Enough!" Gabriel roared. "She is not yours." Claire gasped, sitting upright. For an instant the trance broke, and she whispered Ethan's name under her breath. Azazel straightened, calm, his smile a blade. The lambs dare invade the lion's den. How sweet, how futile. Lilith sprang forward, her nails black talons a shadow. Ariel's sword intercepted, their clash sparking flames across the walls. Belial barreled into Raphael, fists like thunderbolts, hurling him into the bar. Asmodeus whispered a curse, shadows dripping down the walls like black tar. Gabriel charged Azazel. Their blades collided with sound like the cracking of worlds. The chamber erupted in chaos. Tables overturned, fire ignited, mortals screamed and fled. Claire covered her ears, trapped in the maelstrom. Azazel fought with terrifying ease. He lifted a hand, and black fire coiled into serpents, lashing at Ariel and knocking her against the far wall. Raphael staggered under Belial's blows, his light dimming. Gabriel's strikes landed true but were parried effortlessly, as though Azazel barely needed to try. "You are broken things," Azazel said, his voice calm, "and broken things are swept aside." With a single sweep of his wings, a wave of darkness hurled all three angels across the room. They collapsed in a heap, bloodied and gasping. Azazel towered over them, triumphant. The chamber shook with laughter, Azazel's deep rolling, victorious laughter. Then the air changed. The ceiling cracked open, and a golden light poured down like the sun. Trumpets, unheard by mortal ears, filled the night. Michael descended. His armor burned with brilliance. His sword shone brighter than dawn. His wings stretched vast and terrible. His very presence shattered the shadows, forcing Azazel to step back a single pace. At last, Azazel's smile widened. "Michael," he whispered. "Finally." Michael's gaze was cold fire. He did not raise his blade. Instead, he spread his hand, and golden radiance enveloped Gabriel, Ariel, and Raphael, lifting them gently from the floor. Their wounds began to mend as they floated toward him. Claire cried out, reaching, but Lilith's arms coiled around her. "He cannot save you," she hissed. "You are ours." Michael's voice filled the chamber. "This is not the battle. Not tonight." With a sweep of his wings, he carried the wounded angels upward into the sky. The golden light vanished into the clouds, leaving the Dominion Club in ruin and flame. Azazel threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing through the burning hall. "Run, Michael. Heal your broken flock. This city is already mine." While shadows raged in Manhattan, a single desk lamp glowed in a cramped Queen's apartment. Daniel Ward sat hunched over his laptop, his fingers trembling as he scrolled through endless files. He had done it. Offshore accounts, shell companies, illicit transfers. Every trail led back to City Trust Bank. Billions laundered through drug cartels, arms dealers, prostitution rings. The money had built Azazel's empire, bought his campaign, crowned him mayor. Daniel scribbled notes into his battered notebook. Proof. Absolute proof. He could already see the headline, "The Criminal Empire Behind New York's New Mayor." But his phone buzzed. One message glowed on the screen. "We know about your children." Daniel froze. His heart crashed against his ribs. Slowly, he turned to the window. Across the street, under a broken streetlight, a tall figure stood watching, perfectly still, waiting. Daniel's breath caught. He shut his laptop, sweat soaking his shirt. He had the truth, but truth had a price. In the Dominion Club, Azazel stood victorious, Claire trembling in Lilith's arms, the stench of smoke and blood thick in the air. In the sky above, Michael vanished into clouds, carrying his wounded brothers and sisters. And in Queens, Daniel Ward sat in the dark, clutching evidence that could destroy a king, if he lived long enough to reveal it. The night of broken wings had come. Michael's wings unfurled wider, a tidal wave of golden light, sweeping across the burning chamber. Gabriel groaned as his body lifted from the floor, his wounds closing in the glow. Ariel's sword flickered back to life in her grasp, but she was too weak to rise. Raphael bled from his mouth, yet the healing radiance steadied him. Azazel stepped forward, black fire coiling in his palm. "Stay, Michael. Do not flee. Fight me if you dare." Michael's eyes blazed, but his voice remained calm. "Not tonight. My task is not your ruin. My task is their survival." With a sweep of his sword, the three fallen angels were drawn into his light. The chamber shook as Michael beat his wings once, twice, and then the skies swallowed them. All that remained was fire, ruin, and Azazel's laughter rolling to the club like thunder. Claire collapsed into Lilith's embrace, trembling, staring at the empty space where the light had been. Chapter 30. The Alliance of the Forsaken. The night still burned behind them. From the shattered remains of the Dominion Club, Michael ascended with Gabriel, Ariel, and Raphael wrapped in his light. The city below still shook with the echo of Azazel's laughter, but the heavens split only for him, carrying the wounded away. They landed not in some distant realm of paradise, but in a forgotten cathedral on the outskirts of Queens. Its doors rotted, its windows boarded, its altar cracked. Once holy, now abandoned. Michael spread his wings wide, filling the ruin with light as he laid the angels down upon the cold stone floor. Gabriel coughed blood, his chest heaving. Ariel, her sword extinguished, sat against a pillar, fury in her eyes despite the wounds that streaked her body. Raphael knelt immediately, his hands glowing faint as he moved between them, healing what he could. Michael stood tall, his voice carrying like thunder muted into solemnity. "You fought with courage. But courage alone cannot overcome Azazel. He is stronger now, fueled by shadow, by mortal worship, by sin unbound. Ariel spat blood and forced herself upright. Then we go back. We strike again. We cannot leave Claire in their grasp. Michael's gaze hardened. Not yet. Strike again tonight, and we are ash scattered in the wind. There will be a time. But first we heal. We gather. We prepare. Gabriel lowered his head, shame shadowing his face. She will think we abandoned her. Michael placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture heavy with weight. Better she thinks us gone than sees us destroyed. Across the river, Daniel Ward sat hunched in his darkened apartment. Papers spread around him like the wreckage of a storm. The evidence was clear: ledgers, offshore accounts, billions in blood money. Proof that the new mayor's empire was built on rot. Proof that could topple a king. But before he could act, the shadows moved. The figure emerged from the corner of the room without sound, tall and broad, his presence crushing. Belial. His suit was immaculate, but his eyes glowed faint red, a predator in a cage of flesh. Daniel froze, his pen dropping from his fingers. Belial smiled without warmth. Your hands dig too deep, journalist. You write words sharp as knives, but knives can cut their wielder. Daniel tried to speak, but his throat tightened. If you touch me... Belial leaned forward, his voice a hiss. Not you? He tossed something onto the desk. A photograph. Daniel's children, Sam and Lily, bound, their eyes wide with fear. Daniel's heart stopped. He grabbed the photo with trembling hands. No, you. Belial straightened his tie. They breathe for now. You continue your crusade. They stop. You drop the pen. They live. Simple bargain. Daniel's chest heaved. Rage warred with terror. His voice cracked. If you hurt them... Belial leaned close, whispering into his ear. I already have. And then he was gone, vanishing into shadow, leaving the air colder than ice. Daniel collapsed into his chair, the photograph clutched tight, tears streaming down his face. For the first time in years, the man who had stared down politicians and mobsters shook like a leaf. The next day, Daniel stumbled through his contacts, desperate for a thread. He called a former cop turned informant, a man who still slipped him scraps of truth from the NYPD. There was a fire, the cop told him over a crackling line. The Dominion Club, half the buildings trashed. Witnesses swear they saw things. Lights. Shadows. But here's the part you'll care about. A girl. About 20. Black dress. No ID. Pulled inside before the fire spread. She never came back out. Daniel's heart pounded. He remembered her. The girl he had seen at the booth with Lilith. The one who looked too young. Too lost. Claire. She's gone, Daniel whispered. He's keeping her. Whatever you're thinking, Ward, don't, the cop warned. This isn't politics. This is something else. But Daniel had already hung up. His children were gone. Claire was gone. All threads led to the same place, Azazel, and there was only one person he could think to turn to. It took hours to find him, but at last Daniel stood before Ethan's door. His clothes were wrinkled, his eyes hollow, his hand still clutched a photograph like scripture. He knocked hard, and when Ethan opened, the two men simply stared. I know, Daniel said. His voice was hoarse, his body trembling with exhaustion and fury. I know about her. Claire, I saw her at the club. I know she's gone. And I know you know where. Ethan's face hardened, the grief plain in his eyes. She's with them. I tried to stop it. I failed. Daniel stepped inside, slamming the photo onto the table. They took my kids. My kids. Belial showed me this. Said if I keep digging, they die. So, tell me, what the hell is going on? Because this isn't politics. This isn't mob money. This is something else. Ethan's jaw tightened. He glanced toward the window, as if expecting Gabriel to step through the shadows. For a long moment, silence hung heavy. Then at last he spoke. You're right. It's not politics. It's not crime. It's war. Angels walk this city, Daniel. Good ones. And devils in human skin. Azazel is not just a man. He's the worst of them. And if you want to see your children again, you'll have to believe me. Daniel laughed bitterly. the sound broken. Angels. Christ, I've seen men do monstrous things, but wings? Fire? You expect me to swallow that? Ethan's eyes burned with desperation. You've already seen it, haven't you? At the club, the fire, the light. Tell me that was just smoke and mirrors. Daniel's protest died on his lips. The memory of glass exploding, of shadows moving like creatures, of the girl's eyes flickering with terror, it all rushed back. He swallowed hard. I don't know what I saw, he admitted, but I know they have my kids, and I'll do anything to get them back. Ethan reached across the table, his hand steady, his voice fierce. Then you and we fight together. For your children. For Claire. For all of us. Daniel gripped his hand, his eyes blazing with reluctant belief. In the silence that followed, unseen but felt, wings stirred in the shadows. The war had claimed another soldier. Far above, in his tower, Azazel looked down at the city, sipping his wine. He smiled faintly, sensing the threads weaving together. Let them gather, he murmured. Let them fight. It will make their fall all the sweeter. The night was no longer just for angels and demons. Mortals had joined the war. Chapter 31. Shadows beneath the ashes. The Dominion Club was now nothing but ruin. Smoke still drifted from the collapsed roof, glass crunched under boots, and the neon sign that once pulsed with life now flickered weakly, as if even electricity recoiled from the memory of what had transpired. NYPD sealed the perimeter with yellow tape. But curiosity seekers still gathered in clusters beyond the barricades, whispering rumors of explosions, fires, and strange lights. Detective Marlowe descended the cracked staircase into the basement with 2 officers at his back. Their flashlights cut through the lingering haze, revealing stone walls blackened by fire. The deeper they went, the thicker the air became, rank with soot and something else, something metallic and foul. Christ, one officer muttered, his beam catching what looked like a charred altar. What the hell is this place? At the far end of the room, Marlowe's light fell on carved sigils etched into the stone floor. Circles within circles, jagged lines that twisted like broken wings. Blood had seeped into cracks, dried into a black crust. Scattered candles stood half-melted. A book lay half-burned in the corner, its pages filled with Latin prayers scrawled over with black ink sigils. This isn't just a club, Marlowe said hoarsely. This is a goddamn temple. Another officer bent down, gagging. There's bones, sir. Human. Small ones. Children, maybe. Marlowe swore under his breath. The weight of the place pressed on them, heavy, suffocating. He felt eyes on him even in the emptiness. Get the photos, he ordered. Every inch. And keep your mouth shut outside. Last thing we need is this hitting the papers as some kind of satanic panic. But deep down, Marlowe knew this was no panic. It was real, and it was worse than anything his badge had prepared him for. Elsewhere in the city, Daniel Ward stood nervously in the ruins of an abandoned church. Stained glass long shattered, pews splintered. The place smelled of mildew and dust. Yet tonight, it glowed faintly, not from candles, but from the presence of beings that were not human. Gabriel, Ariel, and Raphael stood before him, their forms half-veiled, half-revealed. Wings shimmered faintly, light bending around them. And behind them, silent but undeniable, stood Michael, taller, radiant, his golden armor dim but still terrible in majesty. Ethan sat at Daniel's side, trying to steady him, but Daniel's eyes were wide, his breathing ragged. He had spent his life uncovering lies, but the truth before him was nearly unbearable. You expect me to believe, Daniel said hoarsely, that you, angels, actual angels, are going to help me save my children? Ariel's gaze burned. Do you doubt what you saw at Dominion? Fire and shadow twisted to Azazel's will? That is no man's trick. Gabriel stepped forward, his voice steady but weighted with sorrow. You seek proof, Daniel Ward. Proof is written on your heart already. You saw, you know, we are what we say we are. Daniel pulled the photograph from his pocket, his children bound and terrified. His voice cracked as he held it out. Belial showed me this. He has them. A farmhouse. A castellari at the edge of the city. If I stop digging, they live. If I don't, He swallowed hard. They die. Michael finally spoke. His voice like thunder softened into command. Every child is under heaven's protection. Their chains will be broken. But you must understand, Daniel Ward. You step onto this battlefield. You will never return to the life you had. You will be hunted, as we are hunted. Do you accept this? Daniel's eyes burned with fear and fury. I don't care what happens to me. Just bring my kids home. Michael's hand rested briefly on his shoulder, heavy as stone and warm as fire. Then you are not alone. High above Manhattan, in a penthouse of glass and steel, Claire stood before floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the glittering city. The skyline burned with light, but all she felt was shadow. Azazel poured 2 glasses of champagne, his movements smooth, controlled, regal. He handed one to her, his smile calm and confident. Do you see it? He asked, gesturing toward the endless cityscape. All of this belongs to me, and soon it will belong to you, not as a prisoner, as my queen. Claire took the glass, but did not drink. Her hands trembled. Her reflection stared back at her in the glass. Painted lips, heavy eyes, a stranger. For a fleeting second, she thought she saw Ethan's face in the window's reflection, calling her name. Lilith moved silently behind her, adjusting a strand of Claire's hair like a mother dressing a doll. Don't think of him, she whispered. He is weak. He abandoned you. Here you are safe, desired, powerful. Claire's chest rose and fell. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run. But when Azazel touched her hand, a shiver ran through her body that made her silence herself. The city below kept moving, blind to the fact that its fate stood in this room. A girl torn between chains and freedom, and a devil who claimed her as his own. At the ruins of Dominion, police pieced together fragments of rituals they did not understand. In the abandoned cathedral, a father begged angels to save his children. And in the glass tower above, a girl's soul was held hostage by a king of shadows. The city did not sleep. It trembled. Chapter 32. The Siege of the Farmhouse. The farmhouse sat on the edge of New York's forgotten outskirts, where the city's steel veins gave way to weeds and cracked asphalt. The moon hung pale above, casting sickly light on fields long abandoned. The house itself was a skeleton of timber and rot, boards nailed across windows, roof sagging under decades of neglect. Daniel's breath fogged in the night air. His hands trembled around a photograph of his children, worn from being gripped too tight. Ethan stood beside him, jaw clenched, his eyes burning with a fury Daniel had never seen in another man. Gabriel led the way, his dark coat snapping in the wind. Ariel followed, her hand resting on the hilt of her flaming sword. Raphael brought up the rear, his eyes already glowing faint with healing light, prepared for wounds yet to come. And towering behind them all was Michael, his golden armor muted by shadows, yet radiant enough to make the very air hum. Inside, Gabriel said, his voice like flint, Belial is here, and worse. Daniel swallowed hard. Then so are my kids. Michael placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, steady as a mountain. They still breathe. I hear their hearts. Tonight they are freed. Within the farmhouse, 2 children huddled together in the corner of a small upstairs room. The walls stank of mildew, and iron bars had been bolted crudely across the window. Sam tried to be brave for his younger sister, holding her close, whispering promises he didn't believe. Downstairs, Belial prowled the broken living room, his suit incongruous against the peeling wallpaper and collapsing ceiling, his fists clenched and unclenched, impatient. Asmodeus lounged lazily on a torn sofa, a cigarette glowing between his fingers, smoke curling like snakes. War won't come, Asmodeus drawled. He's weak. Belial's eyes narrowed, glowing faintly red. He will come. Weak men break when you take their blood, and when he comes, so do they. The angels approached in silence, but silence was short-lived. Belial's head snapped up a second before the front door burst inward, blown apart in a spray of splinters. Gabriel strode through the debris, his blade igniting with light. Ariel followed, her sword blazing. Ethan and Daniel rushed behind, protected by Raphael's shimmering shield. Belial grinned, rolling his shoulders. So it begins. He launched forward, colliding with Gabriel in a thunderous impact that cracked the walls. The two titans grappled, fists and blades clashing, their strength shaking the farmhouse to its bones. Ariel clashed with Asmodeus, fire against shadow. His cigarette fell as he summoned a whip of living darkness, striking sparks against her blade. They circled each other like predators, their blows lighting up the night through broken windows. Daniel ducked for cover, his heart hammering, while Ethan pulled him toward the stairs. "Your kids are up there," Ethan shouted. Raphael blocked the way, holding a shield of light as splinters and debris rained around them. "Stay behind me." Belial roared, slamming Gabriel through a wall. Ariel stumbled as Asmodeus wrapped his whip around her blade, yanking her forward into a brutal strike. The farmhouse shuddered with every blow, with cracking, glass exploding. Ethan tried to push forward, but Asmodeus's whip lashed near his feet, the heat of darkness burning the floorboards. He stumbled back, shielding Daniel. The angels fought valiantly, but they were faltering. Then Michael moved. He stepped into the ruined living room, and the air itself bowed. The shadows recoiled as it burned. His wings spread wide, light flooding the broken farmhouse. Belial froze mid-strike, his grin faltering. "No!" Michael raised his sword. Its light was not fire, not shadow, but something greater, pure, absolute. With a single swing, he cut through the darkness that coiled around Ariel, the blade severing Asmodeus's whip as though it were smoke. The walls trembled, boards flying outward in splinters. Asmodeus staggered back, his smirk gone, eyes wide with something that looked suspiciously like fear. Michael advanced on Belial. Belial swung with all his might, fists like boulders, but Michael caught the blow with his palm. No effort, no strain. He looked Belial in the eyes and spoke, calm and final. "You are not my equal." He pushed, and Belial flew backward to the wall, landing in the dirt outside, groaning in rage and humiliation. Asmodeus hissed, retreating into shadows, his voice venomous. "This is not the end." Michael did not pursue. He simply turned, his presence filling the house, unshaken. "Go," Michael commanded. Ethan and Daniel raced up the stairs, hearts pounding. The door then of the hall was locked, but Ethan slammed his shoulder into it until it cracked. Inside, two small voices cried out, "Dad!" Daniel fell to his knees, gathering Sam and Lily into his arms, sobbing. Their tears soaked his shirt, their voices muffled against his chest. For the first time in years, Daniel Ward, cynic, skeptic, broken man, believed in something greater. "Thank you," he choked out, looking past Ethan to the angels who filled the hall with their glow. "Thank you." Outside, the night was silent again. The farmhouse smoldered, broken by the clash it had witnessed. Belial had vanished into the darkness, his rage echoing. Asmodeus fled into the woods, vowing return. Gabriel leaned against a shattered wall, breathing hard, his wounds slowly closing. Ariel wiped blood from her lip, her eyes still fierce. Raphael laid hands upon Daniel's children, calming their terror with gentle warmth. Michael stood apart, his sword lowered but still burning faintly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "This is one victory," he said, his voice resonant, unshakable. "But Azazel waits, stronger than any you have faced, stronger than all of us. Save me." The others fell silent. Even Ethan, clutching Daniel's shoulder, knew the truth. This night was a reprieve, not salvation. Michael's wings lifted slightly, casting long shadows. "The war is only beginning. Prepare yourselves. The storm is near." Daniel walked from the ruins with his children clinging to him, their faces buried against his chest. Ethan walked at his side, his own heart burning with the thought of Claire, still trapped in Azazel's grasp. Behind them, the angels stood against the moonlit sky, wounded but unbroken, bound now not only to heaven but to the fate of mortals who had joined their war. The farmhouse lay in ruins, but from its ashes rose an alliance, forged in blood and light. Chapter 33. Web of Ashes. Detective Marlowe lit his third cigarette of the morning, the smoke curling up to join the haze that already filled the precinct office. On his desk lay a spread of crime scene photographs. The burned-out Dominion Club, the basement altar, the sigils carved in stone, bones blackened to brittle ash. Across from him sat Agent Cooper, the FBI, immaculate in a gray suit, his expression unreadable. "You're telling me," Cooper said slowly, tapping one of the photographs, that in the heart of Manhattan, a luxury club was running, what, satanic rituals? Marlowe ground his teeth. "I'm telling you what we found. Symbols, blood, bones. This wasn't a strip club gone wrong. It was a goddamn temple." Cooper exhaled and leaned back. "My bosses don't want this out. You know what happens if the press gets hold of this? Panic, politicians screaming, religious fanatics rioting in the streets. So here's the order from above. Keep it quiet. Call it gang violence. Arson." Marlowe slammed his fist onto the desk. "That's bullshit. People are dying. You know how many missing persons cases line up with that place? Girls, runaways, kids. And now I've got more crime scenes across the city with the same damn symbols. It's a network." Cooper leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "Then maybe you should stop digging before you end up missing too." The words hung heavy. Marlowe knew the threat when he heard it. The system was compromised. Azazel's shadow stretched even here, into the halls of law. But Marlowe wasn't letting go. Not yet. Far from the precinct, beneath the cracked marquee of an abandoned theater in Harlem, candles burned in a circle of salt. Benzethan stood at the center, his tall frame draped in a black coat, his eyes pools of hungry fire. Around him knelt a dozen followers, criminals, addicts, lost souls drawn to power. Their murmured chants echoed against the peeling walls, rising and falling like waves. At his feet, a bound man writhed, gagged, terror in his eyes. "You give yourself," Benzethan intoned, his voice deep, resonant, terrible. "And in return, your blood feeds a fire that will crown our king." He raised his hand, and shadow poured from his fingers like smoke alive. The bound man convulsed, his lifeblood siphoned into the circle. Candles flared, flames burning black, symbols glowing along the cracked floorboards. The followers gasped, some in awe, others in fear. Benzethan smiled faintly. "Azazel rises," he whispered, "and with him all chains are broken. Serve him well, and you will rise with him. Betray him," his gaze cut to one trembling devotee, "and your blood will pave the road to his throne." The room fell silent but for the flickering of flames. Outside, a black car idled. A man in a tailored suit, one of Azazel's political allies, waited nervously. When Benzethan emerged, wiping blood from his hands, the man lowered his eyes. "The police found the basement," the man said quickly. "They're sniffing too close. Marlowe won't let go." Benzethan smiled without humor. "Then remind Marlowe who rules the city. Break him." In the ruined cathedral, the air still smelled of mildew and dust, but tonight it glowed faintly with celestial light. Michael stood near the altar, his wings folded, while Gabriel and Ariel paced like caged lions. "They found the rituals," Gabriel said, his voice tense. "The humans have seen enough to start asking questions, but they cannot fight this. Not without us." Ariel's hands clenched. "And what of Claire? Every moment we wait, Azazel sinks his claws deeper into her." Raphael looked between them, his calm voice the only balm. "Both paths matter. The rituals feed Azazel's strength. The girl anchors Ethan's heart. Which do we cut first?" Michael's gaze was steady, unyielding. "Both." The others turned toward him. He continued, "Azazel spreads his power on two fronts, corruption of the flesh and corruption of the soul. His rituals feed the city's shadows. His grip on Claire feeds his dominion over hope. If we strike only one, he grows strong from the other. We cannot choose, we must divide." Daniel, standing at the back with Ethan, finally spoke. "Then take me where I'm needed. If Benzethan is fueling this, let me help expose it. People will listen to me. If I can show the world what's happening, Azazel loses his cover." Gabriel shook his head. "Your words will be silenced before they're heard. You saw it already. The law bends to his will." But Michael raised a hand. "No, let him speak. Truth is a weapon as sharp as any blade. And even if the world refuses to hear it, the attempt will draw Azazel's gaze and his wrath away from Claire. Ethan turned his face pale. So you want to use him as bait? Michael's silence was answer enough. Meanwhile, Claire sat on the balcony of Azazel's glass tower. The city sprawled beneath her like a glittering ocean. The night air was cool, but Lilith draped a fur coat over her shoulders, whispering in her ear like a serpent. "Look at them," Lilith murmured, gesturing to the endless streets. "All ants, and you above them all. You were nothing, a shadow clinging to a boy's side. Now you're desired, envied, chosen." Azazel stepped behind her, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. "Soon," he said, his voice rich, almost tender, "the city will be remade, and you will see the truth. Love is weakness. Power is salvation." Claire's eyes glistened. For a moment, she thought of Ethan, of his arms, his warmth. But the shadow pressed tighter, and her voice faltered. I don't know anymore." Azazel's smile was patient, terrible. "You will." The city shifted uneasily. The police dug deeper into shadows they could not comprehend. Ben-Ethan fed Azazel's rise with blood and fire. The angels debated where to strike, their choices narrowing. And high above it all, Azazel held Claire like a prize already won. The web tightened, threads of ash and fire pulling tighter around them all. Chapter 34. Fractures in the Light. Detective Jack Marlowe sat alone in his dim apartment, a bottle of whiskey half empty on the table, the blinds drawn against the restless city. The photographs in the Dominion Club were spread across the surface, grotesque reminders of what he had seen. Sigils carved in blood, burned bones, the hollow eyes of the men who told him to shut it down. His phone buzzed. A text, no number. "Stop digging or you'll be next." He stared at it for a long time, then deleted it. It wasn't the first threat. Wouldn't be the last. Marlowe rubbed his face, exhaustion written in the lines under his eyes. He was a man too old for new nightmares, yet here he was, drinking in the dark, listening for footsteps outside his door. He rose to pour another glass when the light flickered. He froze, hand hovering over the bottle. Who's there? The shadows shifted, and from them a figure emerged, not through the door, not through the window, but simply there, as though the night itself had shaped him. Gabriel. The angel's presence filled the room, not with comfort, but with gravity. His eyes glowed faintly, his frame tall and sharp, a soldier carved from light and sorrow. Marlowe stumbled back, whiskey glass dropping to floor. Christ Almighty! Gabriel's voice was calm, steady. "Do not take his name lightly, detective. Not here. Not now." Marlowe's breath caught. "You're real." "I knew it. I knew what I saw wasn't madness." Gabriel stepped closer, laying a hand on the photographs. "You saw truth, but truth is dangerous. If you speak it now, you will not live long enough to finish the sentence." Marlowe clenched his fists. "Then why show me? Why come to me at all?" "Because," Gabriel said, "men like you are rare. You search even when it costs you everything. You must live long enough to search further. Protect yourself. Watch your daughter." Marlowe stiffened. "Leave her out of this." Gabriel's eyes softened, almost human. "I am not the one who threatens her. They are." And with that, he was gone, fading like mist into the shadows, leaving Marlowe alone with his pounding heart and the whisper of wings. Claire's world had narrowed to glass, steel, and silence. The penthouse stretched high above Manhattan, all marble floors and crystal chandeliers. But to her it was nothing but a gilded cage. Lilith instructed her daily. What to wear, silk gowns, high heels, jewelry heavy enough to chain her wrists. How to speak, measured, seductive, commanding. How to smile when Azazel introduced her the men who came and went. Politicians, bankers, celebrities, all eager to bask in his presence. "You are his consort now," Lilith whispered as she adjusted Claire's hair before a mirror. "A queen, not a child. Forget the boy. Forget Ethan. That life is ashes." But Claire could not forget. Every night she stood on the balcony, staring down at the glowing veins of the city. Somewhere in those streets, Ethan was searching. Somewhere, he still believed in her. Azazel treated her with a strange patience, never forcing, always coaxing. He would pour her wine, tell her stories of empires, place his hand lightly on hers as though he had all the time in the world. His voice was velvet, his eyes endless. "Love is fragile," he told her one evening, the city burning in reflection across the glass walls. "But power endures. Stay with me, Claire, and you will never know fear again." Her lips trembled. She said nothing, but when she turned away, a tear slipped down her cheek unseen. In the abandoned cathedral, the air smelled of mildew and incense, a ruin turned into sanctuary. The angels gathered near the cracked altar, their wings faintly glowing in the shadows. Michael stood at the center, unyielding, his golden sword resting across his back. Gabriel had returned from Marlowe's apartment, his expression unreadable. Ariel paced like a storm, her fiery hair disheveled, her eyes burning with impatience. Raphael sat quietly, mending the wounds that lingered still from the farmhouse siege. Daniel and Ethan stood nearby, uneasy in the presence of such power, yet unwilling to leave. "We cannot wait," Ariel snapped, her voice echoing off the stone. "Every day Claire is in his hands. She slips further from us, and now Ben-Zethan feeds him with blood rituals. Strike now or we lose everything." Gabriel shook his head. "Rashness is what Azazel desires. He wants us desperate. He wants us divided." Michael raised his hand, silencing them both. His gaze swept across the room, steady, cold, absolute. "Azazel grows fat on fear. Ben-Zethan weaves his web. Claire's a chain he wraps around Ethan's heart. Every move we make strengthens him in another place." Ethan stepped forward, his fists clenched. "So what? We sit here and do nothing? Claire's mine. I won't leave her there to rot." Michael's eyes narrowed, his voice thunder rolling low. "She is not yours. She is hers, and she must choose. Our task is not to steal her freedom. It is to break her chains. That takes time." Silence fell, heavy as stone. Daniel cleared his throat, his voice hesitant but firm. "Then let me help. I've seen Ben-Zethan's network. I can trace it, expose it. If the world sees, if the press takes it, Azazel loses his mask." Gabriel frowned. "The press is already shackled." Michael's gaze shifted to Daniel, unreadable. "Truth is a blade. Sometimes it pierces armor. Sometimes it shatters in your hand. But wield it," Daniel warned. "Strike where you can." Daniel swallowed, nodding. "Then I'll strike until I can't." That night, 3 worlds turned beneath the same sky. A detective drank in silence, haunted by an angel's warning. A girl in a glass tower fought to remember who she was. And in a ruined church, angels and mortals plan a war they could not yet win. Above them all, Azazel watched from his throne of steel and fire, smiling. The city was his chessboard, and every piece was already in motion. Chapter 35. The Price of Truth. Detective Jack Marlowe knew he was running out of time. The threats had multiplied. Text messages, phone calls that ended in silence, a black sedan idling outside his building every night. Yet still he pressed forward. He sat in the back of a quiet diner with an old friend from his academy days, Tom Grady, now a journalist for a local paper. The 2 men spoke in low voices, heads bowed over coffee mugs. "I've got photographs, Tom. Files. Proof that Dominion wasn't just a club. It was a temple. Rituals, bones, blood. It ties back to City Trust Bank and Azazel himself. I need you to publish it." Grady shook his head nervously. "You're asking me to go up against the mayor of New York, Jack, the most powerful man in the city. My paper won't touch it. They're half owned by his allies. Then leak it online. Anonymous. I don't care. Just get out." Grady hesitated. Then, reluctantly, he nodded. "All right, give me what you've got." Marlowe slid the folder across the table, his hand trembling just slightly. For the first time in weeks, he felt a breath of relief. But outside the diner, a man in a gray suit watched from across the street, his eyes glowing faintly red. 2 nights later, Marlowe arrived at the precinct to find his desk empty. The photographs, the files, everything gone. Captain Hughes called him into his office. The blinds were drawn, The room tense. "Jack," Hughes said heavily, "you're off the case. Effective immediately." Marlowe's chest tightened. "What? Why?" "Orders from above. You've been chasing ghosts, and you're making enemies we can't afford. Pack your things." Marlowe's fist clenched. "This is Azazel. You know it. He owns this department now." Hughes's eyes flicked nervously to the window. "Go home, Jack, for your own good." As Marlowe left, two men in suits flanked the hallway, watching him with cold eyes. He realized then that he was marked, not just silenced, hunted. In the abandoned theater, Benzethan met with a circle of men in expensive suits. Bankers, lobbyists, city officials, faces of wealth and power. The stench of blood rituals clung faintly to him, though they seemed not to notice. "The detective has been silenced," Benzethan said, his deep voice echoing. "The web holds. But Azazel demands more. The people must not only fear him, they must worship him, feed his image, shape the city into his cathedral." One banker cleared his throat nervously. "And if we fail?" Benzethan's smile was a blade. "Then you join the sacrifices that fuel his strength." He raised his hand, and for a moment the men glimpsed what lurked beneath his flesh. Shadows writhing, eyes that were not eyes, the power of a being who was no man at all. They recoiled, pale and sweating, nodding their obedience. "Good," Benzethan said softly. "Then build his empire. And remember, failure is death." Back in the ruined cathedral, the angels gathered once more. The air was thick with tension. Gabriel slammed his fist onto the altar, the cracked stone groaning under the force. The humans are caught in this war now. Marlowe is marked. His life is measured in days, if not hours. Ariel's eyes burned. "Then we strike first. Take Benzethan. Cut out the rot before it spreads." Raphael shook his head. "And what of Claire? What of Ethan's heart? Divide our strength, and Azazel will crush us both." Daniel stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. Marlowe's proof could have exposed him. "If he dies, everything dies with him. We can't let that happen. He's not just a cop, he's a symbol. If he survives, people will see." Ethan clenched his fists. "We can't lose him. And we can't lose Claire. Damn it, we can't lose anyone." The voices rose, tension boiling. Then Michael spoke, his words cutting through the storm. "Enough." The room fell silent. Michael's gaze swept over them, unyielding. "We are outnumbered, outmatched, but not outwilled. Marlowe must live. Daniel's children must remain safe. And Claire," he paused, his jaw tightening. "Claire will have her moment, but not yet. Strike Azazel's tower now, and we all fall." Gabriel stepped forward, his voice sharp. "Then what do we do?" Michael's sword gleamed faintly in the dim light. "We wait. We watch. And when the time comes, we strike not shadows, but the heart, Azazel himself." The others stared, fear and awe mingling their eyes. Detective Marlowe walked alone through the rain, his badge heavy in his pocket, his life crumbling around him. He felt eyes on him at every corner, shadows that followed wherever he went. In the theater, Benzethan tightened Azazel's grip, his rituals and politics binding the city tighter in chains unseen. And in the ruined cathedral, angels and mortals prepared for a war they could no longer avoid, their faith resting on Michael, the only light strong enough to face the darkness rising. The price of truth was blood, and the city was already paying. Chapter 36. The Raid. Rain fell hard over the city, slicking the streets in reflections of neon and shadow. Detective Jack Marlowe stood in the precinct garage, coat collar raised, cigarette trembling between his fingers. The men he had chosen, half a dozen officers he still trusted, stood nearby in silence. Each one had been carefully handpicked, men not yet bought or broken by Azazel's reach. The target was a warehouse on the East River, rusted steel and shattered windows, abandoned to the city's decay. But Marlowe knew better. It was one of Benzethan's nests, a place where shadows gathered, where rituals bled into crime. "Listen up," Marlowe growled, his voice gravel. "This isn't a standard raid. These aren't just thugs running drugs or guns. You see symbols, altars, whatever, don't look too long. Just bag it. You see someone moving in ways that don't make sense. You put him down fast. Don't ask questions. You won't like the answers. The men shifted uncomfortably. One of them, a young cop barely out of his academy years, asked quietly, "Sir, you really think this is more than organized crime?" Marlowe exhaled smoke, staring at the rain-slicked night. "I don't think. I know." The warehouse loomed out of the rain like a carcass of iron and glass, its windows boarded, its walls smeared with graffiti. Rusted chains hung from the loading dock, swaying in the wind. Inside, candles burned in scattered clusters, their wax dripping into patterns that had nothing to do with chance. Followers knelt in circles, chanting low, their voices a hum that reverberated to the damp concrete. Ben Zethan stood at the center, towering, his coat open, his chest bare and marked with black sigils that crawled across his skin like living things. He raised his hands, voice booming in guttural tones. "Azazel reigns. His shadow falls across the city. We bleed for him. We rise with him." The crowd echoed his words, swaying entranced. The stench of incense and blood thickened the air. The first bang shattered the ritual. A steel door slammed inward under the force of battering ram. Shouts filled the air, and YPD hands where we can see them. As officers stormed in, flashlights cutting through the smoke. Panic erupted. Some followers scattered. Others lunged at the police with feral shrieks, knives flashing in the candlelight. Gunshots cracked, deafening an enclosed space. A man went down screaming, blood spraying across the concrete. Another charged with inhuman speed, slamming an officer into the wall, only to be wrestled to the ground by two more. Marlowe pushed forward, his heart hammering. His eyes scanned the room, symbols, blood, bones arranged in bowls. This was no gang hideout. This was a temple of nightmares. And then his eyes locked on Ben Zethan. The giant smiled, calm amid chaos, and simply raised his hand. Darkness rippled outward like a wave, extinguishing half the flashlights in a single pulse. Officers stumbled, cursing. The chanting followers redoubled their cries, as if the shadows themselves had been given life. "Take him." Marlowe roared, pointing, but Ben Zethan was already moving. With impossible speed, he leapt through a side window, glass exploding outward, vanishing into the storm. By the time the warehouse was secured, 3 officers lay wounded, 1 dead. Dozens of followers were shackled, dragged out into the rain. Their eyes glazed with fanatic devotion. The air reeked of gunpowder and blood. Marlowe stood in the center of the carnage, chest heaving, his coat soaked through. His men looked shaken, muttering among themselves, trying to explain what they had seen. In the corner, one prisoner sat trembling, eyes darting wildly. He was younger than the rest, barely his 20s, his face pale, sweat dripping down his temple. Unlike the others, he wasn't chanting. He was breaking. Marlowe crouched before him. "Talk. Now!" The boy's voice cracked. "You don't understand. He's not just a man. Azazel, he's the king. The true king. Ben Zethan serves him. We all serve him." Marlowe's blood ran cold. He forced his tone to stay even. "Azazel, the mayor? That's who you mean." The boy's eyes widened, lips trembling. "He wears a face, but he's not one of you. He's something else. He will rule this city, this world. And you can't stop him. None of you can." Marlowe grabbed his collar, shaking him. "Then why the hell are you telling me this?" The boy whimpered. Because I don't want to die screaming in the dark, like the others." High above Manhattan, in his glass tower, Azazel stood at the window with Claire at his side. News of the raid flickered on the television behind him. Masked officers leading cultists out of the warehouse, sirens flashing, headlines screaming of gang bust on East River. Azazel's jaw tightened. His glass of wine cracked in his hand, red spilling across the marble like blood. "They think they win a victory," he murmured, voice like steel. "But they have only fed the fire." Behind him, Lilith smiled faintly, stroking Claire's shoulder. "Shall I silence the detective?" Azazel shook his head. "No, let him chase. Let him think he sees truth. The deeper he digs, the tighter the snare becomes. Claire looked at him, her lips parting, as though she might speak. But no words came. From the roof of a nearby building, Gabriel and Ariel watched the raid unfold below, their forms cloaked from mortal eyes. Raphael stood beside them, his expression grim. "They fight with courage," Ariel admitted, her eyes narrowed. "But courage alone will not stop Benzethan. Or Azazel." Gabriel's jaw clenched. "Marlowe walks blind into the pit. He does not know what hunts him." Michael stood behind them, silent until now. His wings unfurled slightly, casting golden light against the rain. "He will learn," Michael said, "but his path is not his own. It is part of ours." And every truth revealed, every veil torn away, brings Azazel closer to exposing himself. That is when we strike. The rain hammered the rooftops, thunder rolling above. The city seemed to hold its breath. That night, the warehouse lay in ruin, blood and candle wax staining the concrete. A follower whispered the unthinkable in a police interrogation room. Azazel seated in his tower, fury hidden behind his smile. And the angels, watching from above, knew the war had moved another step closer to the light. The raid had cracked the darkness, but the darkness was far from broken. Chapter 37. Masks of Power. Morning sunlight spilled over Manhattan, but the headlines that screamed from every newsstand carried nothing but darkness. Gang bust or police abuse. Officers suspended in warehouse raid. Mayor Azazel calls for cleanup of corrupt elements in NYPD. Detective Jack Marlowe stood on a corner, coffee in hand, staring at the newspapers through the glass of a kiosk. His jaw clenched tighter with each headline. Around him, pedestrians bustled, umbrellas snapping open against a drizzle, none of them knowing how close the city teetered to the abyss. When he entered the precinct later that morning, the silence was suffocating. Conversations cut short as he passed. A stack of papers sat on his desk, his suspension notice already stamped. Captain Hughes didn't even meet his eye as he walked past. "Pack it up, Jack. You're done." Marlowe leaned over the desk, his voice low, dangerous. "You know damn well what we found in that warehouse. You've seen the photographs. And you're just going to bury it?" Hughes's eyes flicked up, full of guilt but also fear. Orders came from the top. "This isn't a fight we can win." Marlowe shoved the papers into his bag, his pulse pounding. "Then I'll fight alone." That evening, the grand hall of City Hall gleamed like a cathedral to power. Chandeliers spilled golden light across marble floors, where the city's elite gathered in gowns and tuxedos. Waiters in white jackets glided to the crowd with trays of champagne, and a string quartet played soft music under the vaulted ceilings. At the center of it all stood Azazel, the city's new mayor, flawless in a tailored black suit. Cameras flashed, journalists shouted questions, but he silenced the room with a single raised hand. "Tonight," he announced, his voice rich and commanding, "we celebrate not only a new chapter for New York, but a promise that fear and chaos will no longer rule the city, that order, justice, and prosperity will." The crowd erupted in applause. And then he stepped aside, gesturing to the woman at his arm. Claire. She wore a gown of midnight silk. Her hair swept into perfect curls, diamonds glittering at her throat. Her face was pale, her smile delicate but hollow. As she moved into the light, the cameras exploded in a frenzy of flashes. "By my side," Azazel continued, "stand the woman who has shown me that even in the darkest city, light can be found. Claire is not just my companion. She is a symbol of the hope we bring." The crowd roared with approval, champagne glasses raised high. Claire's hand trembled slightly in his grip, but she lifted her chin, eyes glassy as she forced a smile. Among the glittering crowd, unseen by mortal eyes, Gabriel and Ariel stood cloaked in shadow. Ethan and Daniel lingered near the back, dressed as waiters, carrying empty trays ablend into a swarm of attendants. Ethan's heart twisted as he saw her. Claire is Claire, draped in jewels beside Azazel. Every instinct screamed at him to run forward, to tear her away. Gabriel gripped his arm, holding him back. "Not here. Not now." "She's dying in there," Ethan hissed. "Look at her." Michael stood at the balcony above, a sentinel of golden light veiled from human sight. His voice cut through Ethan's fury. Patience. Strike tonight, and we hand Azazel his victory. She must endure for now. Daniel whispered harshly, "This is insane. The world is cheering a monster, and we just watch." Gabriel's eyes flickered, sorrowful. Sometimes words waiting. On the stage, Claire's hand trembled in Azazel's, her knuckles white. She forced her smile, but inside she was unraveling. Every toast, every cheer felt like a dagger. She glanced once toward the crowd and thought she saw Ethan's face among the servers. For a heartbeat, her breath caught, her lips parted. His name nearly escaped her. But Lilith appeared at her side, leaning close with a whisper sharp as glass. "Don't look for him. He cannot save you. You belong here. To us. To him." Claire blinked back tears, her smile faltering under the cameras. Azazel's arm tightened around her waist. He raised his glass, his smile flawless. "To New York," he said, "to the dawn of a new age." The crowd echoed his toast. Glasses clinked, champagne sparkled. At the same moment, in a dim bar miles away, Marlowe watched the gala unfold on television. The image of Azazel smiling with Claire at his side filled the screen. The bartender muttered, "Lucky bastard. She's gorgeous." Marlowe crushed his glass in his hand, blood mixing with whiskey. He muttered to himself, "She's not his. None of this is his. And I'll prove it, even if it kills me." That night, the city's elite raised their glasses to a devil in disguise, cheering the spectacle of power and beauty. Claire smiled through tears, trapped in silk and diamonds. Ethan's heart burned as he watched from the shadows. And Marlowe, bleeding and alone, swore vengeance against a king no one else dared name. The mast of power held firm, but cracks had begun to show. Chapter 38. Threads of Suspicion. Jack Marlowe's apartment was dim, the blinds drawn, the air heavy with cigarette smoke and stale whiskey. On the far wall, a mosaic of photographs, documents, and scraps of newspaper sprawled like a spider's web. Red strings stretched between them, connecting points of horror and corruption. The Dominion Club fire, the East River warehouse raid, symbols carved into stone and flesh. And now, front and center, a glossy photograph of Mayor Azazel shaking hands with bankers at his inauguration. Marlowe pinned another clipping beneath it. Mayor calls for cleanup of NYPD after rogue raid. He stood back, arms crossed, heart pounding. "It all fits," he muttered to himself. "Every road runs through him." A knock at his door startled him. He grabbed his revolver from the table before peering through the peephole. It was Officer Russo, one of the few who'd stood with him during the warehouse raid. Marlowe opened the door cautiously. "What are you doing here?" Russo's face was pale. "One of the kids we hauled in. He's talking again. Says Azazel isn't just running the city. He is the city. Says the rituals, the money, the bank, it's all feeding him. Like he's not human." Marlowe's jaw tightened. "Not human? Christ." He rubbed his face, staring back at the photo on his wall. "I knew it. I don't know what the hell he is, but I know he's not one of us." Russo hesitated. "What if you're right, Jack? What if this is bigger than anything the law can touch?" Marlowe lit another cigarette, his hands shaking. "Then the law will have to break." High above the city, the penthouse glowed with sterile perfection. The echoes of applause still lingered in Claire's ears, though now the silence pressed harder than the cheers had. She sat before a vanity, Lilith behind her, brushing her hair with slow, deliberate strokes. "You were beautiful tonight," Lilith whispered. "Every man in that hall wanted you. Every woman envied you. Do you understand what power that is?" Claire's eyes filled with tears. "It wasn't me they were looking at. It was him. I was just decoration." Lilith's lips curled into a cold smile. "Decoration becomes a crown, Claire, and you are already his crown." Claire shoved the brush away, rising to her feet. "I don't want this. I don't want him or you or any of it." Azazel's voice drifted from a balcony, smooth, calm, inevitable. "But they want you. They cheered your name without even hearing it. They cheered because you are mine. And what is mine is untouchable. He stepped inside, his presence filling the room like a storm. His suit was still perfect, his eyes glowing faintly with fire only she could see. He cupped her chin in his hand, forcing her gaze to his. Ethan cannot save you, Azazel whispered. Even if he tried, he would die screaming. You saw the way they looked at us tonight. We are inevitable. Claire's heart pounded. For a moment she almost believed him. And yet, deep inside, a flicker remained, the memory of Ethan's arms, his warmth, his love. She turned her face away, whispering so softly even she could barely hear it. I'm not yours. Azazel smiled faintly, as though indulging a child. You will be... In the ruined cathedral, the angels convened again. Candlelight flickered across cracked stone as Michael stood in silence, his golden wings folded tight. Gabriel paced, furious, while Ariel leaned against the wall, her arms crossed, fire in her eyes. They cheer him. Gabriel spat. They raise their glasses to a demon in a suit. And Claire. She is paraded like a trophy while we stand idle. Ariel's voice was sharp. Marlowe is close. Too close. If he pulls the veil fully, Azazel will crush him. He doesn't even see the blade above his neck. Raphael's calm voice broke through. Michael, we cannot protect everyone. Not Marlowe, not Claire, not even Ethan. If we try, we will fail all. Michael finally spoke, his voice low, resonant, steady as iron. Azazel builds his kingdom in two realms, the flesh and the soul. The humans see his face and believe in his promise of order. Claire is his symbol, his crown. Marlowe is the crack in the mask. Both matter. Gabriel turned, eyes blazing. And what do we do? Michael's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. We wait until the mask slips further, and then we tear it away. The angels fell silent. Outside, the city roared with traffic and neon, oblivious of the war tightening around it. That night, 3 battles raged unseen. In a smoke-filled apartment, a detective stared at the photo of his mayor, whispering that the man was not a man at all. In a tower of glass, a girl fought to keep a spark of herself alive against a tide of shadows. And in a ruined church, angels debated patience against desperation, their fate-bound immortals who had no idea what they stood against. The threads were tightening, and Marlowe, Claire, Ethan, and even the angels felt the same pull toward Azazel, toward the inevitable clash, toward the truth that would shatter everything. Chapter 39. The Crown of Shadows. The basement of the precinct was nearly empty, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. When Detective Jack Marlowe gathered a few men he still trusted, Russo was there, pale and restless, and 3 younger officers who had proven themselves in the East River raid. Marlowe spread a map across the table, stabbing a finger at the dock south of Brooklyn. This is it. A warehouse Benzetons people have been using for months. Informants say it's their cathedral. Tonight, we go in, we take them, and we drag whatever proof we find into the daylight. One of the younger cops shifted nervously. Sir, word is Internal Affairs is watching you. If we move without sanction. Sanction? Marlowe barked. We had sanction in the last raid, and look what it got us. Dead men in silence. You think Azazel's going to sign a permission slip for us to take him down? Silence. Marlowe's eyes swept across the room, searching their faces. Every one of them looked tense, but determined. Still, something twisted in his gut. He'd seen too many eyes like those, some loyal, some already bought. Somewhere in this room, he thought, was a knife pointed at his back. Rain fell in sheets as black vans pulled up to the dockside warehouse. The air stank of salt water and rust, the skyline glowing faintly beyond the harbor. Go, go, go! Officers surged forward, rifles raised, boots pounding against slick pavement. The door gave way under the ram, slamming open to reveal rows of candles, banners marked with sigils, and a dozen figures chanting in low, guttural tones. Gunfire erupted. Shadows leapt like living things. A man lunged from the circle, his eyes glowing faintly red, only to be struck down by a hail of bullets. Marlowe charged through the smoke, his revolver steady. Every corner reeked of blood and incense, Crates stacked high with weapons, drugs, and books bound in cracked leather. It was worse than he'd imagined. This wasn't just a gang den. It was a church of darkness. And then Ben-Zethan. The towering figure stood at the far end, coat flaring as he turned. His eyes glowed like embers, his mouth curling in a smile of contempt. "Marlowe," he rumbled, his voice resonant even above the chaos. "You chase shadows you cannot kill." "Not tonight," Marlowe growled, raising his weapon. But Ben-Zethan only lifted his hands. Shadows spilling outward like black smoke. The lights died. Panic spread. When they flickered back, he was gone, vanished into the night. When the dust cleared, half a dozen followers were in custody, their chants silenced by handcuffs and fear. Officers dragged him out into the rain, sirens flashing red and blue against the harbor. Marlowe stood in the center of the warehouse, chest heaving, sweat dripping down his brow. His men avoided his eyes. Russo in particular seemed shaken, almost too shaken, as though he'd seen more than the others. "You did good," Marlowe told him gruffly, but inside suspicion gnawed at him. One of them had tipped Ben-Zethan off. He could feel it, far above the city. In his penthouse of steel and shadow, Azazel poured wine into 2 crystal glasses. Claire sat stiffly across from him, her gown replaced by a robe of deep black silk that Lilith had draped across her shoulders. "You saw them tonight," Azazel said softly, his voice smooth as honey. "Every man in that hall bent to my will. Every woman envied the crown you already wear. Do you feel it, Claire? Do you feel their eyes upon you?" Claire's voice trembled. "They weren't looking at me. They were looking at you." Azazel smiled faintly. "No, they were looking at us. And soon they will cheer our union, not as mayor and companion, but as king and queen of the city, of this world." Lilith leaned close, whispering into Claire's ear, "You are chosen. Stop fighting and embrace it. The boy is nothing. This is everything." Claire's hands clenched on the armrests, knuckles white. She could feel herself slipping, the weight of jewels, silk, and endless nights crushing her spirit. But a spark still burned, faint and fragile, the memory of Ethan's voice, his hand holding hers. "I will never be yours," she whispered, too quiet for Azazel to hear. In the ruined cathedral, the angels gathered once more. Rain dripped through the broken roof, running in rivulets down the stone. Gabriel's face was hard. Marlowe nearly died tonight. Ben-Zethan escaped, and Azazel grows bolder. How much longer do we wait? Ariel slammed her fist against the wall, sparks of fire scattering from her hands. Every day, Claire slips further. Every day, Azazel's grip tightens. "Strike now, Michael, or we lose everything." Raphael's voice was calm, but heavy. "We cannot fight him on every front. To split our strength is to invite ruin." Michael stood tall, his golden sword gleaming faintly in the candlelight. His gaze swept over them, unyielding. "Azazel prepares the crown himself," Michael said, his voice like thunder. "Not in secret rituals, not in shadows, but in the open before men in heaven. Claire is his symbol. The city is his throne. The time is not yet, but it comes." The others fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Outside, thunder rolled across the city, echoing like the footsteps of war drawing closer. That night, 3 currents surged unseen. In a rain-slicked warehouse, Marlowe tasted victory but smelled betrayal. Knowing Ben-Zethan had slipped through his grasp. In a glass tower, Claire sat draped in black silk, hearing Azazel's promise of a crown forged from shadows. And in a ruined church, angels braced themselves for the storm, their leader warning that the final act was near. The crown of shadows hovered above the city, and soon someone would wear it. Chapter 40. A blade in the dark. Night reigned over Red Hook in long, silver cords. The docks were quiet, too quiet for a borough that never really slept, just a slow slap of water against pilings and the insect hum of sodium lamps. Detective Jack Marlowe parked 2 blocks short of the rusting pier shed and killed his headlights. He sat a moment, letting his eyes adjust, pulse sinking to the weather. The windshield wore a skin of rain. Beyond it, Brooklyn blurred into a smear of light and shadow. He wasn't supposed to be here. He was suspended, Officially finished, the kind of finish that ended up in a retirement party with sheet cake and silence. But the tip had come from the kid in lockup. The follower who cracked during the raid. Ben's Ethan isn't gone. He feeds at the river. He meets the men in suits. It wasn't much, but it was direction, and Marlowe had built a career out of walking where the sign said not to. He slid the revolver into his coat pocket, drew up the collar, and stepped into the wet. The pier shed squatted at the end of a long, rotting finger wood, boards warped and slick, along the shoreline. Shipping containers like sleeping beasts, chain-link fences furred with padlocks, graffiti crawling under the lamps like hieroglyphs. The river breathed cold. Halfway down the pier, his phone buzzed. Unknown number. Turn around. Another buzz. It's not your night, detective. Marlowe stopped. Water ticked off his hat brim. He felt the old, familiar coil of dread, that premonitory silence before gunfire. The darkness ahead was too complete. The darkness behind felt occupied. All right, he muttered to the rain. Let's dance. He moved, not forward, but right, dropping off the pier to the lower service catwalk. Planks thrummed underfoot. The smell of creosote rose. Above, a door in the shed creaked. A figure stepped into the rectangle of yellow light. Broad-shouldered, head shaved, coat cut a little too clean for dock work. A second man ghosted out at the pier's entrance. Boxed. Marlowe exhaled. So this is how they do it. One to drive him forward, one to pin him, and probably a third he hadn't seen yet, the one with the long gun. Detective. The voice came from the doorway. Deep, amused. You're terribly persistent. Marlowe didn't answer. He slid 2 fingers along the catwalk rail, counting warp bolts like rosary beads. 1, 2, 3, there, a gap in the slats where the tide had chewed a mouth. He moved when the first shot split the rain. Bullets stitched the planks where he'd stood. Marlowe dove, shoulder rolling under the catwalk beam, sparks jumping as a round kissed iron. His revolver barked twice, bright and stupid against the night. He saw the door figure duck right. The man at the pier entrance came on fast, knife low, glinting like a wet tooth. Marlowe feinted left, then slammed the rail with his hip, snapping a rotten board. He dropped through, catching the lower joist with his forearms. The river punched breath from his chest. Cold knifed his elbows. The knife man clattered above, peering down into black. Marlowe fired once. The man yelped and vanished from the edge, boots flailing, then thudded down on the catwalk with a sound like a sack of wet cement. Careful. The doorway voice called, light as an MC at a nightclub. We only need him alive enough to scream. A new sound replaced the rain, a predatory growl of an engine idling close, a black sedan rolling without headlights along the pier approach. Its passenger window slid down. Marlowe glimpsed the silhouette of a long barrel, the awkward, sleepy mouth of suppressor. He had 3 choices, climb, freeze, or fall. He let go. The river ate him whole. The cold was total, a full-body erasure that hammered thought into instinct. Up was everywhere. He kicked, boots heavy, coat dragging, lungs petitioning sainthood. When he broke the surface, the world returned in shards, lamps smeared into coins, rain needling, men shouting. He gulped air, grabbed a slime ladder rung, and hauled himself up into gunfire. Something changed. It was more felt than seen, like the storm inhaled. The rain faltered for the span of a heartbeat. The cold receded a hair's breadth. The lamps haloed not with sodium fuzz, but with clean, impossible edge. A third shooter stepped from shadow onto the container tops, silhouetted, rifle leveled, and the muzzle winked. Then the bullet met light. A shape stood between Marlowe and the shot. Not a man, not in the ordinary sense. Tall, hooded, a mantle like beaten bronze that shed the rain without wetting. In the instant of flash and thunder, the figure raised a hand, and the round burned to ash midair, collapsing into a gray fist of dust that the wind tore apart. Detective, the figure said, voice deep and measured, carrying not by volume but by authority. Get down. Marlowe did not argue. The hood fell back, and the face was lamplight and sunrise, the kind of visage old icons fail at because paint cannot render gravity. The stranger's eyes were not blue or brown, but the color of revelation. Wings unfolded. Not feathers that wind could ruin, but arrays of light, tessellated like scripture written in geometry. Where they lifted, the rain stuttered and angled away. "Ooh!" Marlowe began, coughing river. "Gabriel." The figure's mouth ghosted a smile. "Uriel," he said, "light of God, fire that clears the path." The man on the container fired again. Uriel lifted 2 fingers and drew a line in the air. The bullet struck that line and unmade itself, falling as a curl of smoke. Uriel's other hand opened. A spear bloomed there, not iron but an axis of luminance, as if someone had drawn a line through daylight and pulled it taut. He hurled it. The rifleman fell without a sound. The sedan lunged forward, engine howling. Uriel stepped 1 pace, set his palm to the air, and the car slowed, as if a new medium had flooded the pier. Thick as honey. Tires screamed. The grill kissed an invisible wall 10 paces short of Marlowe. The driver fought it, face purple with rage. The passenger raised his pistol. Uriel did not blink. The windshield turned white with frost from the inside out. Glass cracked in spiderwebs. Ice feathered along the men's eyebrows. The pistol clattered to the floorboard. Steam billowed as the engine died with a soft, offended cough. "Alive," Uriel said, almost himself. "They will answer questions." From the pier shed doorway, slow applause. The broad-shouldered figure stepped fully into light. His smile was easy and polished, cut from a more expensive night than this one. "Angel," he said, inclining his head with theatrical courtesy. "At last we meet." "Ben-Zethan," Uriel replied. Ben-Zethan's eyes glowed faintly, not the bright malice of Azazel, but an older, hungrier ember. "I would invite you in Out of the Rain," he said, "but you seem to bring your own weather." "You traffic in blood and vows," Uriel said. "Leave the detective. Call off your dogs. The ledger of your crimes is already heavy." Ben-Zethan glanced at Marlowe, as if weighing him on some internal scale, then back to the angel. "You think this mortal matters? He is a footnote, a bruise that will fade." "He is a witness," Uriel said, and the word landed like a verdict. Ben-Zethan's grin sharpened. "Witnesses burn." He touched 2 fingers to his temple, as if acknowledging a private signal. Somewhere deeper in the docks, a siren wail that was not city issue, a red flare spit up into the rain, curving across the sky like a wound. The lamps along the pier died at once. Darkness fell the way a curtain falls, hard and absolute. Uriel did not move. He became instead the reference point by which darkness proved itself. Light coalesced around him in soft strata. Marlowe, shaking and soaked, pressed a hand to the catwalk rail, and gaped like a man seeing the sea for the first time. When the lamps blinked back alive, Ben-Zethan was gone. Only the flare's ember hissed into the river. Uriel turned to Marlowe. The angel's face softened, the battle-hard line of his mouth easing. "You were marked tonight," he said, "and spared. The mark remains." "I gathered," Marlowe rasped. He coughed river again, spat iron. "You always show up this late." Uriel's almost smile again. "I arrive when the flame is needed. Can you stand?" "Barely." Uriel offered a hand. It was like taking hold of a warm iron rung. He lifted Marlowe as if the detective weighed memory. "There will be more attempts," the angel said. "Ben-Zethan is priest and net. He will tighten it until you break. Then I'll have to learn to breathe in rope." Marlowe glanced at the frozen sedan. "And them?" "Deliver them," Uriel said, and for a heartbeat his voice was older than the river, older than the first dock post driven into this mud, to men who still remember their oath. Marlowe nodded once. He would find Russo. He would find the last honest desk sergeant left on the night shift. He would make this arrest stick. If it killed him, it might. Uriel's gaze flicked to the skyline, where a taller darkness than night cut the clouds. Azazel's tower. "Others will guard you. I will return." "Why me?" Marlowe asked before the courage to ask fled. "Why save me?" Uriel's answer was simple. "Because you still choose truth when it harms you." He paused. "And because children watch you, yours, and those who have none to watch. The city needs to see a man who does not bow." Wind lifted. The rain thinned, not because the weather changed, but because Uriel stepped away from the part of the world where it still mattered. In a blink, He was gone, and the night rushed in to reclaim itself. Above, the rain wrote secret alphabets on glass. Claire stood at the edge of the penthouse, bare feet cold on marble, the city a pelt of diamonds beneath her. She could trace the river from here, a winding black ribbon cut with light. Somewhere along that ribbon, a man she did not know saved a man she had never met. And the world nudged a degree back toward mercy. She did not know it. She felt it, a breath, a loosening. Behind her, the room glowed low. Books in gilt, a black piano asleep, a decanter bleeding burgundy onto crystal. Lilith moved with soundless grace, arms full of clothing draped in night, an evening gown cut like a verdict, gloves that reached the elbow, a collar of onyx thick as a pronouncement. Azazel watched from his chair, one leg crossed, the posture of a prince on a quiet swing of mood. His eyes, when they found Claire, were not lusting. Those he rationed like a god who wanted each worshipper to know their ration came from his hand. No, tonight his eyes were administrative, evaluative. He was adding numbers and naming days. New York, he said softly, as if tasting the word, is almost ready for the next image. Claire did not turn. Image. A moment that crystallizes power, Azazel said. The fragile crave it. It reassures them. A man who will not merely promise order, but embody it. A woman who will not merely adorn him, but confirm him. Lilith's reflection met Claire's in the glass. A mirror layered on a city, layered on a sky. You will wear this, she said, and there was no question in it. You will stand at his side. You will smile for the light. My smile is not yours to rent, Claire said, and heard the courage only after it left her mouth. Lilith's hand stilled on the gown shoulder. The slightest tilt of her head. A cat deciding whether the mouse has earned a more interesting death. Everything of yours is ours when you give it, child, and you have been giving without counting. Azazel rose. When he moved, the room trimmed itself to fit him. Shadows tidied. The decanter straightened. He came to the glass beside Claire. Their reflections forming a cup of the city would cheer for reasons it could not articulate. He did not touch her. He did not need to. Love, he said, and there was a velvet, is a doorway through which fear comes to live. Power is a house that locks from the inside. Choose your home. Claire watched a helicopter skim the river, a dragonfly of light. She remembered Ethan's hands, the day's small mercies, a coffee he'd brought, late rent he'd laughed at, a photograph they'd taken by accident where both had turned in the same heartbeat to some joy off-frame. Tears stung. It was almost nothing. It was all she had. I am not a door, she said, and I am not a house. Azazel's smile did not change, but something colder entered it. You are a crown, he said, and crowns are worn. He left the sentence there like a leash on a table, waiting to be taken up. Lilith drifted closer, the gown whispering as it moved. Come, let me dress you. Claire did not move. She held the city in her gaze until the city blinked first. Lilith's fingers tightened on silk. Come, she repeated, now command, the sweetness gone to metal. Claire turned then, not toward Lilith, but toward the hallway that cut past the piano to the small guest room, where she sometimes remembered enough to sleep. Lilith's lips peeled an inch back from her teeth. Azazel did not speak. He did not need to. The air spoke for him, growing heavier, deeper, a pressure will. Claire stopped. The slightest tremble took her, visible only to herself, a leaf on a branch too proud to bend. She pivoted, stepped into the dress, let Lilith's cool hands fasten night to her skin. Forgive me, she thought into a city that might carry thoughts, to a boy who might still listen. Forgive me for playing their game one more night, so I can learn the board. When she lifted her eyes again, she looked exactly as they wanted. She was not, inside, what they imagined. The cathedral had learned the music of rain. It drummed a fugue across broken ribs of stone, guttered in channels carved by decades of weather. Candles guttered and revived, thin, stubborn flames. Gabriel returned first. Cloak slick, eyes thundered. Marlowe lives, he said. By grace, timing, and Uriel. Ariel's had snapped up, relief and jealousy like twin flares. He came at last. On the stroke, Gabriel said. As ever. Michael stood before the altar, sword at rest, wings folded. He did not need reports. Uriel's arrival sang along chords only angels heard. Still, he waited, and in his waiting taught his lieutenants to name their own facts. "Ben's Ethan," Raphael asked quietly. "Gone aground," Gabriel said. But rattled, he lost men. The net showed its pattern and its holes. Michael nodded once. The witness breathes. Good. He lifted his gaze toward the city's spine, where Azazel's tower cut the weather. The crown inches downward. He will try to place it in public. Ariel's fist nodded. Then we strike before it touches his brow. "Not yet," Michael said, and the two words held an army. We tear the veil when the crowd sees his face beneath it. Then the wound does not close. "Claire," Raphael murmured. The name alone was a plea. Michael's eyes shuddered. She fights. Every night she is not lost as a victory counted nowhere but in heaven. He drew a breath. "Uriel will hold the human lanes." We prepare the spear. "The spear?" Gabriel said. Michael looked back at them. Not the general now, but the captain whose hand had lifted them from dust ages back. "There is a place," he said, "and there is a time. Not yet, but soon. When it blows open, we do not flinch." They bowed their heads. In the silence, the rain kept time for them. On the docks, NYPD towed a sedan that should not have frozen and logged two men who would not say how winter had crawled into their lungs. Marlowe sat on the ambulance bumper, blanket around his shoulders, eyes on the river like it might confess. In his pocket, his phone buzzed once. "Keep moving." "You." In the tower, Claire let the dress hold her while her mind made maps. Azazel watched the city practice, loving him. Lilith sharpened smiles. And somewhere between river and tower, on a spine of rooftop that took the wind like a blade, Uriel stood with his spear laid across his palms, reading the storm-away sailors' red tide. By feel, by patience, by the taste of iron in their teeth. The blade was in the dark now. When it flashed, it would cut clean. Chapter 41. The Crown's Weight. The penthouse had become a theater. Cameras, lights, and a dozen stylists filled the room like an invading army, their chatter clinking louder than the champagne glasses they balanced in one hand. Claire sat in a high-backed chair, a silk gown wrapping her like a second skin, while Lilith directed the scene with the precision of a general. More light on her hair. "The dress needs another pin. Smile, darling, just so." "Yes." Claire did as she was told, her face arranged in a mask of serenity. Inside, her stomach roiled. The cameras were not just for photographs. They were for propaganda. Tonight, Azazel would broadcast his message across every network, presenting Claire as not merely his companion, but as the queen of his reign. Azazel entered last, a vision of composure in a charcoal suit, his eyes glowing faintly in the lenses though no one seemed to notice. He placed his hand on Claire's shoulder, fingers light but heavy with possession. "New York," he said to the cameras, his voice rich, magnetic, irresistible, "stand at the dawn of a new age. You have entrusted me with your future. Tonight, I entrust mine to her." Claire embodies the light of the city, the promise of order, of grace. Together, we are not just leadership, we are destiny. Applause filled the studio. Technicians clapped, stylists cheered, the sound artificial but overwhelming. Claire forced her lips into a smile. But then, in a breath stolen between sentences, she let her eyes soften, just for an instant, as though speaking to someone beyond the cameras. Her words were rehearsed, but her tone faltered, carrying something raw. "I believe," she said softly, "that no matter the darkness, there is always someone who will not stop searching for you." It was the only signal she could give, a spark hidden in velvet, meant for Ethan if he was watching, meant for anyone who could still see her beneath the crown. Lilith's eyes narrowed. Azazel's smile didn't break, but his grip on Claire's shoulder tightened. At the same hour, Marlowe sat in his apartment, dripping river water still haunting his clothes. The wall of photographs loomed before him, Azazel's face at the center. He poured whiskey into a chipped glass, then shoved it aside untouched. He needed clarity, not fog. The light shifted. He knew before turning that Uriel was there. The angel stood by the window, haloed faintly by the neon glow of the street below. His presence pushed the shadows back, but unlike Gabriel's storm or Michael's fire, Uriel carried something colder. Inevitability. You saw him tonight, Marlowe said hoarsely, gesturing at the television, where Azazel's broadcast replayed in an endless loop. You saw what he's selling to the world. Uriel's eyes flickered, unreadable. He sells crowns of shadow and chains of silk. They cheer because they do not see the iron beneath. Marlowe rubbed his face. I've got names, ledgers, witnesses, but the courts are his. The press is his. If I walk into a station with this, I'll disappear before I get a word out. That is why you were spared, Uriel said, not to win in their courts, but to stand when they fall. Your truth will not save the city detective, but it will wound Azazel, and even the greatest serpent bleeds. Marlowe stared at him, struggling with the weight. So I'm a decoy, a witness, a mark. Uriel inclined his head slightly. You are a man who still chooses truth when it costs him everything. That makes you dangerous to him, dangerous enough to protect. Marlowe laughed bitterly. Hell of a promotion. Uriel stepped closer, laying a hand briefly on his shoulder. It was like touching a live wire wrapped in warmth. Guard what you have found. Do not falter. When the storm breaks, your words will matter. And just as suddenly as he had come, Uriel was gone, leaving only the faint glow of streetlight on rain. In the cathedral ruins, the angels gathered under leaking arches. Candles flickered, and thunder growled low across the city. Gabriel paced, his wings half flared, fury sparking at every step. He parades her before the world, dares to crown her with his lies. And we stand here idle. Ariel slammed her palm against the stone wall, sparks of fire scattering. Every second she wears his chain, she drifts further. We cannot wait. Raphael, calm but heavy, answered, If we move too soon, we die. You saw Benzethan slip through our grasp. You saw Marlowe nearly buried. Azazel will expect a strike, now more than ever. Michael stood at the altar, silent until their voices dimmed. His wings unfolded slowly, golden light spilling across the ruined floor. Azazel prepares for more than spectacle, Michael said, his voice steady as iron. He prepares a coronation of lies, binding heaven and earth to his throne. Claire is his crown. New York is his altar. The others turn to him, tense, waiting. When he stands before the people, Michael continued, and when his mask finally cracks, then we strike. Not before. Gabriel's jaw clenched. And if we wait too long? Michael's gaze hardened. Then we lose everything. A silence followed, broken only by the patter of rain. Outside, lightning split the sky, white veins clawing across the darkness. That night, the city teetered on the edge of revelation. Claire wore a crown of shadows, whispering hope between the lies. Marlowe, guided by Uriel, prepared to guard the truth even as death closed in around him. And the angels, weary and furious, braced themselves for the storm that Michael swore was coming. The crown weighed heavy, not only on Claire's shoulders, but on the entire city. And soon that weight would break. Chapter 42. The Stage of Shadows. New York pulsed with artificial daylight. Towers blazed, screens flickered, banners stretched from lampposts and scaffolds, all bearing Azazel's immaculate face. His campaign logo was everywhere, painted across buses and plastered on billboards. The city seemed to hum with one voice, one vision, one lie. Times Square had been transformed into a fortress. Police barricades choked the avenues, and armored vehicles idled at the edges. Uniformed officers scanned the crowd, their eyes cold, their radios hissing. Loudspeakers boomed announcements. The mayor will speak at sundown. Order and unity for a new New York. The stage itself was a monument of glass and steel, built atop the iconic red stairs. Massive screens flanked it, ready to broadcast his face to millions. Rows of flags fluttered, black and silver, bearing a stylized crown symbol Azazel had adopted as his emblem. Backstage, Claire was prepared like a relic. Lilith adjusted the black gown that clung to her figure, straightening every fold, every shimmering thread. Heavy jewelry hung around her neck, each piece resembling a shackle more than an ornament. Makeup painted her into perfection, smoothing every doubt from her face. You will stand at his right hand, Lilith whispered, voices smooth as poison. Smile, nod, do not falter. They will adore you, and in that adoration, you will belong to him. Claire stared into the mirror, but she didn't see herself. She saw Ethan's face, faint and distant, like a photograph left in the rain. Her lips trembled. She pressed them shut until the tremor passed. Azazel entered, his presence scattering silence through the room. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit the color of storm clouds, he radiated power. His eyes burned faintly, hidden from human sight, but visible to Claire. He extended his hand to her. "Come," he said. "It is time the city witnessed its future." She took his hand because she had no choice, her heart hammering with the weight of the crown she did not want. Beneath the city, under an abandoned subway station long forgotten by commuters, the air was thick with incense and blood. The Dominion followers had gathered, their chants echoing off tiled walls, a river of guttural syllables that seemed to pull the oxygen from the chamber. Ethan stood at the center of the circle, robes blacker than soot, eyes glowing like hot coals. Before him lay a wide basin filled with crimson, reflecting the trembling torchlight. "Azazel ascends tonight," Ethan intoned, "and through him we ascend. The crown is not of gold, but of flesh. The throne is not of marble, but of men." His followers bowed, some weeping in ecstasy, others trembling as if seized by fever. On the altar, offerings of bone and blood burned in shallow flames, releasing smoke that writhed like living serpents. Ethan lifted his arms, voice thunderous. "By this right, we tie the will of the city to his voice. By this blood, his word shall root in their marrow. By this sacrifice, his shadow shall be their shelter." The crowd roared, their chant swelling until the chamber shook. Symbols carved into the walls flared with sickly light, pulsing in rhythm with the chants. Something vast and unseen stirred in the dark, pressing against the edges of the world. Ethan smiled, his teeth sharp in the glow. "Rise, Azazel. Take what is yours." Detective Jack Marlowe's apartment was no longer safe. He knew at the moment the elevator doors slid open and the hallway reeked of cigarette smoke. Someone had been waiting. He tightened his grip on the folder in his hand. Documents, photographs, and a thumb drive with evidence tying Azazel's banks to illicit flows of money. He had arranged to meet an old contact, a journalist who still had some integrity left, in a diner 2 blocks away. If he could get this into the right hands, it might survive him. Even if he didn't, he stepped into the hall. A figure emerged from the stairwell. Broad shoulders, leather jacket, gun glinting in hand. Another man rose from the shadows behind a trash chute. Marlowe cursed under his breath. He ran. The first bullet splintered plaster inches from his head. The second shattered the apartment door across the hall. Marlowe bolted down the stairwell, boots pounding metal steps, folder clutched tight to his chest. The men followed, their shouts echoing like wolves in pursuit. He burst out into the alley, rain slicing down, headlights flashing from the street. He sprinted through puddles, ducking behind a dumpster as a bullet tore through the metal. "End of the line, detective," a voice called. He raised his revolver, outnumbered, outgunned. He wasn't going to surrender, not to them, not to the shadows. Then the rain bent. It tilted sideways, as though drawn by gravity not of earth. A glow lit the alley, golden and fierce. And in that glow, a figure stepped forward. Uriel, his cloak shimmered with firelight, his wings spreading wide enough to fill the alley with brilliance. The thugs staggered, shielding their eyes, but Uriel's voice cut through the rain like a blade. "You hunt a man under heaven's watch. Stand down or be erased." One gunman screamed and opened fire. The bullets dissolved midair, reduced to smoke. The other tried to flee, but the alley twisted, lengthening, trapping him. Uriel lifted his hand, and both men collapsed to their knees, their weapons clattering to ground as if dragged by unseen chains. Marlowe gasped, clutching the folder. They knew I had this." Uriel's gaze softened, though his power radiated like a storm contained. "Then guard with your life. The crown will fall, but your words will sharpen the blade." Marlowe nodded shakily. "And if they get to me first?" "Then you will have died in truth," Uriel said. "And truth does not die." In the cathedral ruins, Thunder rolled above. Gabriel paced furiously. Ariel leaned against the wall, eyes aflame. Raphael sat with his head bowed, listening to the storm. Michael stood in the center, silent, watching the distant glow of Times Square through the shattered roof. "The stage is built," Gabriel said, voice taut. "Azazel prepares to crown himself, and we still wait." Michael's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Not long, when he raises her before them all, when his voice twists their hearts, then we strike, not a moment sooner. And if he breaks her before then? Ariel demanded, fire crackling in her voice. Michael's eyes hardened. Then we save what remains, but not before. The storm deepened. Lightning split the sky, and the city held its breath. 3 currents ran together that night, unseen but converging. In Times Square, Azazel prepared to present Claire as his queen, while the city's heartbeat quickened to his command. Beneath the ground, Benzdin's rituals poured dark strength into Azazel's rising voice. In an alley dripping with rain, Uriel saved Marlowe from death, binding the detective's fate to the truth he carried. Above it all, Michael watched, silent and steady, knowing the hour was almost here. The stage was set, the crown hovered, and soon the shadows would demand their price. Chapter 43. The Heavens Descend. Times Square was a sea of bodies and banners. Giant screens pulsed with Azazel's image, magnified 100-fold above the crowd. Banners of black and silver, stitched with the symbol of the crown, snapped in the autumn wind. Police lined the barricades, their eyes cold, rifles cradled in their arms. Helicopters circled above, beams of light cutting restless patterns across the streets. The city, always noisy, was hushed now. A strange reverence weighed on the air. Every face turned toward the stage that rose like a steel throne above the red stairs. Claire stood at Azazel's right hand, her gown shimmering black under the spotlights. Heavy jewels glittered on her neck and wrists, but they felt like shackles. She forced her lips into a faint smile, though inside she fought to keep the spark of herself alive. Azazel raised his hand, and the crowd erupted in cheers that sounded more like worship than applause. When he spoke, his voice was amplified by speakers, but also seemed to pierce directly into the skull of every man and woman present. "Tonight," Azazel said, his words rich, smooth, irresistible, "we stand at the threshold of a new age. The chaos of crime, corruption, and division ends here. New York is reborn, strong, pure, united." The crowd roared. Flags waved. The chant of his name rolled like thunder. Azazel turned slightly, extending his hand toward Claire. "And I do not walk this path alone. By my side stand the crown of the city, the light of order, the queen of our future." Cameras zoomed. Screens magnified Claire's face to impossible size. She looked radiant, flawless, divine, but her eyes betrayed something deeper. Just for an instant, when the crowd chanted Azazel's name, she let her gaze wander, searching for Ethan, for anyone who could see past the mask. In the crowd, pressed shoulder to shoulder among thousands, Detective Jack Marlowe stood with a folder clutched beneath his coat. His eyes never left the stage. He heard the crowd chanting Azazel's name. He felt the pull of it, the weight of the ritual Benzdin had sown underground. But he clenched his jaw and whispered to himself, "Not me. Not tonight." Beside him, Ethan struggled to breathe. His eyes locked on Claire, luminous on the stage. His heart twisted. She was there, alive, but bound in a prison of silk and jewels. He wanted to shout her name, to break the barricades, to tear her away. But all he could do was stand frozen, rage and despair tearing through him. "She sees you," Marlowe muttered without turning his head. Ethan blinked. "What?" "She sees you," Marlowe repeated. "Don't lose that. It may be all that keeps her alive." Azazel spread his arms, the city's lights blazing brighter, as though bending to his will. His voice swelled, echoing through every loudspeaker, filling every ear. "New York, the world looks upon us tonight, and they will see a people united under strength. They will see that no shadow, no terror, no weakness can touch us again. Tonight, I take my crown, and with it, I offer you eternity. The crowd roared, but then something shifted. The sky darkened unnaturally. Clouds gathered, heavy and black, swirling like a vast cyclone above Times Square. The wind rose, tearing at flags and banners, rattling the scaffolds. The giant screens flickered, images warping, as though static had crawled into the wires. The crowd murmured, restless now, heads craned skyward. Then came the sound, low, resonant, deeper than thunder, a hum that seemed to rise from the earth itself, vibrating in bone and blood. And then light, a tear opened in the clouds, blinding white, spilling down like a waterfall of flame and radiance. From it descended 5 figures, wings spread wide, their forms both human and beyond human. Michael at the front, golden and immense, sword burning with celestial fire. Gabriel beside him, storm in his eyes, lightning dancing on his fingertips. Ariel, her presence fierce, her hair like a crown of flame. Uriel, calm, terrible, his spear of light cutting the sky. Raphael, wings of silver, his hands glowing with healing fire even as they curled into fists. They descended together, their light scalding the darkness, their presence undeniable. The crowd gasped as one, torn between awe and terror. Some fell to their knees. Others screamed. Phones rose into the air, capturing what no broadcast could explain. The angels landed in the center of Times Square, their feet striking pavement that cracked beneath their weight. Light radiated outward, shattering the trance that had gripped so many. For the first time, Azazel faltered. His smile froze. His eyes burned brighter, narrowing with fury. Claire felt his grip tighten on her hand, almost crushing bone. "They dare!" he hissed under his breath. Behind him, the stage trembled. Shadows poured from the scaffolds, from the alleys, from the very screens that had broadcast his lies. Dark wings unfurled. Fallen angels rising, their eyes burning red, their forms wrapped in shadow. They rose above the stage, forming a black wall at Azazel's back, dozens of them, their wings blotting out the last fragments of sky. The air turned cold, the city's neon dimming as though drained of power. Gasps turned to screams in the crowd. Some fled, others froze, paralyzed by the clash of light and darkness unfolding before them. Michael stepped forward, sword raised, his voice carrying across the square with the weight of heaven itself. "Azazel," he thundered, his words shaking glass and steel. "Your reign ends tonight." The crowd fell silent. Claire's heart pounded. Azazel's eyes narrowed to slits of fire. The stage was set. Heaven and hell had revealed themselves, not in whispers or shadows, but before the eyes of the entire city, and the war was about to begin. Chapter 44. War in the open. Silence broke like glass. Azazel's smile thinned to a blade. The screens froze on his perfect face, then glitched into static as the sky poured light. Michael strode forward across the slick pavement, sword raised, the spill of radiance throwing the red stairs into stark relief. Wind rolled off his wings in warm shock waves, pushing back the fate of that leak from the ranks of the fallen. New York. Azazel said softly, his voice no longer for the microphones but for the one who had come to unmake him. "Behold your 4 horsemen, and the one who thinks himself a general." Michael's gaze did not leave him. "You crowned yourself on blood and fear. Your crown breaks tonight." Behind Azazel, shadows drew into forms. Lilith first, pale and cruel, eyes like knives. Belial hulking in a suit split at the seams, fists the size of mallets. Asmodeus smiling a thin black ribbon of smile. Benzethan descending like a funeral banner, robes smoking with the scent of the underworld. Around them, a swarm of lesser fallen lifted, wings mottled and oily, forming a crescent shield behind the dais. Michael angled his sword toward the sky. Brothers. Sisters. Gabriel's answer was a thunderhead. Ariel's was fire. Raphael's was a breath like spring after a long winter. Uriel's spear cut a white fissure in the air, and the loudspeakers along Broadway burst in a clean pop, silencing Azazel's machines. The first charge came not from heaven but from the crowd, panic rippling like a living thing. Barricades shuddered. Officers shouted. Some fled. Some filmed. Some simply crumpled and prayed. In the surge, a child lost hold of his mother's hand and tumbled toward the stage stairs. Raphael moved. His wings swept down, a silver canopy that turned a rain of shattered glass into harmless glitter. He lifted the boy with impossible gentleness and passed him to his screaming mother without ever taking his eyes off the war to come. "Keep them alive," Michael said without turning. It was not a request. Ariel launched first, incandescent, her blade a sun flare that met Lilith's curving talons midair. Steel struck shadow, sparks arced. The giant screens reflected fire like stained glass in a burning chapel. "Pretty little torch," Lilith purred, parrying and sliding, every movement a threat and a seduction. "Burn for me." "I burn for her," Ariel snapped, and drove the fallen back with a wheel of flame that carved the stage rail into slag. On the opposite wing, Gabriel met Belial like weather meets mountain. Belial's punch cracked masonry. Gabriel's counter became lightning, riding down Belial's forearm in a braid of blue that blew out the front of a news van. They crashed together, tore apart, slammed together again. Force against force, the street quaking under boots that had trod older ground than this. Asmodeus unfurled a whip of shadow that sang as it cut air. It coiled for Ethan. Ethan in the press of bodies below the stage, eyes locked on Claire and nothing else. And Uriel was suddenly there, the whip spitting the cinders across an invisible line drawn in light. "Asmodeus," Uriel said, perfectly calm. "I warned you of erasure." "Erase this," Asmodeus hissed, and flung a clutch of darkness the size of a car. Uriel stepped through it like a man through a curtain, emerging untouched, spear leveled. He did not throw. Not yet. He was a line that did not break. Benzethan opened his hands, and a ritual began to surface. From manholes, from subway grates, from the seams of the city's old bones, smoke rose in sigilled threads, binding themselves into a net that settled over the square like a second atmosphere. The air tasted of iron. The chants came, not from mouths, but from the memory of mouths. A war choir of addicts, vagrants, lost boys and girls, voices Benzethan had fed to the altar returning to nourish their captor. "Down!" Marlowe barked, dragging a tourist and his wife under the ruined canopy of a vendor stand as the net pressed. His eyes watered. He felt it trying to decide for him, kneel, love, agree, and he bit the inside of his cheek until blood came and the world cleared. "Uriel!" he shouted without knowing if angels took orders from men. The air. "I know," Uriel said and lifted a spear. The spear did not fly. It was a tuning fork struck against the world. It's unbuilt, low, then lower, dropping under hearing until it became sensation, a tremor in teeth and bone, and the net above Times Square unstitched one thread at a time, their runes unwriting themselves like chalk in rain. Benzethan snarled and drew deeper. The subway's dead sang louder. The pavement underfoot tried to crawl. Michael took one step. The songs faltered. On stage, Claire stood with her hands at her sides, fingers numb in a sheath of onyx. She had prepared herself to die. She had not prepared herself to watch a city die first. Azazel's grip found her wrist. "Watch," he murmured in a voice pitched for her alone. "This is how gods are made." "Or unmade," she said, and forced her hand to loosen under his. She found Ethan in the crowd. Of course she did. He was the only fixed thing. A face. She had memorized the way drowning people memorize air. He did not shout. He did not move. He simply met her eyes and gave the smallest nod. "I'm here." "Hold." She held. Lilith saw the look. "Look away," she hissed mid-parry, claws sparking off Ariel's blade. "You don't feed a dying thing hope." Ariel's riposte cut the edge of Lilith's jaw. "Funny," she said. "That's exactly what I am. The first of the lesser fallen dove, eager, certain to feast." Raphael spread his hands and cast a dome of light that bent their flight into a curve they could not calculate. They clipped awnings, tumbled into billboards, hissed and rose again with murder in their throats. "Keep them off the people," Raphael said to no one and everyone, and waded forward. Healer turned bulwark, letting talons break against light that mended as fast as it was torn. Belial laughed as Gabriel drove him through a thicket of scaffolding. Still playing soldier messenger? He flung an entire section of red stairs like a discus. Gabriel met it with both palms and shoved. It sailed back into Belial's chest, folding him in a rib-wrecking embrace of fiberglass and pride. Asmodeus skipped sideways through a seam in shadow and reappeared at Ethan's back, blade of night angling for kidney. Marlowe saw the angle, saw the man he'd come to trust about to die, and moved without thinking, catching Asmodeus's wrist with both hands and taking the cut across his own coat instead. The night blade burned cold, slicing wool and skin. Asmodeus's eyebrows lifted, pleased. Brave monkey. Badge. Marlowe wheezed, head-butting him. Not monkey. He would have died there. Asmodeus was amusement away from ripping him in half, if not for Uriel's hand closing on the fallen's collar and lifting him one-handed off the pavement. Last warning, Uriel said. Asmodeus spat in his face. The spit evaporated inches from Uriel's cheek. Then erase me, librarian. Not yet, Uriel replied, and drove him into the street hard enough to crater the asphalt. You still owe the world a testimony. Azazel moved. Michael met him. The world narrowed to a fulcrum as two truths collided, sovereignty earned and sovereignty stolen. Azazel's first strike was almost tender, a palm to Michael's chest that contained within it enough negation to unmake a lesser principality. Michael took it, slid a half-step back, and the concrete under his heel learned a new definition of pressure. Azazel smiled. You held your hand at the club. Hold it again. Watch them die for your mercy. Michael's sword rose in a simple guard, the kind taught to the first of their kind on mornings that smelled of dew and promise. Mercy is why you are still here to mock it. He cut. Azazel parried with nothing. No blade, no shield. Only will condense to an edge. Sparks that were not sparks, but arguments flew. Streetlights failed for a block and then returned, unsure whose story to obey. Show them, Azazel said, voice hunting for the cameras that lay shattered and still watched. Show them the monster that fell with you. Michael's eyes did not change. I did not fall. He pressed. Azazel gave ground, a single step back onto the dais, and the fallen behind him hissed, as if a line in the dirt had been drawn that they did not like. Enough, Ben-Zethan growled, surface ritual failing beneath Uriel's hum. He slid his palm and wrote his master's name in the air with his own blood. The letters hung, smoking, a glyph of claim aimed at the sky. Ariel saw it. No! She broke from Lilith's press, slammed both palms together, and flung a ring of fire through the glyph. Ben-Zethan's letters charred black and flaked like dead moths. Lilith's laugh behind her was pure delight. Run from me, flame. Chase me, Ariel said, and drew her into a wider space, away from Claire. Everything that had been building, ritual, crowd hypnosis, spectacle, wove itself to a single point, Claire's throat under a jewel collar. Azazel angled her a fraction left, so the cameras, the ones that still fed to screens across the burrows, could take her better. Smile, he murmured. You are history's favorite wife. Then history will file for divorce, Claire said. So quiet he had to lean to hear. He leaned. Ethan moved. He did not leap the barricade. He went under it, shoulder first, like a man learning to be a battering ram. Two officers grabbed for him and caught nothing but coat. Marlowe slammed his battered shoulder into third and kept him busy swearing. Ethan hit the lip of the stairs, took 3 at a bound, and would have been carved into blue smoke by a descending fallen if Raphael's hand hadn't found the creature mid-dive and turned its momentum sideways into a banner pole. Go, Raphael said, and Ethan went. Lilith saw him, hissed, and spun free of Ariel with a slash that would have opened a mortal from hip to heart. Ariel took it on her blade, sparks fountaining, boots skidding across the wet stage, and shouted, Now! Gabriel understood before the word finished. He raked Belial with a rake of storm that blinded the brute for a heartbeat and flung himself upstage, his wings opening to their full, cathedral-filling span. Light flooded the dais, not to sear but to hide, a curtain of brilliance that ate the angles of cameras and blinded fallen eyes calibrated to hunt in darkness. Michael held Azazel's gaze. Your shield is thin. Azazel's teeth showed. Your line is thinner. They struck again. Too fast for cameras, too loud for microphones. Between them, around them, under them, Ethan reached Claire. She did not hesitate, had never prepared for this part because there was no preparing, only choosing. She tore the collar free. It cut her palm. Blood slicked her wrist. Ethan's hand closed around hers and found purchase in that wet. "Ethan," she said. "Claire." It was all, and it was everything. Lilith came for them like the night itself, drawn into a woman's shape. Ariel met her with a scream that rang truer than the sirens. Not rage, not fear, refusal. The two collided, and the stage floor cracked like ice. "Go!" Ariel spat, and Ethan went again, dragging Claire toward the stairwell at stage left, toward the human world where miracles had to wear hats and coats. Belial blundered back into the fight with Gabriel and saw the escape in progress. "No!" he roared, and heaved the lighting truss with both hands. Uriel's spear left his grasp for the first time. It flew like an argument that brooks no rebuttal, a line you cannot cross because the line defines the ground. The truss shattered in midair, falling as a tinsel of harmless rods. The spear did not return to Uriel's hand. It pinned itself on stage at Belial's feet and became for a heartbeat a pillar, and around that pillar the air refused to obey darkness. Belial looked down, startled despite himself. "Stand," Uriel said, and for a second the great brute did, pinned not by power but by a word he remembered from a younger universe. Benzethan, denied his net, reached for a deeper page of the book only he could see. He split space the way a butcher splits bone, and called up a shadow larger than doctrine. Something with too many joints. It answered joyfully. Michael finally showed the city why he wore command. He did not lunge. He did not posture. He stepped into the thing that wanted the square, and laid his sword at an angle no human geometry could name. And the shadow learned it had context and therefore a limit. It screamed without sound and folded back into a thin place, the rent ceiling like flesh under a hot iron. Azazel's eyes changed. The polish fell away. The charming mayor went out like a trick candle snuffed by two steady fingers. What stood there had always been there, a prince that had never ruled anything but the worst in men. "Enough," he said, and the word hit Times Square like a hammer. Glass spidered. Knees buckled. Even the angels felt the weight of it. Michael took the blow for his line. He set his feet. He let the hammer land on his chest and be a hammer, not the definition of the world. He did not move. "You wanted a witness," he said softly, too soft for microphones, perfect for souls. "Look." And the city did. Phone still up, eyes still wide. 100,000 watchers breathing as one. They saw Ethan pull Claire down the stairs with his own blood on her hand. They saw Raphael and Uriel and Gabriel and Ariel hold an impossible wall. They saw Michael refuse to give ground to a creature that had bent mayors and moguls and boys in alleys. They saw Azazel not laughing. Masks cracked from the edges first. Left passage. Marlowe bellowed, pointed with his whole arm, not trusting his voice to carry over what felt like weather and choir and war all at once. "Service, alley move." He shoved bodies through a gap in the barricade, became a shepherd by profanity and shove, took a fallen's claw on the forearm that would scar in a pattern he'd traced with a finger when the city slept. He saw Ethan and Claire hit the alley mouth and vanish into steam and sirens, and a world of ambulances and galloping shoes. "Go!" he shouted after them, though they were gone. "Go, kid!" Gabriel dropped like lightning beside him, back to back with a detective for a beat that would become story. "You are still alive," the angel said, not unpleased. "Working on it," Marlowe grunted, firing twice into a shadow that thought it could be a man. "Hold 3 breaths," Gabriel said, and raised a hand. The air around them clarified, clean, cold, easy to choose inside. Marlowe's lungs found themselves again. "Thanks," he said. "Now, please go break something important." Gabriel smiled with half his mouth. "As you ask." He shot into the air, slammed both fists together, and the storm answered. Rain came hard and clean, and the last of Benzethan's smoke runes ran like mascara down a city's hot cheek. On the dais, Michael and Azazel circled into a stillness, so intense the square's roar receded. Around them, war continued, bright, black, human, divine, but the center held. Azazel cocked his head. "You think this humbles me? That girl dragged down a stair? Your little quorum playing shepherd for meat? I have the city." "You have its fear," Michael said. "You do not have its heart." Azazel's smile returned, thinner. "Watch me take it." He flicked 2 fingers toward the nearest camera scaffold. The support screamed and folded. It fell like a guillotine, straight for a cluster of officers too busy aiming at devils to see steel coming. Michael was not there. He was simply now between falling and fallen. His sword went up, and the scaffold met it, and learned it was within the path of a river. It split and sheared around him, burying itself in stage and stone. Azazel's eyes narrowed. "Fine," he said. "Let's teach them despair." He opened both hands. The fallen behind him surged as one, black tide taking wing, a moon-eclipsing flock angling down toward angels and mortals alike. Michael lifted his sword. "Point to the sky. Hold." Ariel set her feet. Gabriel's hands crackled. Raphael braced. Uriel reached for his spear and did not find it. He smiled faintly at the lesson in being without and stepped forward anyway, empty-handed and unafraid. Chapter 46. Flight Through Fire. The stairwell behind the stage reeked of damp concrete and rusted metal. Ethan half-dragged, half-carried Claire down the narrow flight. Her jeweled collar still clutched in her bleeding hand. Above them, the thunder of wings and roar of voices shook the air like a storm battering against a dam. "Keep moving," Ethan gasped. His lungs burned, but adrenaline drove him. Claire stumbled, her gown catching on the steps, tearing. Her bare feet slipped on rain-slick concrete, but she clung to his arm. "Ethan," she whispered, her voice ragged. "He'll never let me go." "Yes, he will," Ethan growled, "because I'm not letting him take you back." They burst out into the service alley, steam rising from sewer grates. Sirens wailed in the distance, but here the noise of Times Square was a muffled roar. Trash cans toppled as they ran, rats scattering into the dark. Behind them, a hiss split the air, sharp, feminine, venomous. Lilith. She emerged from the shadows with the grace of a panther, her black hair whipping the wind, her eyes burning crimson. The torn edge of Ariel's fire still smoldered on her jawline, but only made her more terrible, like a predator wounded but hungrier for it. "You think you can take her from us?" Lilith's voice dripped with mockery, echoing off the brick walls. She began to walk toward them, unhurried, her heels clicking like a clock counting down. "She is already ours." She wore the crown. She smiled for the world. She belongs to the night. Ethan pushed Claire behind him. His hands were empty, shaking, but he lifted them anyway. "She belongs with me." Lilith tilted her head, a cruel smile curving her lips. "Then you'll die with her." Above the rooftops, the sky was a battlefield. Michael and Azazel clashed again and again, sword against shadow, light against darkness. Each strike sent shock waves through the square, glass shattering, asphalt splitting, neon lights bursting. The crowd had fled in panic, but the echoes of their terror still fed Azazel's strength. Gabriel wheeled through the storm, lightning striking at Belial, who laughed as he hurled entire cars like toys. Ariel's blade was a comet's tail against Lilith's claws, each strike ringing like a bell. Raphael shielded the wounded, his light weaving protective domes, as lesser fallen hurled themselves against him in waves. And Ben-Zethan, furious, desperate, raised his hands above the chaos. His voice thundered, calling not to men but to the city itself. The asphalt cracked, subway tunnels groaned, and from the fissures crawled shapes half-formed, creatures of smoke and bone that staggered onto the battlefield like nightmares dragging themselves out of dream. Uriel planted himself at the center, spear raised high, his voice carrying even above the cacophony. "Hold the line." The angels braced as the tide of shadows surged again. Claire's breath tore in her throat. She clutched Ethan's hand as Lilith advanced, every step deliberate, predatory. The alley seemed to narrow around them, bricks leaning closer, the street lamps flickering out one by one. "Run," Ethan whispered. Claire shook her head. "If we run, she'll hunt us forever." Her words trembled, but there was iron beneath them. She turned, her eyes locking on Lilith. For the first time since the gala, her voice did not waver. "You don't own me." Lilith's smile widened, baring her teeth. "Oh, child, I own every breath you've wasted on hope." She lunged, claws flashing, and the alley erupted in flame. Ariel dropped from the sky, her wings cutting the darkness, her blade intercepting Lilith's strike, with a clash that lit the alley in firelight. Sparks showered onto wet pavement. "Go!" Ariel shouted at Ethan and Claire, her eyes never leaving Lilith. "Run. I'll hold her." Lilith laughed, delighted. "We're not done, Torch." The two clashed, fire against shadow, filling the alley with a storm of sparks and smoke. Ethan grabbed Claire's hand and pulled her through a side passage, heart-hammering. Above them, the sky still burned with angelic war. Back in the square, Benzathan's ritual built to a crescendo. The fissures widened, disgorging creatures that screeched and clawed their way into the open. His followers, bloody but unbroken, chanted in unison, their voices stitching the nightmare tighter. Michael broke from Azazel for a heartbeat, his sword blazing. Uriel hurled his spear, and the weapon of light split the ground, halting the surge of monsters. But only for a moment. Benzathan snarled, his eyes rolling white. "You cannot stop the tide. Azazel is already crowned. The city is his." Michael's gaze burned like the dawn. "Not while we stand." He raised his sword, light searing across the square. Ethan and Claire stumbled onto an avenue choked with abandoned taxis and debris. Sirens wailed, glass crunched underfoot. They were nearly clear of the square when the air rippled. Lilith had broken free of Ariel's fire and was closing in fast. Claire turned, her chest heaving, her hair wild, and shouted with all the strength left in her, "We are not yours." For a moment, the city seemed to hear her. A single screen still working above the avenue flickered, not with Azazel's face, but with static. And through that static, for the briefest instant, Michael's light shone. Ethan tightened his grip on her hand. "Run!" They plunged into the night, Lilith's laughter chasing them, while above Times Square the heavens and hells crashed together, every strike bringing the war closer to its end. The city was in flames, rooftops glowing with battle, streets cracked with power, neon drowned in light and shadow. Ethan and Claire fled through the avenues, hunted still. Ariel fought Lilith in the alleys, fire against night. Benzathan's ritual threatened to drown the square in darkness. And Michael stood against Azazel, neither yielding, both knowing the next blow would change everything. The war was no longer hidden. New York had become the stage of heaven and hell, and the world watched as the sky itself burned. Chapter 45. Thrones of ash and light. Times Square no longer belonged to men. It belonged to fire and shadow. Neon bled into smoke. Banners smoldered in gutters, and the great screens that had once played Azazel's image now flickered with static and bursts of celestial light. Cars lay overturned, taxis crushed like toys, glass carpeting the pavement. Sirens wailed from every direction, but none dared breach the barricades. The police who had remained stood frozen, weapons slack in their hands, staring at the impossible war raging in the open. Some prayed, some filmed, none interfered. And at the center, like the eye of a storm, stood Michael and Azazel. Michael's wings glowed like hammered gold, every feather sharp with radiance. His sword was pure light condensed into steel, steady in his grip. Azazel was draped in shadows that curled and writhed, his tailored suit shredded by the pressure of his own power. His eyes were no longer human, but twin furnaces, red and bottomless. Behind him, the fallen circled like vultures, their wings blotting out what little sky remained. For a moment, the battlefield hushed, waiting. Then Michael moved. He struck first. No flourish, no grand gesture, just a clean, direct swing that cut the air in two. Azazel caught on a blade that materialized from shadow, black steel twisting like smoke solidified. The clash split the ground, pavement cracking in a spiderweb pattern beneath their feet. Azazel smiled, his voice velvet and venom. "Still the obedient soldier, Michael. Did you come to drag me home, or bury me here?" Michael's eyes burned. "I came to end what you began." He pressed forward, each blow a hymn of judgment. Azazel countered, his strikes deceptive, slippery, shadows lengthening to strike where steel did not. Sparks of light and fragments of darkness flew with every impact, cascading down like meteors. Above them, Gabriel wheeled through the air, driving Belial back with bolts of lightning. "Michael," he shouted over the storm. He draws strength from the crowd's fear. "I know, Michael called back, never breaking rhythm. His blade carved arcs that force Azazel to yield space, step by grudging step. Then we show them there is nothing to fear. Azazel laughed, sharp and cruel. You think they'll cheer you? Look at them. He gestured, and dozens of phones raised in trembling hands caught the image. An angel of fire locked in battle with a devil in a suit. Times Square, their arena. Tonight, they'll see the truth, Azazel hissed. And the truth will damn you. All around them the battle raged with relentless fury. Gabriel and Belial crashed into the side of a massive billboard, sparks cascading as lightning battled brute strength. Each blow loud enough to rattle the steel beams of the square. Ariel and Lilith twisted through the night sky above the rooftops, fire whirling against shadow, their duel turning the skyline into a canvas of red and black. Raphael, meanwhile, sheltered the wounded civilians who had been caught in the chaos, his light rising into domes of protection. Again and again the fallen hurled themselves at him, and each time the shield cracked, it reformed, brighter, stronger, as if his resolve fed directly into its glow. At street level, Uriel stood like a sentinel, spear raised, calm in the storm. Every thrust unraveled a piece of shadow before it could touch the terrified people scrambling through the ruins. His movements were deliberate, precise, almost ritualistic, and in his silence there was an authority that anchored the others. Through it all, the angels fought not merely to win, but to hold the line. Every strike, every defense was measured not only against their enemies, but against the city itself, for they fought to keep New York alive. 2 streets away, Ethan and Claire stumbled into a side street littered with abandoned cars. Claire's gown was torn, her hair wild, her face streaked with sweat and soot. Every step pulled her farther from the stage, but the shadow of Azazel seemed to follow them still. We can't just keep running, Claire gasped, her chest heaving. We don't stop until they're done, Ethan answered, gripping her hand tighter. Michael will finish it. He has to. A shriek echoed behind them, sharp enough to pierce the night. Lilith had broken away from Ariel for a heartbeat, her eyes fixed on Claire like a hawk sighting prey. Before she could close the gap, Ariel dropped in a blaze of fire, slamming her enemy into the wall of a brick building. Go! Ariel's voice rang like a commandment. She is mine. Claire turned her face into Ethan's shoulder, forcing herself not to look back as they fled down the broken street. At the edge of the square, Detective Marlowe crouched behind an overturned cruiser, his revolver clutched in shaking hands. Beside him, a young officer whispered prayers into a cracked radio. Marlowe's eyes never left the duel at the center. He watched Michael and Azazel trade blows that shattered concrete and glass towers, every strike a hymn and a curse. Come on, soldier, he muttered under his breath. Don't let him own this city. For the first time, he raised his phone. Not a call for help, not to flee, but to record. He knew the world wouldn't believe words. They needed to see. Azazel spread his wings, black and vast, blotting out the ruined neon. He shoved Michael back with a blast of force that hurled cars across the square. Michael skidded, braced, his wings digging into the pavement to anchor him. You cannot win, Azazel declared, his voice booming like thunder. I am in their blood, in their laws, and their desires. The city is mine. Michael rose, sword raised, his voice steady and unshaken. You may rule their fears, but you will never touch their hearts. With a single beat of his wings, Michael launched forward like a missile of light. Their swords collided, light and shadow clashing in an explosion that shattered windows for blocks around. Fire and darkness spiraled upward, a cyclone tearing through the square. The world seemed to hold its breath. Azazel's smile faltered. For the first time, Michael had driven him back onto stage. The Prince of Shadows stood not as a ruler, but as a man forced to yield ground. The angels braced. The fallen screamed. The city trembled. Michael's voice rang out like a verdict. Your throne is ash, and your crown will burn. Chapter 46. The Fall of Light. The square had become a furnace. Smoke and flame curled upward from broken billboards. Glass glittered in the floodlights, and the storm overhead churned as though the sky itself were being torn apart. Every clash of Michael's blade against Azazel's shadow sent shockwaves that rippled across Times Square. toppling street lamps and shattering what remained of the giant screens. The angels were still fighting, but their strength was waning. Gabriel's lightning burned holes into Belial's massive frame. Yet each time the brute rose again, grinning through the sparks as if the pain fed him. Ariel fought with fire in her wings, carving arcs of light through the night. But Lilith matched her strike for strike, feeding on fury and delight. Raphael's healing dome strained under the assault of fallen, who hurled themselves against the shields until their bodies broke. But each time he rebuilt them, his breath grew shorter, his wings heavier. Uriel stood like a sentinel, spear raised, every thrust clean and deliberate, but the endless tide of lesser demons pressing on him. Creatures of shadow pulled from Benzdin's ritual. They clawed and shrieked, gnashing teeth and talons, overwhelming the streets in waves. For every one that he cut down, another emerged from the fissures that tore through the asphalt. The humans who had not fled were trapped in corners, filming in disbelief or praying into the smoke. Marlowe's camera shook as he recorded, his jaw tight, his wounded arm pressed to his chest. Around him, officers shouted orders that no longer mattered. Guns fired into shadows that swallowed bullets without sound. At the center of it all, Michael and Azazel circled one another on the ruined stage. Their wings spread wide, light against black, their blades flashing with every swing. Michael pressed forward, driving Azazel back step by step. For an instant, it seemed the tide had turned. The people still watching through fractured screens saw the Prince of Shadows falter. But Azazel was far from finished. He drew himself up, his body wreathed in black flame that burned without heat, consuming the very air. His smile returned, cruel and certain. With a sudden burst of force, he flung Michael backward, hurling him through a scaffolding that collapsed in a storm of steel. The earth trembled as Azazel spread his wings. His voice thundered over the square, shaking the windows of towers above. Did you think one sword could end me? I am the crown, the fire beneath your laws, the hand behind your power. You fight for a city that is already mine. Michael rose, battered but unbroken. His sword still blazed, but his movements were slower now, his breast deeper. He steadied himself, his eyes fixed on Azazel. Your kingdom is fear, and fear cannot last. Azazel descended on him with a fury that cracked the air. Their blades met, light and shadow exploding outward in a cyclone. This time it was Michael who gave ground, step by step, his sword arm trembling under the sheer weight of Azazel's strength. The fallen cheered from above the stage, their voices a chorus of triumph. Belial roared in victory as he drove Gabriel into the pavement. Lilith's laughter rang through the rooftops as she pressed Ariel to her knees. Raphael faltered, his shield collapsing for the first time, exposing a cluster of terrified civilians. Uriel's spear grew heavier, his movement slower, as the tide of demons surged against him. Ethan and Claire, 2 streets away, heard the roar of Azazel's voice roll over the city. Claire clutched Ethan's hand, her knuckles white. He's winning, she whispered, terror breaking through her resolve. Ethan pulled her close, his heart hammering. Not while Michael still stands. But even he could see the truth. Michael was faltering. Azazel pressed him to the edge of the stage, their blades locked, their wings straining. He leaned close, his breath like smoke. Bow, brother. Admit it. You cannot stop me. Michael's grip tightened, his face set like stone, but his knees bent under the weight of Azazel's strength. The stage cracked beneath them, beams groaning as if the city itself were breaking. For the first time, it seemed that heaven's commander would fall. Chapter 47. The Last Crown. The stage of Times Square was breaking apart under their feet. Metal beams sagged, stone fractured, and the air itself shuddered with the violence of the duel. Michael and Azazel locked blades once more, light and shadow sparking in waves that rippled through the ruins of the square. Azazel's smile widened as Michael faltered, driven back step by step, until his heels touched the broken edge of the platform. The Prince of Shadows leaned forward, his eyes burning red. You were never enough. Not in heaven, not on earth. And tonight you will watch me reign. Michael's chest heaved, his wings trembling with strain, but his gaze did not break. His voice, steady even under the weight of Azazel's power, carried across the entire square. It is not me who stands against you. It is every heart you tried to chain. and they will not kneel. Azazel roared and pressed harder, shadows coiling into his blade until it swelled with black fire. With a final surge he struck, and Michael was hurled backward, crashing into the cracked pavement below the stage. The fallen erupted in triumph. Belial bellowed like a beast. Lilith's laughter echoed over the rooftops. Ben-Zethan raised his hands high, drawing a last of his ritual power into the square. For a heartbeat, it seemed that light had failed. Then the storm broke. The clouds overhead tore apart in a blaze of gold. A shaft of radiance speared down into the heart of the square, engulfing Michael where he lay. The light was not fire, not lightning, but something older, purer, the unbroken essence of heaven itself. Michael rose within it. His sword, once a burning blade, became a sun in his hand. His wings spread wide, each feather etched in flame. The light pouring from him dissolved the smoke, broke the chains of Ben-Zethan's ritual, and silenced the jeering of the fallen. Azazel staggered back, his grin twisting into a snarl. "No, this is not possible. You were cast down. You cannot still carry that fire." Michael's eyes burned with calm fury. "I never lost it. I only waited for the moment it was needed." He ascended into the air, wings beating once, the gale of his power scattering fallen like leaves. Gabriel, Ariel, Raphael, and Uriel felt the surge and rallied, their strength renewed. Belial's roar turned into a cry of pain as lightning seared him from the sky. Lilith screeched as Ariel's flames drove her back into the shadows. Raphael's shields flared brighter, sheltering the last of civilians. Uriel's spear blazed white, scattering the tide of demons until the fissures closed. But all eyes were on the center of the square, where Michael and Azazel rose to meet one another for the final time. Azazel hurled himself forward, shadows swirling into wings vast enough to blot out the ruined neon. He struck with everything he had. Centuries of deceit, oceans of corruption, the weight of countless souls broken by fear. Michael met him in silence. His sword cleaved through the shadows, burning them away. Every strike drove Azazel back, his once smooth face twisting in rage. The black fire guttered in his hands as Michael's light consumed it. "No!" Azazel screamed, his voice a roar of fury and desperation. "This city is mine. These people are mine." "They were never yours," Michael answered. With a final cry, he swung his sword in a great arc, the blaze of its edge brighter than the sun. It struck Azazel through the chest. For a heartbeat, the square fell silent. Azazel stood, eyes wide, shadows boiling around him, his mouth shaping words that never came. His form flickered, cracking as if made of glass. Then, with a scream that tore the night, he shattered. His body dissolved into ash, scattering on the wind, his crown of shadows breaking into nothing. The fallen who remained shrieked in terror as the bond to their master snapped. Some fled into the night. Others dissolved like smoke in sunlight. The storm overhead cleared. The neon of the city blinked uncertainly back to life. Silence settled over Times Square, broken only by the hiss of steam and the ragged breathing of those who had survived. Michael lowered his sword, its light fading back into steel. His wings folded slowly, heavy with the weight of victory. He turned to his brothers and sisters, their eyes reflecting the same exhaustion, the same unspoken knowledge. It was over. Chapter 48. Ashes and Dawn. The first light of dawn touched New York with trembling hands. It slipped over the glass towers, glinted against shards of broken billboards, and spread across Times Square, where only hours before heaven and hell had collided. Smoke lingered in the air, veiling the city in a gray haze, but beneath it there was silence, the kind that followed only after storms. Claire sat on the cracked steps of a ruined subway entrance, her head pressed to Ethan's shoulder. The night had stolen her strength, yet not her spirit. Her dress hung in tatters, jewels scattered in the dust, but her eyes, though red with exhaustion, burned with freedom. Ethan wrapped his arm around her, holding her close as if afraid that the world might try to claim her again. For the first time since the nightmare began, he allowed himself to breathe. Detective Marlowe stood a few paces away, his coat torn and bloodied, one arm bound crudely with a strip of cloth. In his other hand, he still clutched his phone, its screen cracked, battery nearly dead. On it, he carried the impossible. The proof that angels and demons had fought above the streets of New York, that light had broken shadow, that Azazel had fallen. He raised a cigarette to his lips with shaking fingers, inhaling as though the smoke might steady the storm still raging inside him. "Now they'll believe," he muttered hoarsely, exhaling into the dawn. "Now they'll have no choice." From the far end of the square came the sound of hurried footsteps. Daniel appeared, his arms wrapped around his two children, their faces streaked with soot but bright with life. The boy broke free and rushed forward, stumbling across the cracked pavement until he reached Raphael. The archangel knelt, his silver glow softening as he extended a hand. The child pressed his forehead against it, and warmth spread through his small body like sunlight after rain. "You are safe now," Raphael said gently. "No shadow will take you again." Daniel's throat closed as he pulled his children back into his arms. He looked at the angels gathered in the square, their wings heavy with exhaustion, their forms marked with battle. His voice broke as he whispered, "I don't have the words. Just thank you for them, for everything." Michael stood at the center, his sword fading back into light. His golden wings caught the first rays of the sun, reflecting them across the ruins. He regarded Daniel with a steady gaze and replied, "Words are fleeting. What matters is what you will do with tomorrow. Protect them. Teach them courage. That is how you honor what was given tonight." The remnants of Azazel's army had already scattered. Belial, broken by Gabriel's storm, had limped into the shadows, stripped of power and pride. Lilith, scarred by Ariel's fire, vanished into night with no laughter left on her lips. Asmodeus had fled into the hidden places of the world, his whispers silenced for now, his arrogance reduced to ash. Ben-Zethan, consumed by his own failed ritual, dissolved into smoke that drifted into the sky, lost forever. Without their master, the fallen were fractured, shadows without a crown. Their dominion over the city was broken. Marlowe lowered his phone, his eyes lingering on the angels. He had spent his life chasing corruption, piecing together crimes with ink and evidence. Tonight, he had witnessed something that would change him forever. For once, he allowed himself to believe not only in justice, but in grace. Ethan helped Claire to her feet, steadying her as she leaned into him. They approached Michael together, their steps slow, their hearts pounding with gratitude and awe. Claire's voice trembled as she spoke. "You saved us. You saved the world." Michael shook his head gently. "We only reminded it of what it can be. The rest is yours to build." Claire glanced at Ethan, her fingers tightening around his. "Then we'll build it together." Michael studied him for a long moment, and though his face remained solemn, there was something in his eyes that felt like approval. The dawn spread further, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The angels gathered together, their wings rising once more. Gabriel lifted into the air, lightning sparking faintly at his fingertips. Ariel's flames dimmed into embers, but her eyes still burned with defiance. Raphael's glow lingered on the wounded, a final blessing before departure. Uriel, silent as ever, raised a spear in a gesture of farewell. Michael spread his wings last. They blazed brighter than the sunrise, casting shadows long across the ruined square. His voice, calm and unyielding, carried over survivors, over the city itself. "The crown of shadows is broken. The city is yours again. But remember this, darkness will always return. What matters is that when it does, you stand together, with hope." With a final beat of wings, the angels rose as one. The air trembled as their light cut upward through the clouds, and then they were gone, leaving only the echo of wings and the scent of smoke. For a long moment, New York was silent. Survivors stared skyward, some with tears, some with reverence, none with disbelief. Slowly the city began to stir. The cry of sirens, the calls of medics, the sobs of reunited families. Ethan turned to Claire, brushing the dust from her cheek. "It's over." She nodded, tears slipping down her face. "It's over, and we're still here." Daniel lifted his children into his arms, pressing kisses to their foreheads. "We're all still here." Marlowe lit another cigarette, the ember glowing in the pale light. He watched the sky where the angels had vanished and murmured, "Guess I'm a believer now." The dawn rose fully, bright and unbroken. The shadows of the night had been burned away, and though scars would remain, the city stood. The crown of darkness had turned to ash, and in its place, hope had returned. This was Blood of Angels by Arthur Blackwood. But some stories don't end. They follow you. If you enjoyed this audiobook, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the Inktail channel for more stories like this. Your support helps bring more audiobooks to life. And if this story stayed with you, share it with someone who might feel the same. The journey continues on the Inktail channel.